USB hub. The USB hub get unplugged?
Folks, if you're in our 32-car shootout, whether it be no box, box, or our junior 32-car shootout, this run you are about to make here in a few minutes is your qualifying run. This isn't just an open timed run. We're basing our ladders on your reaction time in this qualifying run. Obviously, you're going to be paying attention to this timed run on how you dial. But this is more of a qualifying run than anything because we are laddering this 32-car shootout. So come on out here, hit the tree as hard as you can. We are going to ladder based on your reaction time. And it's only going to be just a few minutes before we call our no box class into the lane. So this is only for the cars entered in the 32-car shootout. No box, box, and juniors. If you're not entered in today's shootout, we can't have you in the lane. So 32-car shootout racers only a few more minutes before we call no box to lanes. I gotta go. All right, if you're in our 32 car shootout in our no box class, 32 car shootout in our no box class, we'll take it a 6 and 7. 32 car shootout, no box cars, the lane 6 and 7 right now. No box, 32 car shootout to 6 and 7. No box, 32 car shootout to 6 and 7. This is your call for your qualifying run. All right, if you're in our box class in our 32 car shootout, if you're in our box class 32 car shootout, 8 and 9. 8 and 9 is where you're going. If you're in our box class 32 car shootout, we need you to 8 and 9 for your one qualifying run. Juniors, you are on standby. Box and 8 and 9, box and 8 and 9. If you're in our 32 car shootout, we'll take you to lanes 8 and 9 now. If you're in our no box class and you are in our 32 car shootout, you should be in 6 and 7. So box to 8 and 9, no box to 6 and 7. Juniors, you are on standby. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please take off your caps as our track chaplain, Lynn Garland, goes ahead and gives the blessing on today's event.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, as we begin, we thank you for the opportunity to be here. I ask that you be with all the staff as they perform their jobs. Keep all the drivers, crew, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Lynn. And we're about to go racing here at Summer Nationals Cordova Dragway featuring Funny Car Chaos. First out today will be first qualifying round action of our 32 car shootout in both our box, no box, and junior classes as we get this party started. Box 8 and 9, box 8 and 9 if you're on our 32 car shootout, box to 8 and 9 if you're on our 32 car shootout. Also, right now, juniors, 32 car shootout juniors to 4 and 5, 32 car shootout juniors to lanes 4, leave it 4, lane 4, 32 car shootout juniors 4, lane 4. Juniors, 4 and 5. Juniors, 4 and 5. If you are in our 32-car shootout for today's event, we'll take you to lanes 4 and 5. Box, you should be in 8 and 9 if you're not already there. 32-car shootout cars only. Kylie Eads, can we have you come to the tower, please? Kylie Eads, would you please come to the tower? Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, get ready for your first time run. You are on standby. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you are on standby for your first time run, so be ready, will not be long.
Friday afternoon at the Summer Nationals, we've got a little time action going on for you. We've got the 32-car shootout in our no box, and this is our box category. Sean Dieters from Moline on the tower side with the dragster. Jeffrey Wheats from Morrison, Illinois, brings that Barracuda up for a quick trip down the Berkey's lane. On your spectator side, they're racing for time, getting to qualify for the first round in this quick 32 shootout. 470 left side, 590 right side. As we've got cars down the racetrack and plenty of them in the pits. Make sure you take advantage of the opportunity to stroll down Funny Car Alley and check out all the cars that are here for the Summer Nationals. It's brought to you, of course, by our great friends from Fulton, Illinois at Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. They are set up on the Vendor Midway, and they will be happy to show you all the amazingly cool stuff that they've got from their factory just up the way in Fulton, Illinois. Jake Stansbury just went down the racetrack, got Justin Reeves from Davenport in the dragster on your tower side, in the Freedom Motorsports lane, and Brian Barton in the door car takes that right side, the G-body. A 454 at 152 miles an hour in the dragster. Door car 6 flat, 114.7 miles an hour.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, your one-time run. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, lanes 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, your one-time run, lanes 8 and 9. This is your call.
We go from dragster and door car to a pair of dragster at the starting line as they ease up towards the infrareds. Turn on those top bulbs. It's going to be Ken Barsima and Brady Wolf. Brady takes the right side. 3 counts down and sends them on the way. 027 green reaction time, tower side, and a 504. Brady goes quick, 475 at 143.6 miles an hour. As they make their way for the exit in a shutdown area, we have Rick Verkler and Steve Plum coming up to the starting line. That is a 4th generation Chevrolet Camaro taking the Berkey's lane on your spectator side. And the dragster, Rick Verkler, comes up on the tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Again, they're going side by side with a simultaneous countdown. They will get some data on what the cars are going to run in today's weather conditions and today's track conditions. And they will be put on a ladder. Next time you see them come to the starting line, it's going to be in eliminations mode as they are going 5 rounds in eliminations. 454 for Verkler at 151 miles an hour. Steve Plum down that right side with a red light start. Doesn't really matter on a time trial, except they're qualifying off a reaction time. Plum in the Camaro, 597, 111.48 miles an hour. The S10 truck, the Dime, on the tower side of the racetrack, lines up with the old school Mopar. See a lot of cars just about like that running that incredible Victory Performance Nostalgia Superstock Series. Stormin' Norman Wheats out of Clinton, Iowa. Got the Mopar set to go down the Berkey's lane. And Hannah Entz from Kiwani. Wheels up, both sides. Track prep, as always, on point at Cordova Dragway. The racers always talk about it. This track will take just about everything you can throw at it, and they love coming here. 593 for Wheats. Storm and Norman, 114 miles an hour. Hannah Ince, 617, 110.8 miles an hour.
Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, this is your call for your timed run. We need you to 8 and 9, please.
Next to the starting line, Trooper Dan Lussart with the dragster set to go down that left side, tower side lane, the Freedom lane, and Bobby Ince, the senior, down the Berkey side, 498 and 494 your elapsed times, 138 miles an hour for Trooper Dan, and Bobby Senior goes 494 at 141.4 miles an hour. 2 wheels on one side, 4 wheels on the other, and we continue with our qualification run for our quick 32 box shootout here on Friday afternoon at your favorite place to hang out, Cordova Dragway, as the Summer Nationals are in session. Staging lane starting to fill up with some more amazingly cool race cars, and you're going to get a chance to see them going hot and heavy down the racetrack all through the rest of the evening as we make our way with qualification runs and some eliminations in our box and no box. All right, Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, we are looking for you in staging lanes 8 and 9. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters lanes 8 and 9, please, for your timed run. 467, 148.3 miles an hour for Kella Dale Jones out of Milan, Illinois. Joe Clem had trouble with the bike and backs it up. So we'll go with the General Motors alphabet soup here. The F body on the tower side, the G body on the spectator side. Siobhan Warner, Clinton, Iowa. 3rd generation of the Chevrolet Camaro, very popular race car and always a looker since the day it was born. On the tower side of the racetrack, you got the Olds Cutlass 442 set to go down the Berkey's side of the racetrack. And just in case somebody was to ride up on their registered American quarter horse and ask you, I'm an Oldsmobile fan. Down that right side, 673 to a 678 on the left side. In the Camaro, 99.89 miles an hour in the 442. And the Camaro just a little over 100 miles an hour at 100.6 miles an hour. Rocky Mountain Super Shifters lanes 8 and 9, please. I'm sorry. Oh, that's a different group there. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. Go ahead and bring them to staging lane 8, staging lane 9. Friday afternoon, we've got a little junior dragster action coming your way with the single cylinder set. Bringing their cars from the ready stripe to the water. Time trials and qualification on a Friday afternoon. And, of course, we hope you've got your 2-day pass already, as it's going to be phenomenal racing today and tomorrow, as we're going to fill up your cup of fun at the drag strip. Cordova Dragway, the place where you always want to come to have a good time. And we've got plenty of that on tap for you this weekend. With the Summer Nationals brought to you by Darren Foster and our good friends at Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Taylor Crownhart from Sterling, Illinois. The boss's daughter, as they say. James Foll takes that spectator side of the racetrack as we're going junior dragsters. Top bulbs lit. The CompuLink Christmas tree counts them down in half-a-second intervals, and they are off. Down the racetrack to a 780 goes Taylor Crownheart at 82.4 miles an hour. James Fold with a 793, 79.96 miles an hour. Down the Berkey's lane.
Qualifying ladders, they will be posted on our Facebook page and at the base of the tower. So if you're in our 32-car shootout, whether it be box, no box, or the juniors, the qualifying ladder will be posted at the base of the tower, as well as posted on our Facebook page if you want to get online.
Cameron Verkler from the Racing Family Verkler of Donahue, Iowa, down that left side in the Freedom Lane to an 805 at 79.6 miles an hour. Leighton Cryer down that Berkey's lane. The Crazy Joe's Wraps Blue Collar Rods and Rides machine goes 12-13 at 50.89 miles an hour. Carly Cuccia brings the dragster up on the tower side in the Freedom Lane. Lines up with Kylie Eads. The Racing Family Heritage runs deep amongst our junior dragster competitors for more than one of these drivers that you'll see going down the racetrack. We are in a time trial run here for our junior dragster competitors. Happy to have them as part of the Summer Nationals. Of course, drag racing family friendly, and one of those places you could bring your grandma, you could bring your grandchild. It's all good here, and your friends ought to be here. Be sure and let them know that when that 5 o'clock whistle blows, if they're still on the clock, it is time to come to Cordova Dragway. Kylie 794, 79.98 miles an hour. Carly Cuccia 856, 73.9 miles an hour down the tower side. Beautiful race cars, sharp kids, great families coming out to do the junior drag racing thing at Cordova Dragway. Doesn't get a lot better than that. Kaylee Dieters from Moline is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack, and Aubrey Mayfield going to be on the spectator side as our next set of junior dragsters make their way to the starting line. Kaylee goes 778, 82.3 miles an hour. That's quick and fast for a single-cylinder car. And they're picking them up and laying them down quick on the tower side. Aubrey Mayfield, 943, 63.6 miles an hour in that Mayfield Tool Sales Dragster. Don't forget, race fans, your friends ought to be here. Your family ought to be here. Everybody that you know, love, and care about that loves to have a good time on Father's Day weekend. That's what we're here for. Be sure and let them know that we got room. You can look around. You can see we got lots of room out here. Jill Foal and Ryerland Snodgrass on the way down the racetrack. It's going to be Foal on the left side going 81.13 miles an hour across the finish line in 7.79 seconds. Ryerland down that right side lane, 72 miles an hour terminal velocity in the lapse time of 8.92 seconds. Keep on bringing the junior dragsters. We got Ozark Mountain Super Shifters in the staging lanes, ready to make their first time to run. Kai Cryer brings the dragster up on the tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane, and it's going to be Casey Eller from San Jose, Illinois, ready to go down that Berkey's Farm Store lane. .807, 81 miles an hour to 12:56, 49.39 for Kai. Fires lit on our next pair. Frankie McGlenn from Long Grove, Iowa. Tower Side, Freedom Motorsports Lane, and Madison McGlenn, Eldridge, Iowa. Lines up in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Madison thanking Mom and Dad and Connor Construction. And race fans, we have got Funny Car Alley filled up with funny cars and more. The wow factor is extremely high as you take a stroll down the pits and see just who came to Cordova. 798 left side, 799 right side. Closely matched, but you check out the incrementals, and there's all kinds of difference in the tune-up on those. But two different ways of getting down the racetrack in 8 seconds or less. Madison, 80.6 miles an hour. Frankie with a big top end of 82.6 miles an hour. Race fans, you want to make sure you beat the crowds, beat the rush, and get your official Father's Day weekend Summer Nationals event shirt. They're up here close to the tower at the Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer. Go by, see Mel and the gang, and get yourself one of those official event shirts. You want to make sure you're sporting some of that apparel as you head back to work and wherever you may be going next week. I guess it's a little too late for school, but hopefully you're not in summer school. Sydney Johnson, 816. Chloe McGlenn, 803. 80.5 miles an hour for Chloe, and Sydney and 78.6 miles an hour. All types of cool apparel available at the Car Chicks trailer. They are just off the vendor midway. Go by and see them. And racers, you want to make good and certain that you go by and see Mart Lively and the team from Carter Maxwell. They are set up at the end of the vendor midway. That big 18-wheeler says Goodyear and Mickey Thompson. And that's where you go to get all your questions answered about how could I improve the performance of my race car, make it more consistent with the best rubber in the business. Goodyear and Sticky Mickey's. On the racetrack, Alexa down the right side to a 770, 83.59 miles an hour. And PJ McGlenn, 911, 70.95 miles an hour. All kinds of cool people to meet as you go down the vendor midway and see Twisted Shifters, 360 Steel, Car Chicks, and Mart Lively and the team at Carter Maxwell. And we're just getting started as we've got all kinds of great folks that are showing up at the Summer Nationals because it's simply the thing to do. And you're going to get a chance to see these amazing funny cars, these Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, the bracket teams, and junior dragsters just like you're seeing right now. As we've got the next pair on the way down Route 660, 821, 78 miles an hour, Tower Side, and 1144, 54.4 miles an hour down that spectator side. Junior dragsters. Kiddos can start in a junior dragster at 5 years old in a learning process. They can begin to compete at the ripe old age of 6. You'll find a lot of racing families that have their kiddos racing the junior dragsters while they race the big cars, and they spend a lot of time together doing things that they like, maybe even love, sharing time with each other on weekends and actually during the week working on the race cars. So phenomenal for the family. Next pair coming to the starting line, Maisland McGlynn is going to take that right side of the racetrack. Andels Reckow down that right side. And if I messed up the name, you feel free to come up and correct me. But 892 at 71 miles an hour. Maisland goes 1233, 51.62 miles an hour. Now, one of the things that you might notice is that some of these cars are 7 seconds, 8 seconds, 9 seconds. Those drivers are generally 10 years old or older. But when you see these 11-second and 12-second runs, you know that the future of drag racing is in good hands. That's some of your 6, 7, 8, and 9-year-old racers as they are getting the track time, the seat time.
Just want to point out here, you folks out there, as you watch these juniors go down the racetrack, take a look at the speeds they're running to the 8th mile. This is a little, about 7-foot long wheelbase that they're running, 6 or 7 foot long wheelbase. And these kids are out here running 80 mile an hour to the 8th mile with these little race cars. Now, one thing I like to tell all the audience from time to time is these juniors that are dialed at 750, 790, 780 will outrun just about every street car parked in the parking lot right now, unless, of course, you got a Hellcat Challenger or something out there. These things are fast, and they're being piloted by 10, 12, 13-year-olds. They can go all the way up to 18 years old before they finally age out of the class. So what you're looking at is some really fast drag racing, considering how old the pilots of these race cars are.
That's right, and they have a single-cylinder engine behind the driver. Back in the day when it started back in 1992, the spec engine was a Briggs & Stratton 5-horsepower lawnmower engine. As you can take a look at the cars as they stage up and get ready to go down the racetrack, it is advanced quite a bit from the 5-horse Briggs & Stratton, as these are billet aluminum full race, a lot of them. Now, you can still race the 5-horse Briggs & Stratton, and with the bracket program, you can still compete. That's what your budget allows, but that is not all that is allowed. 801 for Gavin Adams from Prophetstown down the Freedom Motorsports side of the racetrack, and Jeg Wheats, 9 flat, 70.5 miles an hour on the Berkey's Farm Store side of the racetrack. Ruby Clark down that tower side lane. Stopping the clocks with an 8:05 at 79.43 miles an hour. Laney Thomas goes down the Berkey side of the racetrack, 8:27, 77.3 plus miles per hour. As the junior dragsters continue, one pair through the traps, another pair in the water box. As they bring them up to the starting line, we're ready to watch Elijah Warner and Marley Clark as they bring their dragsters up for a time run. Drivers getting staged and ready to go in the junior dragster if the driver would like to deep stage, and sometimes that is the preferred approach, particularly for some cars that are in the 11 seconds plus range. But that is allowed in junior dragster bracket racing. Marley Clark goes 12-12 at 52 miles an hour down that Berkey's side of the racetrack, and Elijah Warner 14.79, 43.6 miles an hour through the 8th.
Out next, we're going to have our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. You do not want to leave the stands if you like gear jamming, wheel hanging, good time. These are the guys for you. They all run at least a 4-speed manual transmission. I understand most of them actually are running a 5-speed these days, and they all approach it different ways. Some of them got an old school Lenco, and there are other varieties. Sometimes they have other types of shifters and trannies in them, but they are mostly all 5 speeds nowadays. But the rules state that they have to at least be a 4-speed manual transmission. First pair into the water. Just about all these cars hang the hoops, as like we like to say it, right off the line. And they are here for a show. This is their one and only timed run. They're qualifying on this. But they put on a great show, and we're happy to have the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters with us today. We got cars backed up all the way into the lane, so we got quite a few of them. What a show we are expecting from these 4-speed maniacs. It looks like the little Chevy 2 had an issue right on the burnout. Boy, that is a shame. There's nothing worse than breaking your race car right on the burnout. And this is Steve Clayball out of Marion, Iowa, and his wheel stand and Camaro. Third generation car going out there to 8th mile. Runs 5:37 with a 5 at 131 mile an hour. Our next pair. Haven't seen this Mustang before with the Ozarks. He must be new with them. Rodney Christian over here in the Mopar. I've seen him with him before. It has been a couple years since Rodney's run with him, I believe. But he's back with him this year with that old school Mopar. And boy, what a lot of hood scoop those old school Mopars had. Covers the entire hood for the most part, but they did the job. He's getting plenty of air in that motor. And they both launch and go. .598 with an 8 on Freedom Motorsports lane. 640 with a 7 for the Mustang. About, I was going to say 69 over the bright purple machine over there in that Berkey side, yeah. Justin Clark in the 4. That's belled up, looked like a Thunderbolt. It isn't one, but it looks like one. And I was calling this a Fairlane earlier. I don't think it is. It might be a Comet. I'm not sure. Going to have to check it out. He's out of Columbus Junction, Iowa. Justin's been running with a 4-speed group here for several years now. So has Jim. So these two have been side by side many times in the past as they go through their one and only qualifying run we have for them here today at Cordova. Wheels high in the air for the flying Ford, and down the racetrack he goes. 5:57 with a 3 for Justin, 5:69 with a 4 for Jim Harden. 120 mile an hour each to the 8th mile for our 4-speed class. One of my favorite cars in this class over here in the Tower Lane right now. Pierce Brimmer in that beautiful Chevelle, that copper-colored machine. Running against the Deuce, the red Chevy 2, a Chad Davison out of St. Charles, Iowa. Pierce sponsored by Wolf Detailing out of Toulon, Illinois. I'm kind of partial to this copper paint scheme on a lot of race cars, and I used to actually own a street car with this particular color too, so Pierce has got my number. Side by side they go, and Pierce is going to run it out the back door to a 627 with a 1, and Chad at 563 with a 9. 122 mile an hour. Nice little lap by the Deuce. Chevy Malibu is Jamie Kelly over there. These Malibus are popular race cars when they, about 20 or so years, 15, 20 years after they debuted, the mid-'80s. They just made great platforms. They got that boxy look about them, nice and streamlined. The front ends are narrow enough where they didn't push a lot of air. And the great things that were nice was they had a lot of room under the hood to up the performance. Wheels in the air for both these racers, and down the track they go. The Deuce with a 645, and that Malibu is 635 with a 7. This Drum High Performance Camaro over here in the Tower Lane. I want everybody to take a look at this car closely. This is a legacy car here at Cordova, Illinois. This car has been running down this racetrack for in the neighborhood of 40 years, I would bet, probably more. There are plenty of black and white photos out there, newspaper shots of the Strum High Performance orange crate car going down the racetrack. Nowadays, campaigned usually by Ricky Jones, or against Luke Leander and his first generation flat black machine. First year for the Chevelle over there in that Berkey's Lane. 1964, I believe. Eric Leander out of Cambridge, Illinois, and Jeremiah Stanton, the pony man, with his pony. Little Mustang out of Henderson, Colorado.
.608, 115 miles an hour in the Mustang, a 672, a 101.2 for Eric Leander in the Chevelle. And our next pair of Ozark Mountain Super Shifters coming to the starting line, ready to bang some gears and rock your world on a Friday afternoon. Dirk Zimmerman from Morton, Illinois. He's got the 55 Chevy. Styling by Harley Earl. He's on the tower side. Gary Clavon from Port Byron, Illinois, another Chevrolet G-Body down that right side of the racetrack. 105.7 miles an hour in 6.46 seconds goes Dirk Zimmerman, and Gary Clavon 671, 101.5 miles an hour in the Chevelle.
This first generation Camaro we got in a tower lane now is just a beauty. Beautiful navy blue paint on this thing. I've always loved this car. It's an SS 69, just a beauty all the way around. And it belongs and is piloted by Mr. Dave Stewart, running against that S-Dime pickup truck, the Never Enough truck, over in the Berkey's Lane. All 32 car shootouts are now posted. Ladders for all 32 car shootouts are now posted. Stewart with the wheels up, a nice 077 light, and he'll take it out the back end to a 554 then 8 at 124 mile an hour. So a nice little lap by the first generation Camaro. And speaking of Camaros, another one coming up here in that Berkey's Lane. This is more in the neighborhood of the second generation. So you can see how these cars change from second to third generation right here on the line. Because Mike Rogers is piloting a third generation machine. So Camaro on Camaro action right now here at Cordova Dragway. Rogers out of Coal Valley, Illinois. In the red machine, Rogers in the orange as they get ready to launch for their timed run. Wheels up by both these cars. Look like the red Camaro made a little move to the wall as he got on it. The first 60 feet, he steered it back into the groove really nicely. And those kind of things happen, and you don't even notice it sometimes in the stands. We got a little bit better view sometimes than you do in the tower, as these people that pilot these race cars are some talented individuals. They make corrections like that, and the crowd never even knows they have done it. Billy Leaf over here in the red Deuce. Billy used to run this group, and he has ceded control to another gentleman who runs the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters now, Scott Linder, in the Camaro. No, it's not a Camaro. Dodge Avenger or something?
It is a Monte Carlo.
It's a Monte Carlo? Boy, nice lap by Linder in the Monte Carlo. 4:24 with a 2 at 167 mile an hour. Wow. That is the fastest lap we have had yet in our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters program, as Linder puts it down for the rest of the class to see and try and compare themselves against. Good luck with that. No box, round 1 back to the lane. No box, round 1 back to the lane, 6 and 7. Ralph Connor in the Firebird. He runs this car here at Cordova in our bracket program from time to time. He also runs with the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. So he gets some laps on that Pontiac as the summer goes on. And we've seen this 67 Chevelle here before. This is Ron Niles, the all-black machine out of Bellevue, Nebraska. Thanks for coming to the race here today. All the way from Nebraska, quite a drive. Up with the wheels, and they go down to the 8th mile. They chase. 540 with a 1 for Connor at 131 mile an hour. Steve Clayboy in the second effort, Chevy 2. And this looks like a very early deuce. I'm going to say 65 or something in that neighborhood by the shape of the front end. On a single pass. And as he's going down the track by himself, you can clearly hear him shift that car 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. Sometimes getting into 5th gear before they even get to that 8th mile, but if they don't get it in 5th by the 8th, they'll get it in 5th shortly thereafter. And I think we have one more contestant in our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters program. Beautiful looking Road Runner, got Hemi on the side. Don't have a name on it just yet. Not a lot of markings on that thing to identify it, but that is a good looking race car. Whoa, he blows the tires off and right on the line. So he's going to have to go back and reset that car up so that she grips a little better, because it is not the track. We got one of the best racing surfaces in the Midwest here at Cordova Dragway. We are proud of it, and the racers do brag about it. No box to the lanes, no box to the lanes for round 1 action. No box, 32 car shootout to the lanes for round 1 action. We'll take you. I want to remind everybody, concessions is currently open here at Cordova. It's about 4:25 on the clock, the way I'm reading it. Full complement of concession type hamburgers, hot dogs, nachos, fries, walking tacos, chicken strips, even more down at the Cordova concession stand. So go and see the ladies down there. If you need a little bit of dinner, good time to go do it before the funny cars come out here and light up this night. So go see the ladies in concessions if you need something to chow on or something to drink. Pepsi products available down there, as well as energy drinks, water, whatever you need, they got it as far as drink or eat at our concession stand here at Cordova, Illinois. The Cordova Clothing Company also currently open. right next to the concession stand. They have a full variety of t-shirts, hoodies, hats, and all kinds of racing trinkets available down there. If you need something that has a race car on it, says Cordova Dragway on it, the Cordova Clothing Company is the place to go.
Spectator side, we didn't forget about you either, as we have got plenty of good things to eat over there. As we've got the jumbo corn dog stand with that ice cold lemonade to absolutely make your Friday afternoon something spectacular. We've got the barbecue. I think that's barbecue down there. Maybe they'll let us know. Is that right? Okay. Excellent right there between the grandstands. If you're looking some of those, that lip-smacking barbecue, just about as hard to beat as anything you've ever found. So dinner and a show. We got dinner for you all over the place, and we would love to have you enjoy something wonderful to eat. Be sure you stay hydrated with the sports drinks and the H2O to go with whatever else you got. But we want you to stay hydrated and well-fed so you enjoy all the action that's coming your way, as we've got all of it for you here at Cordova Dragway at the Summer Nationals. 4th annual Funny Car Chaos visit to Cordova Dragway. And this is race number 59 in the history of Funny Car Chaos. 4th time here. Hey, if you are in your automobile and you need to tune in to the radio station, we are broadcasting from high atop the Tower of Power at WCDP, FM 88.9 on the dial. Tune your FM radio in, and we'll be happy to keep you posted with all the news. If it's coming over the PA, it's coming over your FM radio. Once again, that's 88.9 WCDP, FM Cordova.
Everybody in our 32-car shootout, you have been on a qualifying ladder. You are on a ladder. So actually box and our juniors, you have qualified. You are on a ladder. So when you come up to the lanes, Dan Cronhart is at the edge of the back of the lanes right there. He will line you up against who you are running, as we have laddered everybody in our 32-car shootout. So if you're in our box class, you're in our junior class, you will be lined up as you come into the lanes against who you are racing. Well, we're lining cars up for first round action in our no box 32 car shootout. We'd like to thank our main sponsor here today for Summer Nationals featuring Funny Car Chaos, and that's Mr. Darren Foster, Twisted Shifters, and 360 Steel. They sponsored our event for several years now. We truly do appreciate it. As Darren Foster has his business out of Fulton, Illinois, selling gear shift knobs, metal signs, just about anything you can make out of metal, out of steel, Darren can make for you as far as a decoration for your shop, for your house, for your race shop. Some cool stuff that he can make for your race shop, the decor that you need in your race shop to look cool in front of your family and friends. Go see Darren Foster, 360 Steel, Twisted Shifters, and he can line you up with just about anything. Steel signs, shifter knobs, you name it. Darren's got it. And we thank him for sponsoring our Summer Nationals event featuring Funny Car Chaos. If you're in our box 32 car shootout program, you should know your pairings are posted online. Facebook page, on Cordova Dragway's Facebook page. So if you want to look online, Cordova Dragway's Facebook page, your pairings are posted. Also for our juniors, if you are in our 32 car shootout, they are also posted online. So not only are they hung at the tower here, they are posted online, so you can see who you run online if you want to get on and see who you're matched up against. It will not be long before we will be calling our box competitors to the line, but not yet. So we're lining up no box. We're about to come out and go racing in first round action at the Summer Nationals here at Cordova Dragway. All right, first round action coming at you in our no box class is a 32 car shootout. There are no buybacks, there are no second chances. If you get beat, you're done for the day. So both of these guys lining up on the line desperately want that win light to come up in their lane. That is Nate Schrader, the B wrench and S dime over there in that Berkey's lane. He is a hitter here at Cordova Dragway, a class champion and a track champion in 2024. So Cole Robinson in the Malibu has got his work cut out for him over here in this tower side.
What did you say? Sorry. You guys let me know when you're ready for box and I'll call them. I'm coming to talk about that.
Unfortunately, Cole lights up the old red eye, and Nader Schrader is going to go on to second round action. He runs it out the back door to a 583, 584 with a 3 on his 588 dial. Doesn't matter that he broke out. That race was decided right on the starting line. Over in the Berkey's Lane again. That is Double O Doug Lancaster, the Flying Farmer out of Morrison, Illinois. This is a Pontiac J2000 in the Tower Lane. This is something you don't see at the racetrack very much. Piloted by Mr. Josh Fierce. 003 light for Lancaster. He lives up to his name, and he gets the win. 598 with a 7 on his 91 dial. That's a sweet little run for Dougie. He's going to like that time slit a lot. Scotty Wheats in his classic Mopar over there in that spectator's side. That car has been a race car its entire life. As you can see, it's a mid-60s Mopar, and it has always been a race car, and it's always been on racetracks. Scotty told me I don't think it's ever even touched the road. Running against his Greggy Wheats over here in his newer Challenger. Scotty Wheats with the win, 648 on his 648 dial, dead on his ET with an 071 light, so nice little lap for Scott Wheats. Troy Bogner in this bright green Camaro in this Tower side. Troy has done some winning in this car across the Midwest. Just got done up in Byron a few weeks ago, I believe it was earlier this year, won a $20,000 check with this same race car in Byron, Illinois. So he's had a good year so far, and we're just in June for crying out loud. Gavin Adams in the Camaro. Red light start for Bogner, and he is done for the day as Evans will get that win. And that is not like Troy. Usually he is money on the tree, but he jumped it just a little bit today. 007 red, that's 7/1000ths of a second red, folks. And about the only thing you can do in 7/1000ths of a second, I believe, is lose or win a drag race. I think it's Tyler Barsma in the Oldsmobile. Not owned by him, owned by his sister Caitlin, but he's making laps in it nonetheless. Zach Lewis in a bright yellow 68 Camaro. I always joke you can see this car coming from at least a mile away. But Zach has had good luck in his Camaro so far this year, good racer. And Tyler, a graduate of our junior drag racing program, actually still competes in it, but in the four-wheel big car today. 038 light for Zach, 56 for Ty, and he might be in trouble. Breakout run for Zach Lewis. Tyler Barsma with the win, 696 with a 3 on his 692 dial. I remind our box competitors and our junior competitors, your pairings are available online if you want to get on the Cordova Drag Racing page, or the Facebook Cordova page, I should say. The Facebook Cordova page, your pairings are available online if you want to look that way. Otherwise, they are posted up here at the tower also. Just a beautiful day here for racing here at Cordova, Illinois. My goodness, high 70s. The humidity is not too bad. The sun is shining. This is a great race day here at Cordova, and we are going to enjoy every minute of it. As nowadays the sun's staying out till about 8:30 at night, but that will not preclude us from seeing funny cars after dark, as our second funny car qualifying run should happen after 8:30, so we'll see the funny cars after dark under the lights here at Cordova Dragway before we're finished out with tonight's program. Couple cars built by the same man, Dan Beal. I'm not sure which one he's piloting. Usually the Beals play race car roulette with me as they run 3 different cars out here usually, and I got to guess who's piloting what. Drew Beal is in the red Pontiac, I believe, in the Tower Lane. I think his dad, Dan, is in the Camaro. I've got after them more than once after the race is over. They laugh and think it's funny. I got to guess who's running which car from week to week. And wheels up for the Pontiac and a better light for Drew. So I think Danny's in trouble. Drew Beal gets the win and goes 698 with a 2 on his 675 dial, which tells me he got off the gas at the stripe because he had his dad covered by about 3/100ths of a second right on the hit. Ryan Robinson in the red Monte Carlo against Denny Rankin in his NHRA edition Pontiac Trans Am. Box round one to the lanes. Box round one to the lanes. Come up in your pairs, or we will pair you out at the back of the lanes if we have to. Box round one to the lanes, please. Danny Rankin with a win there, 904 with a 2 on his 902. Rankin deadly in that Firebird, a car that he drives to this track, parks it in a spot out there in the pits, races all day long, gets in it, and drives it home. I followed him here to the track many times. And that's the way, talk about drag and drive. Danny's been doing this before it was popular. That's Dale Jones of the Classic Mopar over here in the Tower Lane, the Freedom Motorsports side. Jones Racing. Tyler Brooks out of Prophetstown in his Monte Carlo, the car he calls the Tangerine Dream. These two matched up before here at Cordova. They know each other. We should have a heck of a race here on tap for today. Jones in at 652 and Brooks dial 686. We need our box cars. Our box first round action to the lanes. Box first round action to the lanes, please. Almost identical green light starts by both these competitors. Win's going to go to Tyler Brooks in the Chevrolet, 688 with a 1 on his 86. Margin of victory, 0.03 of a second. Scotty Ziegenhorn in the Corvette. I have got to talk to Scotty here out in the staging lanes at some point. He is a Ford man through and through, and he comes out this year campaigning a Chevrolet Corvette. I am completely confused at what's going on in the Ziegenhorn camp these days. Mike Clark in the Monte Carlo.
He's got a 351W under the hood. He's got a 351W under the hood.
Win goes to Scotty Ziegenhorn, and we're going to see that gunmetal gray Corvette again. 567 with a 5 on his 67 dial. Maybe that's why he's running the car. Man, that's right on the numbers. Little 031 package for Ziegenhorn, and he advances on to second round action. A couple of new breed cars coming up here right now, right? There's a Mustang over here in the Tower Lane and a Camaro over in the spectator side. Siobhan Warner. That can't be Siobhan. Siobhan pilots a different kind of Camaro than that, but that's whose name's coming up. Michael Wiedemeyer in the Mustang. I've seen Wiedemeyer run this car before. Pretty good in this newer version of the Ford Mustang. Red light start for the Camaro. Wiedemeyer is going to come back around for next round action in the Ford. In the multicolored Mopar running against the Pontiac Firebird with the Trans Am sticker on the hood, Larry Wigman. Red light start for the Smoky in the Bandit car, and he is done for the day. And we're going to see Bradley Wheats come back up with that beautiful Mopar in second round action. Sweeping a little rock off the track as we speak. Safety is our number one concern here at Cordova Dragway, and we want to make sure our racers hook and go and have no issues. So we're taking just a second here to make sure everything is fair and square on the racetrack between these two lanes. Love this Oldsmobile coming up here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Not sure if it's a real Cutlass or a real 442 car, I should say. I know it's a Cutlass. But he has been here before with this car. It is a beauty. It's piloted by Chris Thomas out of Andalusia, Illinois. And speaking of Olds Cutlasses, look what's over in the Berkey's lane. That's Casey Walker in his bright orange machine. You can see how these cars change in about 10 years' time. Actually, more like about 6 years' time. So a couple Cutlasses side by side. The win goes to the orange one. 643 with a 7 on his 43 dial. Nice old 48 light. And Casey goes on to second round. Up here trying to figure out what John Rittenmeister is piloting over here in the Tower Lane.
Says 03 Cavalier.
2003 Cavalier. We got it. But we know that's a Nova that Jesse Rittenauer is opposing him with in that Berkey's lane. Pretty similar green light starts by both these competitors. We got a race. The win goes to the Nova. Jesse Rittenauer, 7-11 with a 1 on his 703 dial. And he takes out the Cavalier. Yes, 10, Brian Robinson. He's a weekly warrior here in the bracket wars here at Cordova Dragway. He likes this Tower Lane. Don't often see him come up in that spectator side. If he can get in the Tower side, he's going to take it with that Chevrolet. Tim Wilbaum out of Rockford, Illinois, in the Mustang. They're both bumping into pre-stage. Wilbaum lights both of them up almost simultaneously. He's ready to go. But Robinson burns him on the tree. Got a 10th in his back pocket as he heads down the racetrack, and he will get the win. 696 with a 6 on his 81 dial. Classic Chevrolet on Plymouth matchup coming at you, folks. That's a Cuda. A Barracuda, Plymouth Barracuda over there in that Berkey's lane. For the first 3 years, I believe, these cars manufactured, they were known as Barracudas. And then all of a sudden, Plymouth noticed everybody was just calling them Cudas, and they shortened it to Cuda. But this is still back in the Barracuda years, and this one is piloted by Scotty Robinson out of Manchester. Brandon Carlson in the Camaro. Breakout run for Robinson in the Mopar. The win goes to the Camaro 575 with a 1 on his 72. Bobby Inch Jr. is Nova. I believe this is his 5th year running this car, 4th or 5th year, and he's had great success with it. Off to a little bit of a slow start by his standards this season, as Bobby is a long-time racer here at the racetrack, a graduate of our junior program, Cordova junior program. Joe Clemmy on the two-wheeler. Red light start for Ince Jr., not like him at all. He's usually money on the tree, and Clemmy is going to come back around second round in our class. Box first round. Come by the back of the lanes. We will get you paired up, and we'll get you into 8 and 9 and get you down the racetrack. Box first round action.
Father's Day weekend kicking off here at Cordova Dragway. Absolutely the place to be for you and your dad and your granddad, or just anybody that you like as far as that goes. This is absolutely the most fun you can have in the Midwest doing anything at all. Cordova Dragway is where you and your family, your friends ought to be here. Be sure and let them know that we are racing, and it's going to be nonstop until we finish tonight, and then we're going to start tomorrow morning and get back to it. We'll kick off with the chapel service at 9 o'clock in the morning at the pavilion on the pit side of the racetrack, and you are invited, and yes, I do mean you are invited. And, of course, we'll be racing all day long with all the sportsman category cars that you see here, with our Junior Dragster Shootout, our box and our no box, our Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, the Chicago Wise Guys, the Victory Performance Nostalgia Super Stockers are in the house. And, of course, there's bucket loads of funny cars out there, and that's one of the main reasons you want to be here and get your dad and your granddad, your friends and your family out for a spectacular weekend at Cordova Dragway, the place to be for Father's Day weekend, the Summer Nationals, and the 4th time that Funny Car Chaos has been to this beautiful stretch of real estate in the Quad Cities area. Hey, we are broadcasting from the Tower of Power at WCDP FM 88.9 on your FM dial. If you want to tune that into your motorhome or to your automobile, you never know, you might want to be going out there for picking up something and sit in the car for a little bit. If you want to do that, you can hear the public address not only over the speakers, but over 88.9 FM. And speaking of the radio, we got Slick Willie Radio set up with Taz and the gang. And they are set up on the vendor midway down there, making sure everything is all kosher and good to go. Go by and see Taz and reminisce about the days of old at Cordova. He'll probably still call it Cordova Dragway Park, but that's cool. It was that for a long time, but the Crown Hearts have got this place looking spiffy for Father's Day weekend, and the racetrack is obviously turning out great performances as you're seeing them go quick and fast down the track at Cordova Dragway, and lots of cars going to get quick, fast, and crazy. Don't forget the Jets coming up over the weekend as well. Hey, we've got the official event shirts that are close to the tower here. You'll see the banners that say Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos. Mel and his crew will be happy to fix you up with every size from extra small to 5X with those official event shirts from the Summer Nationals. So go by and see them. Let them fix you up with something stylish that you'll be proud to wear. Whatever you're doing the rest of the weekend and next week and all the rest of the year, you'll be sporting that Summer Nationals apparel from Mel Roth and the team at the Funny Car Chaos merchandise trailer. Go by and let them fix you up. And make sure you spend a little time on Funny Car Alley. There's all kinds of free stuff that these crews like to bring. They've got those full-color prints like is done by Earth Shaking Entertainment and Jaga and the crew out of North Carolina. They have definitely got the racers outfitted with the hero cards. You want to make sure you add those to your collection for your fan cave as a memento of the Father's Day weekend experience at Cordova Dragway. So go by, take your pictures, get some video going, meet the folks at the Nitro Club as they are pitted down there with the Twisted Sister. Check everybody out. Check all these amazing funny cars. And these hot rods are going to wow you coming up with 2 qualification runs tonight. They are at 6:30 and 8:30. The funny cars will go down the track. Opening ceremony is going to kick off right about 6 o'clock. And we have got an incredible lineup of pro cars and show cars that are going to be taking place and rocking your world on a Friday night. So let your friends know that we are getting it done at Cordova Dragway as we have brought cars and stars from all across the United States to bring you an incredible show. We want to make sure that you're well fed and hydrated. So whether you're looking for the jumbo corn dogs, the barbecue on the spectator side of the racetrack, we've got the full line concessions on the pit side of the racetrack. And of course, we have got folks that are set up over here to let you know what they've got. Great folks like Jeanette Desjardins from Car Chicks, right behind the Cordova Clothing Company building. Go by and see Jeanette. She'll be holding court there throughout the weekend. And not only check out the merchandise, but find out the mission of Car Chicks, as they have been very active in promoting the opportunities available in the world of motorsports for the ladies. And you won't have to hang around here very long to see that there's a lot of ladies and young ladies that are racing and really have grabbed onto the sport and are taking it for the ride of their lives. So plenty to see, plenty to do. Bring your friends out here, and I hope you're already planning to be here, because tomorrow is going to be one of those epic weekends that you'll be talking about literally until you receive your call, because it's going to be that much fun. Funny Car Chaos, it's all about having fun. That is rule number 1. And we want to make sure that you are having a good time, and we've put a lot of great stuff together so that you will just have that experience with people that you know, love, and care about. So invite them to join you.
The lanes 4 and 5, juniors lanes 4 and 5, please come up in your matchups if you know who it is. If you don't, we will help you out with it at the rear of the lanes. 4 and 5 juniors, first round action.
We have got our quick 32 shootout for our box competitors. The electronics cars, they are just operated a little differently than what you've been seeing. You're going to see some more dragsters, and you're going to see the cars going a little quicker on many occasions. Brian Thomas from Milan, Illinois, has got the dragster on the Berkey's side of the racetrack. That's your spectator side. And Brandon Long is on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Now, if you're new to drag racing, this is called bracket racing. You look down at the scoreboard, you see there's numbers on it. You take the big number, subtract the little number, and that tells you how much of a head start the car with the big number is going to get. Both drivers with a green light start, and as they cross the finish line, the win light goes to Brian Thomas. His 546 is 3 over at 124 miles an hour. Brandon Long was 2 over with a 486 on a 484 dial-in at 139 miles an hour. And Thomas gets the win. 006 reaction time didn't hurt his cause any, and he will advance into the next round. 5 rounds of eliminations in these quick 32 matchups. Brandon Long and Brian Thomas just went down the racetrack. As the scoreboard clears, we have our next pair coming to the starting line. It's going to be Rick Verkler with a 455 dialed in on the tower side. So he's going to be the hound. Travis Prochaska is going to be the rabbit going first, dialed at 4.93 seconds. 3800's head start for Travis on the right side. Both drivers with green lights on their side. That means we'll decide it at the finish line, not the starting line. The win lights on the tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Travis got there first, but goes under his performance projection. He runs a 491 against a 493. That's too quick. So the 456 for Rick Verkler gets him across the finish line at 150 miles an hour with a win light. And he'll be coming back in the second round, which you will see later on in the day. So we'll go dragster versus door car. Ryan Plum from Moline has a 572 dialed into the gray dragster in the Freedom Motorsports lane on your tower side. Norm Wheat, Storm and Norman brings the Mopar up to the starting line, dialed at 593. So you do your Cypher and your Gazintas, and you see that there is a 21-100s head start for Storm and Norman. Down the right side of the racetrack, both cars go under the dial end. One that goes under by the least is Norm, 591 on a 593 at 114 miles an hour. Plum goes 569, 3 under on a 72 dial at 114 miles an hour. Norman goes to the next round. Jacob Connor from Davenport has a 622 dialed in to that fourth generation Firebird you see on the spectator side of the racetrack. Justin Reeves from Davenport has got the dragster dialed at 453. So the door car gets the head start. Dragster going to be given chase. First across the finish line that doesn't go under their dial in. Probably gets the win. Both drivers with good reaction times and a double breakout. Both cars going close to the dial, but a little under. 452 for Justin on a 453 dial, breaks out less and gets the win. So the dragster will advance to round number 2 in our quick 32 for the box class. Ken Barsima and Brian Schrader bring their cars to the starting line. It's a double shot of dragster. Schrader takes that right side Berkey's lane. Gets a 1400s head start against the 505 dial in for Ken Barsima. Burnout procedures completed. They have got them in the forward gears, and they're inching up towards those infrareds. Front wheels tickle the infrareds and turn on the lights at the top of the Christmas tree. We are set. Tree counts down. Sends them on their merry way with green lights on both sides. Oh, my goodness. And the wind lights on the tower side, and Brian Schrader is going to be saying, oh, my. A perfect reaction time for Brian Schrader, but breaks out with a 16.5 on a 19 dial. He breaks out more than his opponent. And Ken Barsima will advance to the next round with a 5.039. Dead 9 at 133.7 miles an hour. Breaks out less to get the win. Jake Stansbury from Bettendorf, Iowa. A lot of racers out of Bettendorf and Davenport. Quad Cities racers producing an awful lot of great competitors. 471 and 591 the dial-ins. Jeffrey Wheats from Morrison has got the CUDA dialed at 591. Gets a 1.2 second head start in the Berkey's lane. Green lights a pair. Door car out front. Dragster trying to chase him down. Can he do it? Not today. 592. One over at 112 miles an hour. Starting line advantage for Jake was not quite enough as he goes 3 over the 471 dial-in with a 474 at 140 miles an hour. 9 thousandths of a second at the finish line was the difference. That ain't much, but it's enough to put Jeffrey Wheats into the next round in the quick 32. Sean Dieters from Moline on the tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. The blue-gray dragster with a 481 dial-in is going to be doing the chasing. Ted Cannon, Rochelle, Illinois, going first, dialed at 492 in the black-gray maroon machine on the Berkey's side. 1100's head start for the car on the right. 4 bulbs lit at the top of the Christmas tree. The CompuLeak computer says, okay, here we go. Man, oh man, red light for Ted Cannon by 1,000th of a second. You can't see that. I can't see that. But the computer can see that all day long. Cannon goes a little quick. And Sean with a 001, 1,000th of a second from perfect. Light goes down that left side Freedom Motorsports lane, goes out the back door with a 480, 143.26 miles an hour, and straight into the second round. Mark Clark from Silvis, Illinois. The Tripoli Sales Sears Seating 1969 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 with a 613 dial is on the tower side. And Bobby Ince, the senior from Kewaunee, has got the Chevy Chevelle dialed at 495. 1.18 seconds head start for the 69 Camaro on the tower side. We've got green lights on both sides of the Christmas tree and a wind light in the Berkey's lane. Ince got it done at the starting line and carries that victory into round two. 495, dead on with a 4. 137.13 miles an hour, dead on. That means he ran exactly the number that he put on the scoreboard. One over on the 613 was Mark Clark at 111 miles an hour, but a little late at the starting line gave Ince all the break he needed. Chrissy Dieters and Steve Plum. $1,300's head start for Chrissy on the tower side of the racetrack as we have green lights for both racers. And at the finish line, put a wind light on the tower side for Chrissy, 597, 4 over at 108.8 miles an hour. Plum with an 0-1-2 reaction time had a starting line advantage, but goes 6:05 as the car doesn't run the number, whether by design or otherwise. And Chrissy goes to round number 2. Brady Wolf and Michael Murray, your next pair of racers, as we're going dragster versus dragster, and a 454, the dial for Michael Murray. The black and yellow machine on the Berkey side of the Christmas tree is going to spot Brady Wolf, 0.22 of a second. Brady with the colorful car in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Both drivers with a green light on their side of that CompuLink Christmas tree. A breakout on the tower side puts a wind light on the spectator side. Michael Murray dead on with a 0 at 153 miles an hour. And so Murray gets the ticket to the next round. Brady gets the opportunity to try again tomorrow. PJ Mazuka with a 554 dial in on the tower side, going to be doing the chasing. In that Daytona on the back, Avenger on the front, Mopar. Brian Barton's got the Olds Cutlass set to go down that right side of the racetrack, the Berkey's lane, and Brian's dialed at 599. 4,500's head start. Lights are green on both sides of the Christmas tree. At the stripe, put a wind light on the Berkey's lane. 6:02. That is 3 over at 111.81 miles an hour. Barton with the win. 2 over on the left side, but the starting line advantage. Barton holds 5 at the starting line. Holds 3 at the finish line, almost 4. So Brian Barton with the win light advances to round number 2 in your quick 32. Round number 1. Race fans, as you're making your way down Funny Car Alley and you see that Twisted Sister Mustang, when you stop in there, be sure and wish Jennifer Thomas a happy birthday. Can't think of a better place to be on your birthday than at Cordova Dragway. I'm sure there's some others celebrating their birthdays, and we'll be talking to you just after a little while as we are back to round number 1, box quick 32 shootout. Dale Jones, he's got the blue dragster dialed at 467 in the Berkey's lane. Taking on the Gen 3 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed at 678. Both drivers have got green lights. One's more green than the other, and the win light goes to the one that had the 001 reaction time. Reaction time is a big part of drag racing. Killer Jones goes dead on with a 9, and the Tower side with a dead on with an 8. So that's a 9-pack, we call it, on the Tower side, and that's going to be your winner. And that's going to be Need Mo Data on that side.
Super stocks to the lanes, please. Nostalgia super stocks to the lanes for your timed run. That's 6 and 7 for you. Nostalgia super stocks to the lanes, please, for your timed run. That is 6 and 7 for you. I want to remind everybody, all you racers that are on our 32-car shootout, your next round action, your next round pairings are online. They are under our Facebook page for Cordova Dragway.
Joe Clemmy goes red on the Berkey side of the racetrack. 5 flat with a 0 for Trooper Dan. Puts him into round number 2 in the dragster, 137.51 miles an hour. Next up, going to be the S10 truck against the Olds 442. Hannah Ince as the truck dialed at 617. The Oldsmobile going first, dialed at 675. Man, I'm looking at these reaction times going, these folks are dialed in, and it is early. Double breakout. Win light in the Berkey's lane. 674 breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Had a 001 reaction time. So it's a game of thousandths that we play. Hannah Ince goes 15 with an 8. Breaks out a little more than her opponent. And so the win light's going to be in the Berkey's lane. And they will advance.
Yeah, Nostalgia Super Stocks, lane 6 and 7 will take you right now. Nostalgia Super Stocks, lane 6 and 7 will take you right now for your timed run. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you are on standby for your second timed run. Ozark Mountain Super Shifters, you're on standby for your second time run. And quite honestly, you can start making your way to the lanes if you want, since you are in 8 and 9. Ozarks to 8 and 9. Correct, and Ozark's not going to make a second time run, so we just need Nostalgia Super Stocks to 6 and 7, please. Nostalgia Super Stocks to 6 and 7, please. Action in our junior 32 car shootout. That's Cammy Verkler, Cameron over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Carly Cuccia in the gunmetal gray digger, little junior in that Berkey's lane. Cuccia's dad, Alex, I believe it's her dad anyway, runs in our Midwest, our Chicago Wise Guys Pro Mod class. Comes out here with a beautiful duster, the Devil's Dust. And this is the Devil's Dust daughter, Carly Cuccia. But she turns on the red light, and she's done in our 32-car shootout as Cammy gets the win. 809 on her 805 dial. And I tell you what, if we haven't quite got to the anthem yet, but boy, if you feeling patriotic, look on the starting line right now. We have a lot of red, white, and blue. Both of these cars set up to be patriotic as they can possibly be, and I am loving it. The one over here in the Tower Lane is a longtime racer here at Cordova. That's Camden Holdorf. His dad putting him in the lights. The one over in that spectator lane, a visitor, Aubrey Mayfield, also with the red, white, and blue going on. Aubrey's dad also sporting the red, white, and blue on his Nova. So it's all patriotism all day long here at Cordova. As these two racers line up and get ready to do war, young man over here in the Tower Lane, young lady in that spectator side. Even got red, white, and blue helmets, and you're going to see that as they buzz on by. Aubrey got to pump in, does not get in time. There was a problem there. You only get 7 to 8 seconds. Once your opponent has staged his vehicle, if you are pre-staged, you get around 7 to 8 seconds to completely stage your vehicle. If you don't do it, you get the red light, and that's what happened to Aubrey there, as she wasn't able to bump in time and stage her little race car. Leighton Cryer and the Crazy Joe Raps Digger. The Tower Lane, and that's Kaylee Eads in the iridescent blue machine over in that spectator side.
Go ahead. All the way to the right.
We get after dark sometime when Kaylee is dragging her little digger, and she can turn on her ground effects for us. She has a full ground effects package in that blue dragster over there in that spectator lane.
Lanes 8 and 9.
All right. For us to run at 6:30, we would put first call out at 6. So try to make sure that 8 and 9 are 50.
Red night start for Kylie, and the win is going to go to Leighton Cryer as he runs it out the back end at a 12.16 with an 8 on his 12.12 dial. One of the toughest things to do in drag racing, is this is a handicap head start system, is to watch your opponent go many, many feet down the racetrack, and you cannot launch yet. And that's what happened there to Kaylee. She just couldn't quite hold on to the trigger fault long enough, and she red lights. Marlee Clark and the Marmaid over there in that Berkey's Lane. Her dad putting her in the lights as we speak. Kai Cryer in the Copper Machine, also sponsored by Crazy Joe Raps, in the Tower Line. Marlee in at 12.12 and Kai at 12.53. Both of these competitors run weekly in our novice junior category, so they have went to war before. As Marlee has a fantastic 047 light, and I think she has got Kai covered. Marlee Clark with the win, 12.19 on her 12.12 dial. As Kai broke out trying to make up for what was not her most spectacular reaction time. And she'd be the one to tell you that. Everybody's little nightmare over there in that Berkey's Lane. The digger piloted by Hudson Chase Pichu. I forget, let's see, I get that name right. Chase Pichu over here in the tower side, also with the patriotic theme going. If I didn't say that name right, Chase, you can come up the tower and correct me anytime. We are more than willing to take input here in the tower when it comes to name pronunciation.
Can you have Mr. Lane give us a reminder that these juniors have to stop at the stop sign? They cannot drive on their road in their little car?
Run goes to Chase.
Juniors cannot drive past the stop sign. They have to stop at the driving past the stop sign.
Chloe McGlynn in the Tower Lane running against Madison McGlynn. Couple of cousins running against each other. Maddie in at 798 and Chloe at 802. Maddie with a sweet little 022 light, and I think she's got her cousin trouble, but it's a double breakout win for Madison. 797 with a 9 on her 98 dial.
Spectator, I can't see the dial. The header's very noisy. Thank you.
Casey Yeller over there in the blue machine. Runner out of San Jose, Illinois, sponsored by Hoboken Customs, Wiz Shago Heating and Cooling, Illini Outlaw Diesel, Kirk Farms, Ross Camp Farms, and the Shine Shop. Frankie McGlynn, my little announcer buddy in the pink and black machine. Freedom Motorsports side. I guess you would probably call that short truce, but I'm calling it pink. Frank with an 026 light, sweet little light for Francis, and she gets the win. 801 with a 2 on her 798 dial, and Frankie McGlynn will head on to second round action. One of the hitters we have in our junior class in the Tower Lane, here he is, Tyler Barsama. You just saw him a minute ago piloting his an Oldsmobile, four-wheel big car down the track. He's in his junior now. And he's one of our leaders in points this year. Jamison Clark taking him on. These two run in different classes in our junior program, side by side in this all-run program. Jamo going to get about a 5-second head start in that spectator side. He's dialed 1224. Tyler in at 795. Tyler hammers the tree with a nice little 039 light, which he is known for. He might have JMO in trouble. Double breakout win for Tyler Clark, 791 with a 9 on his 795 as Jamison goes too fast also, 1213 on the 24. Alexa Burlett in her bright purple machine in that Berkey's Lane. I think Alexa is leading the points. If not, she is in second place in our points in our Super Junior class this year at Cordova. She has just been killing it on the tree with her little purple dragster here lately. It's going to be hard to beat. James Full taking her on. Not one to back down, and he's going to take out the lady if he gets a chance. Almost identical green light starts. Somebody popping the throttle, and James Full with the win, 792 on his 90 as Alexa breaks out. She goes 770 with a 2 on her 71, and that is not like Burlett. She has been money here lately with her ET. Just dialed it a little slow, and you could hear somebody popping the throttle. That might have been Alexa, knowing that she was going too fast. Here's the boss's daughter, the diamond in the rough, Taylor Crownhart, with her dad behind her, taking on Jeg Wheats in that spectator side. Jeg Wheats from the famous Wheats family racing lineage out of Morrison, Illinois. Just another in a long line of Wheats racers we've had here at Cordova over the years. Nostalgia Superstocks, you should be in the lanes for your time run. Nostalgia Superstocks, you should be in the lanes for your time run. Good similar green light starts for both these racers, and the win's going to go to Taylor Crownhart, 780 with a 6 on her 779, and the boss's daughter advances on. And speaking of Wheatses, this is Jeg's sister Claire in the Mississippi Thunder Junior Digger in the spectator lane or the Freedom Motorsports side. Ruby Clark taking her on. Ruby the red, white, and black machine in the Berkey's Lane. Both of these juniors dialed fairly similar. Claire in at 796 and Rube in at 800. So not much difference in their launches. 4 thousandths of a second is the difference in their time when they're launched. So it should be almost imperceptible with these cars coming off the line. And side by side, they will go down the racetrack. Claire debuting that new Mississippi Thunder for the first time this year. Almost identical green light starts, a little bit of an advantage for Claire, and she breaks out, unfortunately. Ruby Clark with a win. 800 with an 8 on her 800 dial. Right there on the ET. Probably needs to tighten up the tree a little bit, but I trust that Ruby will do just that. Looks like we're pushing Lainey Thomas back over here in the Tower Lane as she has broken. So we're going to have a competition bye coming at you. No box round 2 to the back of 6 and 7. No box round 2, 6 and 7 for your second round of action. P.J. McGlynn on his solo ride. He's dialed in at 908. Let's just see how close he gets to it. That's the idea. As he's making that solo pass, he's going to try to get as close to that 908 dial as he possibly can. Goes under it, 904 with a 3 at 71 mile an hour. And on to our next pairing here in our junior 32-car shootout. Jill Full over here in the Tower Lane, the Freedom Motorsports side. Jill went to the final round, I believe, last Sunday in our junior program. They couldn't get the race in. Snodgrass in the purple machine. So a couple young ladies going to battle. They both run in our super junior class. You'll notice them rocking them cars as they try to get them staged. They have the clutches set up so tight on these cars that they don't move very well with just right on the staging beam. So they rock them into that staging beam after they get them pre-staged. Just about all the kids will do that. Win is going to go to Jillian, 781 with a 5 on her 80, and Jill is on a roll, to say the least. She did quite well in the Saturday race and the Sunday race last weekend both, and she's going to be one happy girl after she wins this first round in our 32-car shootout. That is Kaylee over here in the Tower Lane. Kaylee Dieters taking on Sydney Johnston out of Beeson, Illinois. Sydney, a newbie here at the track this weekend. We welcome the Johnstons. It's a family to our junior program, the best junior drag racing program in the Midwest. Sydney sporting a parachute on the back of her dragster. She breaks out, unfortunately. She should have popped that chute. As she breaks out, goes too fast. Kaylee Dieters with a win, 781 with a 1 on her 777 dial. Gavin Adams in the blue and white machine. And Dale's Rachel in the Tower Lane. That is an interesting pattern she's got on the side of her dragster. Something different. Hard to do that with these juniors, to make them look different, but they have done that in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Breakout run for the Tower Lane, and Gavin Adams going to get the win, 794 with a 5 on his 90. Second round, no box to the back of the lane. Second round, no box will take you to the back of lanes 6 and 7. That's Chloe McGlynn in the teal and silver machine, Berkey's Lane. Elijah Warner in the gunmetal gray one in that Freedom Motorsports side. Warner dialed 1470. Mason McGlynn, excuse me, that's Mace over in the Berkey's Lane. She has dialed 1231. Mace with a red light and Elijah with a sweet little 015 reaction time. Wow, 015 reaction time for someone who's, I think Elijah's all of 7 years old. He's going to like that time slip and he will get the victory.
Well, race fans, I don't know if this is your first time here or not, but when you pull in the gates, you're driving into a place where the book of drag racing was written right here, and part of that is Nostalgia Superstock, or as it was called back in the day, Superstock. Mike Rebman from Danville, Illinois, and Dustin Christensen on the way down the racetrack. They're running for time only, as we are giving everybody the opportunity to take a little quick trip down the track at Cordova Dragway. 699, 96.6 miles an hour for Redmond. Christensen, 757 elapsed time, 89.3 miles an hour. Next up, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane. And Sam Chumley, representing Team Pentastar in the Berkey's lane. One of these days, I'm going to spend an afternoon with Chris Snyder, and we're going to talk about Mopars. A lot. Bow tie across the finish line in 6.85 seconds at 100.2 miles an hour. Sam Chumley, 8:03, 85.22 miles an hour in the Berkey's lane. Bringing them up quick and fast. A lot of fun. Nostalgia Superstock, brought to you by the good folks of Victory Performance. Driveline components that stand the strains put on them by Superstock Drag Racing. Just about as good a test as you can put on one. Coming your way, it's Dennis Spurgeon from Rosebud, Missouri. Dartzilla takes that Berkey's lane. And the first generation Ford Mustang Jim McCool from Groveland, Illinois. Or maybe that's Groveland. At the finish line, it's going to be 7:31 and 6:89. 88 miles per hour for Dartzilla. 689, 101.7 miles an hour for McCool in the Mustang. Chris Zupanchi with the Dodge Dart takes that Berkey's side. Ty Pittenlater on the Tower side with the Mopar goes first. 5,000's red on the Christmas tree. We're just running for time, so that won't be a problem. 772 for Pitton later at 87.2 miles an hour. Chris goes 858, 78.3 miles an hour on the Berkey's side. Mustang Mach 1 next up in the Berkey's lane. Late 60s. I can't see it close enough to tell you if that's a Biscayne or if that's an Impala. Looks like Biscayne. Yeah, two tail lights on the back. That is the Chevrolet Biscayne down the tower side of the racetrack. 665, 102 for the Mach 1. 806 in the Chevrolet at 85.26 miles an hour. Next pair at the starting line going to be Brian Haberberger from Union, Missouri. The Black Mac 64 Dodge Polara lines up with Scott Robinson. Scott's got the Plymouth Barracuda. You saw Scott running a little bit earlier. I want to say in the no box class. I think I'd be right on that. 0.2 reaction time right side coupled with the 658. 685 a lapse time at 100 miles an hour. Haberberger in the Black Max goes 7:16, 95.3 miles an hour. The big Chevy wagon, Eric Galley, on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane. As we go Bowtie Pentastar down the racetrack across the 660, 780, and 744. Your lapse time, Mopar at 94.5 miles an hour. The big red wagon, 87.3 down the tower side.
Casey Walker, we need you in the lanes. You're in our no-box class, and we're about ready to run without you. Second round action. Walker, we need you in the lane. Second round action right now. We're getting ready to come out. Racers out there, we need to see your car number and ET big and bold on the left side of your car. On the driver's side window, quarter panel, something like that. Ladies up here in the tower having a hard time picking car numbers and ETs. So we need them big and bold on the cars, otherwise you will stop the action. Here we go, second round action in our no box 32 car shootout. Round to the lanes, box second round to the lanes for your pairings. Box second round to the lanes. Come up with your pairings if you know what they are. If not, back of lanes 8 and 9. Tyler Brooks in the Monte Carlo, the Tangerine Dream, and that's Tyler Barsama in the Oldsmobile. Tyler doing a quick turnaround. He just went down the racetrack in his junior about 15 minutes ago, and he's in the big car now, but he red lights, and the only thing he's got going on for the rest of today's program will be his silver digger, as Tyler Brooks is going to get that victory.
I can tell you why that happened, maybe. I just didn't want anything to be messed up if you saw that, so that's why.
Mike, do you know, are they set up with twisted shoe? Maybe they're just doing that. Could be.
Denny Rankin over here in the Trans Am, and Scott Weeks taking him on in the Classic Mopar. Weeks with a nice 034 light. He's got Denny in trouble, but he breaks out, and Denny Rankin is going to get the win. 905 with a 2 on his 905 dial. So Denny right there on his ET. Light at 056. I know he can do better than that. Box will take you 8 and 9. Box, second round action, 8 and 9, please. And here comes the Ford pilot in his Chevrolet Corvette. I'm not even going to let him off the hook for that for a while, guys, because Mr. Zingenhorn liked to ride my you-know-what, because I piloted a Chevrolet for many years, and he always came out here in Mustangs and Fords, usually Mustangs. Now he's piloting a Corvette, and someday we're going to have a conversation about that. Jesse Ridenour taking him on with this Classic Nova. Scotty cutting a nice little 040 light with the Chevrolet, and he gets the win. And if he goes many more rounds with this, I'm going to credit to the fact that he is running a Chevrolet instead of a Ford. He will not like hearing that.
You can't fault a guy for stepping up.
Brando Carlson in the second generation Camaro. Nader Schrader out of Fulton, Illinois, in his B wrench and S dime. Brando got his work cut out for him, as Nate is a lever. He burns that tree to the ground usually with the Chevrolet truck. 009 light for Nate, 003 light for Brando. Double breakout win for Nate Schrader, 584 with a 9 on his 86. Wow, nice little race between those two. They both cooked the Christmas tree. 003 was beautiful for Carlson, but he broke out doing it. Joe Clemmy on the scooter against 00 Doug Lancaster in his silver Hellraiser Nova. I think Clemmy's the only one piloting a motorcycle in our program today. That likely will not be the case tomorrow. 007 red for Lancaster. He's 00 for a good reason, but this time the 00 goes the wrong direction, and Joe Clemmy going to get the win, 593 with a 6 on his 93 dial. Nice run for Joe. I believe this is Drew Beal and his dad's Pontiac Le Mans. They just got this car back to the track for the first time last weekend after scattering the motor in it late last year. Gavin Adams taking him on in that newer Camaro. We say newer Camaro, but those cars have been out for 20 years now. So even though we say newer, that is not always the case. going to get the win, 691 with a 4 on his 675, so he obviously bagged out a bit at the line as he had 600ths in his back pocket on the hit.
I know you like it too, but you like it.
Brian Robinson in his familiar silver and black S10 pick-em-up truck in the Freedom Motorsports lane, taking on Bradley Weitz in his multicolored Mopar.
Very busy. Lots of cars this
Oh, 32 light for Weitz, and he's got 400ths on the hit.
time. That's like the truck I got.
Red light, or I should say, a too fast of a run for Robinson as he breaks out. Weitz with a win, 670 with a 4 on his 669 dial. Action box, we need you to the lanes. Second round action box, we need you to the lanes, please.
Gave them your stuff and said she saw you in the computer and added you to one things.
Junior second round action in the lanes. Junior second round action. If you're in our quick 32, our program, and you're still racing, we need you back to the lanes. Juniors back to the lanes for second round action.
But yeah, we're good. We gave them funny car chaos in the air days.
One of the best things about that is if you're trying to find sponsors and you want to prove to them that you're really serious about it, we've got this covered. So we can do this.
Matthew Wiedemeyer, I believe, piloting the Ford Mustang.
It's also a good to be able to say to
And in the Kansas Tornado Cutlass, Casey Walker out of Mapleton, Illinois.
somebody can still pay. That's a very valuable sponsorship.
Yeah, it is.
So, conversations are
Yeah, and I heard
Pretty similar reaction times. And the winner is Michael Wiedemeyer in his Mustang, 841 with a 1 on his 40.
you want to announce?
As Walker owned a 100th on the hit, couldn't make it work at the stripe. And that newer Mustang is going to get the win. And that's a fairly brand new Mustang, I believe 2024, 2023 model for Mike Wiedemeyer. Second round, juniors. Second round, juniors to the lanes, please. Second round, juniors to the lanes for next round action. Box, you should be here for your second round. Second round action to the lanes, Junior. Second round action to the lanes, please, for your, come up in your matchups if you know them. If not, we will match you up as you come into the lanes. Remind everybody, we're at about 10 to 6 here at Cordova. Lots of vendors on the property. If your stomach is grumbling about now, we got you covered. The Jumbo Corn Dog place is set up across on the spectator side. I believe that is Keller's. And they can set you up with one of those foot-long, gigantic corn dogs. They are awesome. One of my favorites whenever I go to the fair or a carnival or something like that is to get one of those long corn dogs, foot-long corn dogs, little stripe of mustard on there, and that is just pure bliss to have for dinner. And they can set you up over at that Jumbo Corn Dog stand over in that spectator lane. We got places on the pit side also. Our concession stand is open. Hamburgers, hot dogs, walking tacos, whatever you need. Pam's Perks right behind the tower. And yeah, you're thinking, that's a little warm for coffee. They have all kinds of flavors of iced coffee back there, and they'll get you set up with your beverage of choice at Pam's Perks. At the base of the tower also, we have pork sandwiches being sold, pork sandwiches and pop at the base of the tower. So if that's how you swing, head on down there for a pork sandwich right next to the base of the tower. That's the way you roll for your dinner time action.
Fires lit and tires lit as we go quick 32 shootout for our box competitors. Norm Wheats from Clinton, Iowa brings the Dodge machine to the starting line with a 591 dial in. Brian Thomas out of Milan, Illinois has the dragster dialed at 543 on your pit side in the Berkey's lane. We are in elimination, so the win line means you get to keep racing. If you don't have it, you go to the trailer and put it away for the night. And it's going to be Brian Thomas getting the win, 543, dead on with a 3. It's an 015 pack there for Thomas. Norm Wheats goes 591, 113 miles an hour down that left side of the racetrack. Not enough. Margin at the stripe, 0.03 of a second. Brian Thomas goes on. Ken Barsima and Brian Barton bring their machines to the starting line. It's going to be a 9700s head start for the old Cutlass on the spectator side of the racetrack. Both drivers with reaction times. Going to be tight across the stripe. Give it to the door car 6 flat with a 5 and a 002 reaction time. Brian Barton puts a 7-pack on the board. And that 7-pack was exactly the margin of victory. Barsima was dead on with a 3. So both drivers were right on the money. And down the racetrack, Barton just a little quicker gets across the finish line first by 7 thousandths of a second for the win. Good drag race here in our box category. Justin Reeves and Bobby Entz Sr. at the starting line, 493 and 452 your dial-ins. 41/100ths of a second. You see the big number on the scoreboard, subtract the little number, that gives you 41/100ths of a second head start for Bobby in the door car against Justin in the dragster. Man, these drivers are dialed in. 494, good for the win for Bobby Ant. 1 over with a 5 at 141 miles an hour. Crosses the finish line first by 100th of a second. Justin with a 54 on a 52 dial goes 2 over. And the Chucky's Tenderloins machine is going to go get one as they are out of the racing for today. Sean Dieters with a 480 dialed into the dragster on the Berkey's side of the racetrack is going to give the head start to Christy Dieters in the Pontiac on the Towers side of the racetrack. 593 the dial in, so 1.13 seconds head start for the door car. All right, husband and wife across the finish line. The lady with the win. Sean goes red. Smart man. Chrissy goes dead on with a 7 with a 5,000th reaction time. That is a 12-pack for Chrissy, and it's good for the win. Sean goes red, goes dead on with a 2, but was 11 thousandths too quick on the trigger. Rick Verkler and Michael Murray at the starting line. 200ths a head start to the dragster on the left side. As they bring their machines up. And the front wheels tickle the infrareds. We are just about good to go. 3 bulbs lit, and now 4. The tree counts down. They'll leave almost at the same time. And they go side by side across the finish line. The win light comes on for Michael Murray in the Berkey's lane, dead on with a 4 to a dead on with a 3. That means the difference is at the starting line, and the margin at the finish line was 5 thousandths of a second. Next up, it's going to be Jeffrey Wheats from Morrison, Illinois, dialed at 591 in the CUDA on the Berkey's side of the racetrack in the spectator lane. Trooper Dan Lassart has got the dragster dialed at 499. 9200's head start for the door car. And here we go. At the finish line, put a win light in the Berkey's lane for Jeffrey Wheats. The door car with a 593, 2 over with a 4. Crosses the finish line first by 6 thousandths of a second and gets the win. Trooper Dan right on the money with a 99, but it goes 034 at the start. Gave up 200ths at the start and comes in 6 thousandths short at the finish line. Jeffrey Wheats will advance. Siobhan Warner from Clinton, Iowa, tower side, 681 the dial in. 600's head start against the 675 dialed in for Needmo Data. Needmo goes red in the Oldsmobile, so Siobhan is going to advance. A 679 at 100.48 miles an hour beats a red lighting 671 at 100.02 miles per hour. It is the top of the hour. We are broadcasting from Cordova Dragway in the Tower of Power at WCDP FM 88.9 on the dial, and we are giving a call for funny cars to the staging lanes. Funny cars to the staging lane for your first qualification round. Funny cars, staging lanes 8 and 9 are open for you. Funny cars, lanes 8 and 9. Bring them to the staging lanes for me now, please. Funny cars, all funny cars. First round qualifying, bring them to the staging lanes now, lanes 8 and 9. Camden Holdorf with an 821 dial-in is going to go first as we go to junior dragsters. Taylor Crownhart doing the pursuing down that Berkey's lane, dialed at 778. And we've got green lights on both sides. Camden out front, Taylor in hot pursuit. At the finish line, put a wind light on the Berkey's side, 779, one over at 81.6 miles an hour. Camden got to the finish line first, but goes 819 on the 821 dial-in. That's a breakout. That puts a wind light on the opposite side, and Taylor Crownhart does advance.
Marley Clark and the Marmaid over there in that Berkey's lane. Leighton Cryer taking her on. Crazy Joe Raps Digger in the Freedom Motorsports side. Marley in the Digger she calls the Marmaid. She's come out this year for the first time junior drag racing and has done quite well, as a matter of fact, as a rookie. Marley with about 100th in her back pocket on the head, on the launch. And she's going to get the win. 12-17 with a 9 on her 12-15 dial. And Marley advances on to third round of action. Cameron Verkler over there in the Berkey's lane. Jill Full, Freedom Motorsports side. Freedom Motorsports being the tower lane. The Berkey's farm store lane is over in that spectator side. Couple of young ladies on the line about to do battle. Both of these ladies in our Super Junior class on a weekly basis at Cordova. They have squared off before. Jill is on quite a heater with her digger right now, but I'm glad I didn't say that too quickly as I put the big curse on her. She turns on the red light, and Cammie is going to get the win. Ruby Clark coming up here in the tower lane. And that's P.J. McGlynn in the blue and dragster spectator side. Ruby has come through the ranks of our junior class here at Cordova all the way from about 7 years old. She first stepped into one of these cars. She's now, I believe, 16, because I think she just got her license for big cars just recently. So Ruby been doing this for, I think, 9 years now. PJ been doing it for just about that long himself. So a couple of veterans of junior drag racing on the line right now. About to see who comes out on top. Ruby with an advantage on reaction time. Ruby breaks out and the win goes to P.J. McGlynn, 907 with a 4 on his 902 ET. Kaylee Dieters in a dragster in that tower lane. Said this before, I'll say it again. It's painted very similar to her dad's dragster, and he is the guy putting her in the lights right now. That's Sean Dieters. Quick 8 qualifying round number 1 to lane 7. Quick 8 qualifying number 1 to lane 7. Breakout run for Kaylee, and Frankie McGlynn is going to get the win. 798 with a 7 on her 98 dial. So she was right there on ET. 0.7 of a second off is all. So nice run by Frank. James Full over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. Madison McGlynn taking him on. Maddie in that Berkey's lane. Red light start, 003 for James. And Maddie is going to get the victory as she runs it out the back door to a 797 with a 3 on her 96. Talking about Tyler Barson just a minute ago as he run his sister's Oldsmobile. I believe he lit up the red light when he did it, so he's done in the big cars, but here he is on his junior, the Silver Bullet, in the Freedom Motorsports side. Gavin Adams opposing him. Quick 8, your first qualifying attempt at lane 7. Quick 8, first qualifying hit, lane 7. Red light start, no, breakout run, excuse me, for Tyler Barsima. And Gavin Adams is going to get the win, and Tyler gets to tuck away into the crowd for the rest of the day and watch the event. Not going to make him happy, but that is drag racing, that is for sure. Elijah Warner, with his dad putting him in the lights. Elijah just starting this out. I believe this year is his first year drag racing, as I believe he licensed at the end of last season. In the red, white, and blue machine in the Berkey's lane. Elijah going to get 6 seconds of handicap head start, maybe just a tad, almost 7.
Okay, have them, we're changed it again. We're gonna run pro stock, then funny car, and then quick, because quick can't get up here because of the congestion.
Okay.
Pitchy trying to chase Elijah down, going to the stripe, and here we go. We got a race. They're both up green. Breakout run for Elijah Warner and Chase Pitchy with the win. 790 with a 9 on his 90 dial. 044 light. That's a sweet little 053 package for Chase. Nice way to run it. And he gets the win.
Hey, racer kiddos, want to remind you about something special that we do at Funny Car Chaos for the kiddos in the crowd. We have a program called Chaos Kids, and you're going to want to find out about that. So, kids, if you are on Funny Car Alley, you'll see a red Camaro funny car called the Gambler, and that is the Geesland family racing operation, and that's where Chaos Kids is headquartered. We invite you to go over there and say hello to the folks at Geesland Family Racing and ask about Chaos Kids. They've got a sign up there, and they will be awarding prize packages later in the event. So go by and let them bring you up to date on all the details of Chaos Kids. And again, that's something extra special for the families here on Father's Day weekend at Funny Car Chaos and Cordova Dragway at the Summer Nationals.
All right, I need our guitarist up to the line. Dan, we need you to the line here for opening ceremonies. Dan, the guitarist, we need you to the line, please.
Race fans, you can look out and see that the traction compound is being put down on the racetrack. We have got that top-notch equipment from Berkey's Farm Store out there on the racetrack. Has that drag, that sled with the rubber on the back. Though that rubber is from used racing slicks. What happens is you put the traction compound down on the racetrack. That is a mixture of methanol and glue. And you put that on the racetrack. You massage it in with that rubber on the back of that Case IH tractor from Berkey's. And that allows the cars to grab hold of the racetrack. And, of course, you can expect the performances from these funny cars to be simply amazing tonight. We have 2 rounds of qualification coming for you, 6:30 and 8:30. So if your friends are just getting off work, or maybe they just finished supper and they're looking for something fantastic to do, the best place to be in the Midwest is Cordova Dragway for this Father's Day weekend spectacular, the Summer Nationals. Be sure and let them know to come on out, as we will be sending funny cars down the racetrack here in just a little bit. Now, if you happened to be here last year, you know that the winner in Funny Car Chaos in the Rodat Custom Coffee A field was Dave Harada in Tom and Sue Moultrie's Drastic Plastic Mustang nitro burning car. They are back to defend their title in 2025. The runner-up at last year's event is sporting a brand new car for the 2025 season, and they're here to see if they can move up one spot. That, of course, is 2022 Funny Car Chaos champion Kirk Williams and the Williams Brothers 200 proof team from just across the river over in the state of Iowa. Chris Snyder and the team out of Missouri, the Brutus team, they won the Alky Digger B field in 2024 here at Cordova Dragway, as they got a win in the final round against the Thunderin' Okie of Bob Alberti Jr., and both of those racers are here, Chris to defend his title, and Bob Alberti to see if he can move from runner-up to winner in that incredible Dodge Funny car that he's got. Last year in the Wolf Pump C field, Jade Cook and Joe Perrone were your finalists. And in the D field, it was Justin Herbst against Neil Giroux. And so Hot Rod Herbie's got the Executioner Corvette back to see if he can get another win, as he's really good at that, and see if he can get a win in Funny Car Chaos competition. And Neil Giroux, of course, has got that awesome Twist and Shout Beretta here at the racetrack. So we have got a whole bunch of funny cars. We have 24 open spots for the first round of eliminations coming up tomorrow evening. But you're going to get the chance to see all the cars go down the racetrack at least once. Most of them will go down the racetrack in both qualifying rounds. So the action is going to be nonstop here at Cordova Dragway, with the Summer Nationals getting kicked off here in just a few minutes. You can see the pace is hot and heavy out there on the racing surface, making sure that everything is in tip-top condition. The tuners are out there with their devices so they can check the grip on the racetrack, and I'm not sure what off the chart or tilt is on those devices, but there's certainly plenty of grip out there. As my old buddy Robert Hicks used to say, that track has got some teeth, because it's a lot of bite. And Dan and his crew here at Cordova Dragway always have the traction for the cars to hook up to. They've got the track prep on point, and you're going to see some phenomenal performances through the weekend as we go Funny Car Chaos racing. The qualification for funny cars coming up in just a little bit. Now, we have got opening ceremonies along with a parade. Really cool ways to get things kicked off here on Friday night at Cordova Dragway, as we are kicking off Father's Day weekend with a bang, with some amazing cars. Are going to put up some incredible performances, and you're going to get a chance to see them going at it side by side. There are close to 30 cars on the property. I don't have a final count, but I do know that there are only 24 spots open for 3 8-car fields for eliminations tomorrow. So they will be duking it out tonight and tomorrow, with that third and final qualifying round coming up at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And 3 rounds of eliminations in 3 8-car fields is what you can expect to see tomorrow. So it will be some fantastic drag racing at Cordova Dragway. We are carrying on the tradition that's established since 1956. This place just drips history, and you're talking about a lot of that history was written by a gentleman by the name of the farmer, Arnie Beswick, and he's got the Tameless Tiger Pontiac set up out there on Funny Car Alley. Talk about a great guy to go see and visit and hear the stories from days of old and take pictures. He is the man to see, so make sure you spend some time with Arnie Beswick. One of the highlights of coming to Cordova is getting a chance to see legends like him that helped write the history of drag racing at this track and at tracks all across the United States.
Want to welcome everybody to Summer Nationals featuring Funny Car Chaos here at Cordova Dragway, the 2025 edition of such. Good to have everybody out here tonight, and before we go any further, we want to thank the man that makes this all possible, the proprietor of Twisted Shifters, 360 Steel, Mr. Darren Foster.
Woo! Thank you, Mike. I'm not just the guy that makes it happen. I help along with this, but the Crown Heart family, Chris Graves, Tara Graves, they're all the chaos. Funny Car Chaos, Nitro Chaos. And thank you to all the fans. Really appreciate y'all being here. Tell your friends and neighbors for tomorrow. Bigger and better. Great day of racing after a great night of racing coming up. Thanks to my Mrs. Twisted. Thanks to my team that's in the pits over here. You got to check out our stuff and keep it rocking for me at the shop right up here in Fulton, Illinois. And thanks for all my extra helpers that show up and get my displays set up. Have a great weekend, everybody here at Cordova Dragway. You get one chance to answer here. Are you ready for some funny cars?
Thank you, Darren, and we got quite a show ready for you folks here tonight. I want to thank Chris Graves coming out here with the Funny Car Chaos show. The voice of Funny Car Chaos, Dave Ratton, in the tower as we speak, and you, the fans, for coming out tonight. This beautiful evening we have here at Cordova Dragway. It doesn't get much better than this, folks. We got 2 rounds of qualifying for the funny cars. 2. You're going to see all these cars twice as they go down this racetrack. It doesn't get any better than that in funny cars here at Cordova Dragway, and you folks are going to in for a treat here tonight. We also got the Chicago Wise Guys in the house. They are our Pro Mod show. They come out and put on one heck of a program. You're going to love seeing them. We got a couple of Dodge Daytonas. We got Pro Stock cars here. We have everything. We have the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters here to entertain you. They made a couple of laps, actually 1 lap earlier. Pull the wheels in the air, roll through 4 to 5 speeds. These guys put on a show, and they're here for you folks here tonight at Cordova. Nostalgia Pro Stocks in the house. Nostalgia Gassers in the house. And we're right smack in the middle of our bracket spectacular, our 32-car shootout. Still have 8 cars to go in each class, so you guys are going to witness these guys as they finish off their program and go for that money. Finishing tonight's program, as we usually do at Cordova, for the kids, for the adults, jet cars are here at Cordova Dragway for the Summer Nationals. And now I'd like to introduce to one of you all the owner, the proprietor here at Cordova Dragway, our boss, Mr. Dan Crownhart.
Thank you all. A couple things I simply want to say. There's a couple people that everybody here. I want to thank the Cordova team. You don't see everybody behind the scenes that makes this place work. It takes an army, not just the people dressed in blue, but everybody here. And I want to thank those guys and girls because they worked their butts off to put on a show that you guys are not going to believe. Next, I want to thank our racers. They come here every weekend and give their heart and soul to this place. This is sacred ground here in Cordova, Illinois. The last I want to say, or not last, second to last, is the Cordova community. All of you guys, all the people come out and support this place, help our sport grow to be a part of the future of this sport. And the group that I cannot do this without is my family. If it wasn't for Shelly and my girls and my daughters, I wouldn't be able to do this. Literally, guys, it takes an army, it takes a family, and we are building something special here at Cordova Dragway. You are in for a show, and we are going to start it off right, like we always do, and thank the good Lord above for giving us the chance to do what we do. Lynn Garland.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, we thank you for the blessings and even the challenges of this day. We lift our military men and women to you. Protect them as they protect this nation. Grant us wisdom and guidance to accomplish the tasks before us. I ask that you keep all the staff, drivers, their crew, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your caps, face the flag, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. We want to thank Dan Gruder for coming out tonight and doing this Jimi Hendrix style, the national anthem.
Great way to start 2025 Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. The Old Glory waving us out the windows of the Beat the Heat cars as they make their way down the racetrack. Kicking things off with Nostalgia Pro Stock here on Friday night as we are ready to light some tires and get things kicked off for the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. I think they're ready as they are burning them out all the way down the racetrack with a smoke show to be amazed by. Tyler Shenick, Wheaton, Illinois, with a Pennzoil Pontiac, takes that Berkey side of the racetrack and smokes in the starting line. Robert River is going to be on the Tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane as they are coming in hot. They were coming in hot as they came across the starting line with the wheels and the wheels smoking, and they are backing up quick as they are ready to rumble. The factory hot rods, they were called through years and years and years as Super Stock. The family tree branched off into Pro Stock and Funny Car. And Pro Stock has just continued to evolve through the years. But the glory days of Pro Stock, if you can say there was, back in the days when you would go to a national event and there would be 30, 40, 50 Pro Stockers in competition trying to qualify for 16 spots. Cars like these that you see at the starting line. We have got a Gen 4 Firebird over on the pit side, on the spectator side of the racetrack, and a third-generation Camaro. Tyler Shenick and Robert River bringing their cars up to the starting line.
Tyler Shenick in that all-yellow Firebird. It's a Jerry Eckman tribute car. If you remember Jerry Eckman back in his Pro Stock days, he ran a car exactly like this, Pennzoil on the door and everything, and Tyler is paying tribute to Jerry Eckman. Funny we mentioned Pro Stock with Robert River on the line. River Racing, Dave and Robert River run a Pro Stock in the NHRA circuit when they get a chance. Not as often as they used to. It used to be in the whenever the Pro Stock class, the NHRA Pro Stock class would come to the Midwest, they would race it. Not so much anymore. They are concentrating their efforts on this third-generation Camaro.
Beautiful cars at the starting line, pulling into the stage position. Well, we hate to see that for them as they pull up and they are ready to go, but the tree first went red and then it did not flash, so the race crew is looking at the electronics just to make sure that we are good to go and don't have a repeat of that, but the Pro Stock's ready to go down the racetrack. Shenick and River leading us off on Friday night.
Those with computers and electronics, they will let you down from time to time, especially when you need them most. So these guys bumping in.
Alright, back them out.
So the crew not wanting to make that happen again are shutting them down, making sure that the cars don't get too hot and they don't have a damage to any of the equipment because of the bringing them ready to race and getting ready to dump the clutch and being unable to do so. So they'll shut them down while the crew goes to work to see what is the malfunction with the tree, and they'll have that sorted out very, very quickly. So we do have a full show for you here tonight. We've got the Nostalgia Pro Stockers that are getting ready to get down the racetrack just as soon as we have the electronic gremlin chased off the property. And we have got staging lanes filled up with all kinds of cool race cars, and we have got 2 rounds of qualifying for you here tonight. I hope you've had the opportunity to stroll down Funny Car Alley. Not only are there funny cars, but there's Jets, and there's Pro Stocks, and there's Chicago Wise Guys, and there's Nostalgia Superstockers. The place is jam-packed with race cars, and we're going to be seeing them go down the racetrack as soon as we get the chance to get this sorted out, and we will send them down the racetrack in a hurry here in just a few minutes. As the crew works, you'll see them come up here with the old school method. They'll put their feet in the beams, and just as if it was going to be cars going down the racetrack. So we are doing that test right in front of you so that everybody can see that we are all good. The class is set up for the different types of cars. We have everything running from junior dragsters to funny cars. We've got bracket-style racing. We've got heads-up pro tree racing going on, and looked like it worked right there, so should be good to go. And we'll bring them back to the starting line, light them up, and see how they run as we get ready for the Friday night show on Father's Day weekend.
Switching classes and just going like this.
They're going like this.
All right, so we've got both cars fired back up. They're on their way to the starting line, and they will pull them into the beams, and everybody kind of holds their breath and goes, okay, looked like it was working good there a minute ago. Let's watch them go this time. The Pennzoil Pontiac and the River Racing Camaro bringing them up to the starting line. Here we go.
There.
Well, baby, come on, bump. Oh, shit.
Well, not what we were hoping to see, but at least they weren't on the revved up. So we apologize for the delay, but we will get this sorted out here in just a few moments. So we want to say thanks to Berkey's Farm Store for their ongoing continued support for the racing here at Cordova Dragway. If you saw those tractors going down the racetrack, that's their business, among other things, is the Case IH tractors. And, of course, they've got the Case construction equipment at their place, too. And they have been an integral part to the ongoing improvements being made at Cordova Dragway. And we will be racing here down the track here in very, very shortly. Want to say thanks to Chaos Superfan Michael Spitzer as he posted some bonus money for the low qualifiers in each of our categories. He's down at the starting line taking it all in with low qualifier bonuses for the A field, B field, and C field. Longtime supporter, continues to bring the love to funny car chaos and drag racing events across the Midwest.
Super Stocks, the True Nostalgia Super Stock Series, would like to thank O'Reilly Auto Parts for sponsoring their race. They will be out here tonight entertaining the crowd as we get on with our program. If you need a car battery, headlight, bulbs, or wiper blades, trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to get you just the right parts and even install your new battery, bulbs, and blades for you. And I tell you what, if you can have them install your wiper blades for you, I'd go ahead and take advantage of that as soon as you can. If you need wiper blades, go ahead and have them do it. I just installed wiper blades on my Buick, and I can't say it was the easiest job I've ever done in my life on a car, and I've been working on cars my whole life. They make these things in a combination sets nowadays, wiper blades anyway, and you kind of got to be smarter than they are, and I guess I wasn't, but I did get it done. But trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to take care of that job for you and not have to fool with it yourself.
So computer gets rebooted, and that generally takes care of everything for us. Hey, take the opportunity to wish a happy birthday to our man Mike Buchanan. His birthday is coming up in a few days, and he's here this weekend. When you see the Ombre funny car going down the racetrack, that is Mike Buchanan from Kansas. And in the Chaos community, he's known as Grandpa Mike because lots of the kids that are in the series, they know and love Mike, and he's all-around genuine good guy. But one of the things that does a granddad's heart good, especially on Father's Day weekend, is to have your own grandkids with you. And so we want to welcome Grayson and Jasper as Grandpa Mike is beaming with pride as he's got his grandsons here at Cordova Dragway for the racing. First time they've been to Cordova. We want to send our words of welcome out to them and let you know how glad we are that your granddaddy races in Funny Car Chaos, and glad that you could be here to watch him do it.
Simulcasting on Facebook for those of you that want to stream this race at a later time. Take a look at the race again, or maybe at a later date at Sunday. If you're not able to make it tomorrow, you can stream it then too and check out Funny Car Chaos and all the Summer National events here. You just get on the on the YouTube book. And when you get on YouTube, type in Cordova Drag Strip, and it should take you to our streaming service. So we're streaming on YouTube as we speak this race, and for the future, all the races here at Cordova Dragway.
Now you know why we love Pro Stock so much. Check this Motorcraft Thunderbird out as he once again comes out swinging and comes out smoking. Mike Beck in the Ford Thunderbird. Back in the day, you saw two different teams running the Motorcraft colors. That would be Ricky Smith and Bob Glidden. You got it right. 1985 Ford Thunderbird. All the livery on it. Just right. Looks like that is the Bob Glidden tribute car.
You're pretty close to accurate right there, David. I'm thinking that is a Bob Glidden car. A lot of Thunderbirds made it to the starting line of drag races there for a while, especially in Pro Stock. They were a popular body style choice for many of these races, especially if you were running Ford products.
Yeah, when this body style came out, it was unusual. It was very different from what the Thunderbirds had been, but made a really good race car, as that fastback design made the aerodynamics good for the Thunderbird. So Beck takes it quick down that right side lane, gets out of the throttle a little early as he was veering towards that center stride, but clicks it off to a 528 at 105.2 miles an hour.
And out comes one of our favorite Pro Stock tribute cars over there in that spectator side. That's Mr. Michael Ruth in his Bob Glidden tribute Fairmont. When Bob showed up at the races in 1977, I believe, with a Fairmont, it was either 77 or 78, his competitors looked at him like he'd been smoking marijuana or something like that in the off season. Like, what are you doing out here? That's a passenger car. That is a family car, and you're out here drag racing it? Well, they weren't laughing for long as Bob mowed him down just like corn, one race right after another, and in 1978 came out with a version of this car, won every pro stock race they had scheduled for the NHRA in 1978.
It was complete and utter domination for the Fairmont, and Bob Glidden was looking really, really smart, which he did on a regular basis. Now, there was an awful lot of Pontiac Firebirds that ran in pro stock competition, and you can see this beautiful machine here on the tower side of the racetrack. Steve Schmidt, 632 cubic inches with a 4-speed Lenco, transmitting the power from that big inch engine in the front. Tires are hooking. They are hooking and booking down the racetrack. Put a wind light over on the spectator side of the racetrack. It is 533 and 535 down the track, 133 miles an hour on both sides as they were. Talk about your close drag races. Margin of victory, the finish line, you can't even see it. It's 4 thousandths of a second.
As we go,
and that's a fact, but it is very competitive as well.
As we go into first round action in our Funny Car Chaos program, I want to take this opportunity to introduce the voice of Funny Car Chaos, the traveling announcer with this show, Mr. Dave Ratton.
Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate that very much. And Cordova Dragway is one of my favorite places to be for a lot of different reasons. And one of them is that the history is everywhere at this place. And the book of drag racing definitely written at Cordova. There's more than one chapter of the history of drag racing that took place right here. All the big names raced here. The World Series, the granddaddy of them all. Of course, one of the facts of the matter, with this track being founded in 1956, it's been around longer than most tracks. All the rest of them, not all the rest of them, but most of the rest of them no longer exist. But this place, bigger and better than ever, and a perfect place for a spectacular event like the Summer Nationals. And we have got funny cars that always licking their chops to get to Cordova Dragway. They know the track prep will be on point. They'll know that everything about this place is in tip-top condition as the Crown Heart family continues to make improvements over and over and over. So we light up the first pair of funny cars, and it's going to be the Twist and Shout Chevy Beretta. That is last year's runner-up in the D field. That is Neil Giroux. Last year on the final run down the racetrack, he put up a 4.36 second elapsed time, so we know that that is one more quick, fast hot rod. And he comes out swinging with the tires smoking, and he's taking the Freedom Motorsports lane, waving at the crowd as he backs up from the burnout. And it's going to be go time for Funny Car. 2 rounds of qualifying here tonight. Wayne Hoffman was scheduled to be over on the right side of the racetrack, but he had some troubles with his car and was unable to get it to fire. So Neil Giroux is going to open it up with a solo shot. And, of course, we know this car, very capable of winning in final round performances. Been racing with us here in Funny Car Chaos competition for a number of years. And every time, it seems like every time they show up at the racetrack, they're a little better. Man, there's a lot of grip out there. And he pedals it all the way down the racetrack as the car just wanted to continue to get back on those wheelie bars and point that front end skyward. And he manages to take it through pedaling at a 490 at 159 miles an hour. So the Twist and Shout does some of both and has us doing it in the tower and in the grandstands too. So Neil Giroux's 490 starts us off with a 4-second run, almost 160 miles an hour. We know there's more there because he spent a lot of time off the throttle on that one, as every time he would get on the loud pedal, that Beretta set it back on the wheelie bars and was trying to reach for the sky and take off. And we've seen enough damage that's been caused from the wheel stands this year. Sometimes when you have that happen, you'll have a wheelie bar that breaks, and there's more than one racer here that can attest to the problems that causes. So Giroux, a 109.60 foot, and then he had to start pedaling as that Beretta was dancing down the racetrack, 490, 159 miles an hour. Once again, we are qualifying 24 cars for first round of eliminations, which is going to come up tomorrow afternoon at 5:30. But you get a chance to see these funny cars go down the racetrack a couple of times tonight. We have got a good mix of race cars with different powertrain combinations. The rules in Funny Car Chaos, one of the features of Funny Car Chaos is that the rule book is pretty small. If you want to run a nitrous car, which is very unusual in Funny Car, you can do that, and we've seen them. If you want to run a conventional supercharged fuel-injected machine running nitromethane for fuel or methanol, you can do that, and we've got a lot of those. So first pair in the books in this first of two qualification rounds here tonight. To those watching on the live stream, happy to have you joining us at Cordova Dragway. I got to tell you, if you can't be here, then okay. We are glad we are able to reach out to you on the live stream, and thank you for tuning in. You can't replace being here in person, but if you can't be here, then tuning in on the live stream is the next best thing, and we're happy that we're able to bring this to you on the live stream. For those of you here in person, I'm telling you what, we have got all kinds of great food on both sides of the racetrack, and we're going to have great action for you on the track. You can see the staff is on their way down to the racetrack as the electronic gremlins are biting us just a little bit, but once that is solved, we will be going hot and heavy down the racetrack. I will remind you that at the conclusion of this qualification round for Funny Cars, don't go anywhere. We have got a lot more to see as we have the cars and stars from the Cordova Dragway racing community, plus some specialty racing that we have brought into you with the Chicago Wise Guys. You've seen the Midwest Pro Stock Association. You've seen the Nostalgia Super Stockers. And we have got even more coming your way. First car down the racetrack, Neil Giroux establishes the number one position at 490. And we're going to see a lot of great performances as we get the all clear and fire up another funny car. And it's going to be Team Brutus from Missouri. And the Baloo Thunder team from Oklahoma, where the wind comes sweeping down the plain. Jordan Ballou with a 1969 Camaro painted by his dad. You get a chance to go look at this car and see the work that they put into the paint scheme, and that is paint, not a wrap. It is pretty amazing what Russ Ballou can do. Mom Janelle doing the backup girl job on the tower side of the racetrack for Team Ballou. And the backup guide is Brutus. That's Justin Craig, as he's been known to whip up a lot of enthusiasm on the racetrack. And the Mach 1 Mustang 1972 vintage machine with a supercharged fuel-injected Hemi power plant is getting ready to go down that Berkey's side of the racetrack. As we bring our funny cars up, we saw a single. Now we've got a pair ready to go down the track. In the first of two qualifying rounds, Camaro versus Mustang. Both drivers into the stage position. That's what I'm talking about. Check this out, 431 and 428. Ballou was second off the starting line, so I called the other number first, but Ballou goes 428, 167, and Schneider 431 at 145. Side by side, low 4-second runs. And ever since the Ballou Thunder Camaro had its accident, had its wheelie bars break and come down and really mess up that chassis, I tell you, the work that's been done on putting that car back together, shout out to Dan Butheris for the welding job getting that car put back together after the damage it sustained at our season opening event. as they are under 430 for the second time ever, I think. 428, 167. So they are running strong. And Chris Schneider, they've had their troubles so far this season, but it looks like they've got something figured out as they go 431 at 145.6 miles an hour. Ballou is now your new number 1, and Schneider your new number 2. Neil Giroux in the third spot with a 490. As we get the all clear from the top end of the racetrack and the lights come on, we go Friday night under the lights with funny cars coming your way. Talk about writing the history of drag racing. Part of that history was written by Al Hoffman. And Al Hoffman raced Nitro Funny Cars, Big Show, for quite a few years. In 1991, he had the sponsorship of Blower Drive Service, and he had a 1991 Ford Probe Funny Car. Now, that is the body that Al Hoffman ran in 1991. The guy behind the butterflies is Al Hoffman's son, Wayne. And Wayne finished number 4 in the World of Funny Car Chaos competition in 2024. And he's been chasing the series all across the country. It's no easy task for him to do that because he comes to us all the way from New Preston, Connecticut. When you start to think that some of the Funny Car Chaos races have been at places like Albuquerque, New Mexico, he gets around. So he uses big block Chevy power, and the bang just before the finish line nets a 458 at 138. So he goes to number 4 on the qualified list. Ballou number 1 at 428. Schneider number 2 at 431. Hoffman 458. And we're hoping that that pop just before the finish line doesn't prove to be too damaging. That would be a bad way to start the show. So as he heads to the shutdown area and makes the turn, just about there, and we see the side of that car as he makes a left turn and head back to the pit area and see if they can get it ready for that second qualification run coming up. The next pair gets ready to light. "24 spots open in Funny Car for first round of eliminations. They get 3 chances to shuffle the deck and see who's going to make it into the qualified field, as there will be some experiencing the disappointment of being a DNQ. And we are excited to welcome new racers to Funny Car Chaos. That we are now up to over 200 racers that have run in Funny Car Chaos competition since its inception, with a single event back in 2017. This is now Funny Car Chaos race number 59. I think it's working. It's definitely working. The next pair bring their cars to life. Going to get your first experience with Nitro. So you hear that different sound as both cars are running supercharged fuel-injected Hemis. From Seguin, Texas, is Chuck Lofton. He's got the Pontiac Firebird Funny Car. They have rebadged it for 2025. It's got a new Murph McKinney chassis underneath as they demonstrate how serious they are about racing at a high level. And when you're going to want to go racing at a high level and you're going to go funny car racing, the name to know is Murph McKinney, the official fabricator of the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos Championship Tours. They were out at the last race as they destroyed a rear end and had to get the new equipment. It wasn't quite available. It's not exactly off the shelf, but they have got the brand new rear end in that car, and they've got the brand new chassis, and they're looking to see if that they can put all that horsepower that they can make to the ground, and they're going to take the tower side this time in the Freedom Motorsports lane. The Twisted Sister from Colorado, Jenny Thomas, at the back, getting ready to turn on the computer. send her husband down that Berkey's side of the racetrack. First round qualifying, Funny Car Chaos in Cordova. Man, oh man, down that left side, 390, 173.16 miles an hour. And I think Chuck Lofton is going to like that number as they go to number 1 with a bullet, and they have the first 3-second run of the weekend, the first of many, I suspect. But the team out of Seguin, Texas goes to number 1, and I got to think they are loving that brand-new McKinney chassis, the new rear end that they've got, and the new car was cooking and booking to number 1. Colin Thomas, not bad down that right side of the racetrack as that Nitro Hemi with a Mustang body goes 444 at 171 miles an hour. Colin and Jennifer have been racing as called pretty much. They were involved in a race against one of the Street Outlaws at a race a few weekends ago out on the high plains of Texas, and they got the win against Doc Love. If you follow Street Outlaws, you know who Doc is. Well, Colin Thomas got the win 2 out of 3 against James Love, Doc Love, in a match race earlier in the year. So they are experiencing some good things in funny car racing as they were number 10 in the world of Funny Car Chaos in 2024. So they are continuing to bring the heat, so to speak, in that Twisted Sister Machine, a family operation from Colorado. Anticipating the all clear from the top end of the racetrack, but you can look down there and see that there is still a car in the shutdown area. So until that car has been moved off the racetrack, we will be on hold here momentarily. Looks like we are just about good to go. So we've got a 390 at the top of the list and a 490 at the bottom of the list, but we have a whole lot more cars to go down the racetrack. We're going to be putting numbers here, numbers there, and it's going to be some good times on Friday night. And once again, your friends ought to be here for Friday night qualifying. It's Father's Day weekend. It's the Summer Nationals, and this is the place that made that famous. Let your friends know to come on out as we've got plenty more racing action for you all through the night. And the next set of funny cars are getting ready to fire up, and looks like they've been given the word to light up. Now, it looks like this is going to be the Bedrock car. As you can see, all those crew members out there sporting their Fred Flintstone apparel. That car used to be called the Easy Money. Still in the same hands, but I think we got a different driver behind the butterflies. But if you want to talk about an amazing funny car, you just saw him come through the water and heat the tires. The Thundering Okie from Catoosa, Oklahoma. That is Bob Alberti Jr. Bob was your runner-up last year in the final round of the Alky Digger B field. He and Chris Snyder squared off. Bob had him covered, but he was too quick on the trigger, went 300ths red, and gave the win to Chris Snyder. So they're looking to move up one more spot. We'll see. This car has got plenty of performance potential to be in the A field if they're able to put all the power to the ground, and they have got plenty of power underneath that Dodge body. A supercharged fuel-injected Hemi. Jamison Griffin has got that Gen 1 Camaro. Looking at that rear quarter panel, there's no marker light, so that makes me think 1967 vintage Camaro. Big block Chevy power. It's a clutch car on the tower side. He'll bump it in. Bob Alberti in a hurry down that left side of the racetrack. Goes 9.65 to the 60 foot. That incremental lets you know that they have got all kinds of horsepower. And Alberti goes 4.33. That's good for number 4 at the moment. Although if he hit the wall, that number will have to be disqualified. We will get an official ruling on that coming up here in just a few moments. Jamison Griffin down that Berkey's lane to a 6:53. All right, so Bob Alberti, 433. And that's going to be number 4 on the qualifying list so far. Jamison Griffin in the Camaro had the car get against the wall, so that 6:53 will be subject to review. All right, race fans. Last year, the quickest and fastest car on the property came away with the win in the Rodak A field. That, of course, the Drastic Plastic. He's going to be the guy over on the spectator side of the racetrack. On the tower side, the guy that won his first Funny Car Chaos race back in 2022, the first year we came to this race, that is our main man, Chris Batty, in the Batmobile. So you got the supercharged fuel-injected alcohol car on the tower side and the supercharged fuel-injected nitro car on the pit side of the racetrack. Defending champion from 2024, Dave Harada, the Harada Racing family, driving the car of Tom and Sue Moultrie, Drastic Plastic, one of those legendary names in the history of drag racing. And they have written more than one chapter of drag racing history here at Cordova Dragway. So let's see what the Nitro car has for us as they get ready to take the Berkey's lane. And the Batmobile ready to go down the Freedom Lane. .90 seconds, the number at the top of the qualifying list. Now, so far, you're not getting the full effect of that Moultrie horsepower in the Drastic Plastic. Let's see if that changes here in a couple of seconds. You'll know, trust me, you'll know. Just like that, 378, 188.78 miles an hour as Dave Harada hangs out the laundry in that 188 mile an hour breeze in the shutdown area. Chris Batty goes 487 at 158.9 miles an hour as they both put good runs down. And we have a new number 1. Harada in the Drastic Plastic picks up where he left off last year as they come in letting everybody know early that they fully intend to defend their title from the Marvin Rodak Custom Coffee A field of funny cars. So 2 cars down the racetrack under 4 seconds. Dave Harada's Drastic Plastic 378 and Chuck Lofton rolling the dice with his new crapshoot scheme. 390 goes number 2. So a pair of nitro cars on top of the list. The third nitro car in the number 6 position, that is your Twisted Sister. And we've got everything from 378 to 490 on the qualification list. Looks like enough momentum down there in the shutdown area to keep them rolling. And so hopefully rolling, we'll keep them going. It's like we got the team out of North Carolina coming. When I tell you people come from all across the country to race at Cordova Dragway, I know of what I speak. Funny Cars on a Friday night here at Cordova Dragway. The Summer Nationals bringing you Funny Car Chaos race number 59 in its history. Running from September of 2017 to today, the 59th race. And this is the 4th time we've been here. Of course, the first time back in 2022 was an exhibition-only event. But we had so much fun. The racers had so much fun. And we found out how incredible the fans at Cordova Dragway are. And so it was a marriage made in heaven. Bobby Martin brings the supercharger out, and he's going to take that car down the right side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. Good looking, good running machine. Going to see if they can make it into the qualified field, as this is another brand new racer in Funny Car Chaos competition. So it looks like Bobby Martin is going to occupy position number 214. He's the 214th racer to race in Funny Car Chaos competition since we got started back in 2017. The supercharger machine. Long-time Funny Car racer comes back out to play. What a great place and what a great race to do it. The Mopar livery on the side of the supercharger, bringing that baby up for their first run in Funny Car Chaos competition. 378, the number at the top of the qualification list. Let's see what the supercharger has got. Just about ready to go. The crew checking the wheelie bars, making sure the height on the wheelie bar is exactly where they want it to be. Spraying that antifreeze on the hat. Signaling to the drivers that we are just about good to go. Crew members step away, turn it over to the driver, and let's see what the supercharger has for us. Friday Night Funny Cars, first of 2 qualification rounds. Revs up on that top alcohol car. Scooting down the racetrack to a 422 at 167.9, almost 168 miles an hour. Bobby Martin goes to number 3. The quickest car down the racetrack that didn't go under 4 seconds. Bobby Martin puts a nice number on the board. 422, 167.9 miles an hour. So that alcohol-fueled machine comes up to the starting line, brings the revs up, indicates he's got a clutch in the car as opposed to the torque converter. And he goes 103 to the 60-foot, 276 to the half-track point. Driver was watching, trying to make sure that car didn't get on the center stripe. It did not, and he goes 422, 167.9 miles an hour, goes all the way to number 3. As Bobby Martin goes down the racetrack, he's in the shutdown area, and they will get that car off the top end of the racetrack momentarily, and we will bring more cars to the starting line. I was talking about that All right, so we were talking about that car out of North Carolina because when Bobby Martin's car came up, you'll see that it's the same color as the Shooting Star. That is Bill Naves. They are on a quest to race at 100 racetracks across the United States. They are in the 90s now. Bill said 92, 93. They are closing in on 100, and we're blessed by the fact that they choose to do some of their racing with Funny Car Chaos. So they are going to bring that car up to the starting line on the Berkey side of the racetrack. See if they can put a good number on the board. So they most definitely have the horsepower to play with the big boys and the big girls. And speaking of a guy that's got plenty of horsepower, Jesse Clark with the Monte Carlo on the Tower side of the racetrack. They have come out to several races that we've run before in the Midwest, and they always bring quite the show. So Mustang on the right. Jagger says, Dad, go get it. At the starting line, here we go. Cooking down that left side, yes indeed. Jesse Clark joins the 3-second club as he puts that Monte Carlo down the racetrack in 3.902 seconds. He pushes Chuck Lofton back to number 3 by 0.003 of a second. Jesse Clark goes to number 2, and they were down the racetrack with top speed of the event so far. Check it out on that Tower side of the racetrack. 196 miles an hour for Jesse Clark. Before this weekend is over, that car is going to have a name. I can tell you that is going to happen. No lettering on that car, but we'll get a name on it before the weekend is over. Bill Naves, 452-117, as he was having to get out of the throttle as the car wanted to ease over to the wrong side of the center stripe. So he's off the throttle at only 117 miles an hour across the finish line at 4.52 seconds, places him number 9 for the moment. Well, 13 cars down the racetrack so far, and we got that many more or more coming up as we get the word from the top end of the racetrack that we are good to go and clear on the top end of the racetrack. As the top end clears, you can see another pair of funny cars on their way to the ready stripe. They have got them fired up, and this is going to be a double shot of Mississippi. And I'm talking about Show Enough, Mississippi. You got the Mississippi River, just you can almost throw a rock from here and hit it. But these folks are from where the river is a little wider. Down there, it's really the Big Muddy. And that is Casey Geisland. Casey takes that right side in that supercharged, fuel-injected, Hemi-powered 69 Z28. They're from Senatobia, Mississippi, running for Ronnie's Hot Rod Shop and a whole bunch more. On the tower side, it's going to be the 1970 Chevrolet Nova body funny car, the Burnin' Love. That is Michael Neal. His dad is a car painter, and that is paint, and they did all that themselves in their own shop. And this car came away with a $500 bonus for best appearing car, courtesy of our good friend Steve Stamps of Stamps Family Farms. So he presented that Best Appearing Car Award to Michael Neal. Michael goes by Toad. And he took that $500 with a big smile on his face, as you can well imagine. So these two families been racing together, been hanging together in the street rod world, the drag racing world for a lot of years. And they love it when they get a chance to go side by side. And here we are. First qualification run for both cars for the Cordova event. Toad is hopping down the racetrack, but Casey goes 409, 183.3 miles an hour, and they got to be feeling good about that in the gambler pit as they go to number 4, 409, 183.3 miles an hour. And Michael Neal, they're going to be feeling good about that one too, a 489 at 144.5 miles an hour. Much like Neil Giroux, who was the first car down the racetrack, had the car grab the hold of the racetrack and put the front wheels in the air like it just don't care. But he got him down and pedaled it a few times and still managed a 489. That's got him number 13 on the list right now, so looking good in the Burnin' Love. Now, when you get a chance to go down Funny Car Alley, you're going to want to check out all the cars. Check out the cards on the side of the Camaro. And check out that character, that cartoon character on the Nova. That, my friends, is Pelvis Possum, the creation of Mr. Ricky Neal. Shout out to my little buddy Huck, as he has been playing at the replica of Mocan Dragway that his granddaddy put together. What a cool thing. You might have seen that one on Facebook. Race fans, I know you're going to want to show some love to these teams, to all these teams, as they go down to pick up their drivers, as they're doing everything they can to bring you one heck of a show at the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. 409 and 489 for the two drivers out of Mississippi. Now, here's one of those pairs. You never know in qualifying who's going to line up next to whom. Because unless there's a call out, it just kind of goes by where you pull up in the staging lanes. But you're looking at two of the quickest cars on the property. And we have got a bunch of cars that are capable of going considerably under 4 seconds. And you're looking at two of them right now. Friday night funny cars under the lights, and I love my job. I tell you what, we have got the Penny Pincher Mustang out of Gainesville, Texas. Got the win last time we had a race. That is Keith Zimmerer. They are coming out after winning 2 championships in Lone Star Forklift Outlaw Fuel Alternate Association racing. They decided to go funny car racing. And they're working on getting the hang of it. He and Will Hanna, the guy at the back of the car that does the tuning. So once they get everything ready to go, they will be a force with which to be reckoned. But the Wicked Quick team out of North Dakota, that is Jim Chase. They've been racing Funny Car Chaos for a while. In fact, they were on the list of the inaugural event. Watch the scoreboard. Check it out. 378 to a 410, 188 miles an hour. And Keith Zimmerer, did he do it? Yes, he did. Zim goes number 1. The Penny Pincher edges out the Drastic Plastic. They are both down the track at 3.78 seconds at 188 miles an hour. Zim number 1 and Chase number 6 with a 410 at 178 miles an hour. If you hang around funny car racing, you know that the first 57 Chevy funny car belonged to the Mongoose, Tom McEwen, as he came out with something that nobody, I think, had ever thought about before, much less done. But Tom McEwen, always the innovator and always looking for something that gave him an edge both on the racetrack and in the world of promotions, because, you know, the Mongoose snake deal, that was his idea, right? Yeah, that was his idea. And so he goes to Mattel and comes away with the snake and the mongoose. He's called the mongoose because what's the arch enemy of a snake? That's a mongoose. Okay, so that was his idea. He comes out with the 57 Chevy funny car. And so since the first one was made, there's been a few more that come out. The Wicked Quick machine of Jim Chase is definitely one of the coolest in captivity in 2025. Nostalgia Gassers looking for you in lanes 4 and 5, please. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 4 and 5. Come on down, Nostalgia Gassers. We are seeing some way cool stuff, and we know you are amongst the cool stuff in the pits. Nostalgia Gassers, lanes 4 and 5, please. Wow, a new number 1 as the deck just continues to get shuffled, and we now have 1, 2, 3, 4 cars under 4 seconds. And the newest member of the Nitro Club, Bill Bernard from Colorado, brings the Grinder Mustang machine. Supercharged, fuel-injected, Hemi-powered funny car. Finished number 7 in the world of funny car chaos racing in 2024. They bring a lot of punch with them when they come to the racetrack. Let's see if they can put that power to the ground, because we know the grip is there. Mile-high crankshafts bringing you the Grinder Mustang funny car from the state of Colorado. Dana Kleinhofer, the Trimmer second-generation Firebird funny car. Dana has the distinction of actually being the 200th funny car to race in funny car chaos competition. That happened in 2023 at the event at Mocan Dragway. So we crossed the threshold of 200 in 2023. We're now up to number 214 and 215 as we are up to 215 drivers that have raced in funny car chaos competition since its inception. So we're going Gen 2 of the Pontiac Firebird down that right side lane. Now, you're seeing performances on both sides of the center stripe that indicate the track preparation that Dan and the crew have put together on this racetrack. It'll take whatever they can throw at them, and you can expect, especially the longer we go, the more they're going to throw at it, and just see if they can find that point where it says, okay, no moss. I'm not sure that point exists. The Trimmer down that right side to a 427, 166 miles an hour after a 102.60 foot. Kleinhofer goes to number 8. He holds the anchor position in the Rodak A field for the moment with a 427. Bill Bernard down the racetrack as he was scooting that Mustang down the track, but he got a little bit out of shape and had to get out of the throttle. He had 9.75 to 60 foot, but just before the half-track point, he began to feel it let go just a little bit, so they will adjust their tune-up on that Grinder Mustang funny car. But right now, they are in the number 1 qualifying position for the Wolf Pump C field. Probably not where you're going to see them when it comes race day tomorrow evening, but they're on the board with a good number right now. In the shutdown area, you can see that the cars are making their way towards the exit. Once we get the all clear, it'll be time to go once again. So a quick rundown at the top of the list. Keith Zimmerer with the Penny Pincher Mustang 378 at 118. And Dave Hirata in the Drastic Plastic number 2, also at 378 and 188 miles an hour. Jesse Clark 390 number 3, and Chuck Lofton  390 at number 4. Casey Giesland and the Gambler goes number 5 at 409. And Jim Chase from Nodak, North Dakota, 410, number 6. Bobby Martin in the number 7 spot with that 422. And Dana Kleinhofer, you just saw him go to number 8 with the 427. Michael Neal, number 8 in the B field at the moment. We continue with qualifying. Here on Friday night, we are under the lights. And the next pair of funny cars getting ready to fire up. And look at this car. I got to tell you, you're going to love the color. You're going to love the outlaw look of this machine out of Oklahoma. Brian Lewis and Mike Buchanan going to be next cars down the racetrack. Mike Buchanan was at the inaugural Funny Car Chaos event 2017. His car at that time, black primer only. Same car, but after they went to the paint scheme, and if you remember drag racing in the early 1970s, there was a guy out of Texas that ran a all Chevy funny car. His name was Charlie Thurwanger, and he was bad to the bone, even with bow tie power. 1972, he came out with the Ombre Vega funny car, still running Chevy power, and it looked just like that. Mike Buchanan wanted to do a tribute car to the Charlie Thurwanger paint scheme. He calls up Charlie, asks him if it's okay, and Charlie said, yep, go right ahead, and we get this. Now, this is the second iteration of it, as this is a carbon fiber body. So they saved about 300 pounds by going to carbon fiber. They got quicker and faster with that. Now, the car over on the spectator side, it's got that outlaw look to it because Brian Lewis in his other life is a pro mod racer. But he has come out swinging in 2025. Watch this. 377. For Brian Lewis was a good number, but it's not going to count. And when he took out the finish line cones, then that took away the elapsed time for the Ombre. So both of those cars will be sitting in the world of the DNQ because Brian Lewis takes out the timing blocks in the center of the racetrack. That means that his time is thrown out by disqualification, and that means that the Buchanan Ombre funny car didn't get a time because there was nothing left there to record a time on. It'll say 368 for Mike Buchanan, but that's not what that car runs. So they will be coming back to the second round of qualifying to get a number on the board. Race fans, we have got legends in the house from one end of this place to the other in all the different categories, and you're going to get a chance to see a little more of that legend status coming your way with some of these super cool cars and these amazing teams that have been doing it for decade after decade. I'm telling you, your friends ought to be here, and if they couldn't make it tonight, make sure they join you out here tomorrow because Funny Car Chaos at Cordova Dragway brings a punch and a vibe. It's unlike anything else that you'll see. This is such a great weekend, and anybody you know that you have an inkling might like racing, they are going to love it. But the thing about this event is that even if you didn't know you liked drag racing, after you come to this event, you're going to know that you love it. I always say there's only two kinds of people in the world, is the people that love Funny Car Chaos and those that haven't been yet. So after today, if this is your first time, I can assure you, you're going to love it. Make sure that you spread the good word. We invite you to become Funny Car Chaos evangelists and fill this place up tomorrow as we will be bringing to action with a third and final qualifying round. There's 2 qualifying rounds tonight. That's what you get to see tonight. A last chance for anybody to shuffle their position. Takes place tomorrow afternoon. The funny cars take the track at 3 p.m. And this drag race, the Summer Nationals, one of those legendary events in the history of a place where legends were born, Cordova Dragway. So you want to make sure that you are here with friends in tow. Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel bringing you this epic event. If you have not been to Twisted Shifters or 360 Steel, they're just up the way in Fulton, Illinois with their showroom. But if you're watching on the live stream and you are wondering what they do, go to their website. It's Twisted Shifters. It's a Z at the end, twistedshifters.com or 360steel.com, and you spell it out, 360steel.com. Now, once you get to one, you're at them both because there's a toggle on there that you can go from one to the other. So when I do my shopping there, which I have, and I get I love the metal items from 360 Steel. If you know someone that's celebrating a birthday, a wedding, an anniversary, some significant event, you want to make it last forever with a sign or something that commemorates that you put in your fan cave or you put in a room somewhere so that everybody knows and remembers that significant event, they will make something like that for you. And if you can dream it, they can do it, as they absolutely can create something out of thin air just about. And so you want to make sure that you check them out if you're here at the racetrack with their display in the vendor midway, or you can go up to Fulton, Illinois to their showroom, or you can check them out online at twistedshifters.com or 360steel.com. They're bringing you this spectacular event this weekend, and we could not be more glad to represent them and the quality work that they put out on a daily basis right here along the Mississippi River in Fulton, Illinois. All you old school drag racing fans like me remember the Detroit Tiger of Pancho Rendon as they had that 1977 Chevrolet Monza funny car that ran Big Show back in the late 70s. This car looks just exactly like it, and Steve Tomosic, the driver, owner, he is one of the most prolific funny car racers in the history of the Funny Car Chaos Series, with 7 final rounds and 6 victories. He is in some rarefied air in that Detroit Tiger. They run a fuel-injected, supercharged Hemi underneath that Monza body. And they'll go quick, they'll go fast, they'll go about as quick and fast as they want to. Speaking of going about as quick and fast as they want to, you talk about that number at the top of the qualification list, 3.78 seconds. That white and blue Cobra that you see over on the spectator side of the racetrack, those numbers are well within reach of Ray Drew. The Cobra on the right side of the Christmas tree. Tomosic turns on that 4th bulb, and here we go. Mashing hard on the throttle. 374, I told you. 205.29 miles an hour. Top speed of the event. Taz, here it comes, buddy. Get your drink ready. Unbelievable! Ray Drew goes to number 1 with a 374 at 205, announces his presence rather significantly. And Steve Tomosic was off the throttle just after the half-track point. 483, 111.54 miles an hour down the racetrack. They'll be back with a quicker, faster pass. You can just write that on your bulletin board. And Nostalgia Gassers. Nostalgia Gassers lanes 4 and 5, por favor. Nostalgia Gassers lanes 4 and 5, please. Come on down, looking for you. So once again, another car under 4 seconds. Not only under 4 seconds, under 3.8 seconds. 3.74 seconds at 205.29 miles an hour. And Ray Drew sends a message to the rest of the funny cars. Hey, boys and girls, you're going to have to tighten up because we're here to win. Man, they are bringing the heat here on Friday night under the lights, and not only are they bringing it one time, they're bringing it dos times, a little Espanol for you. All right, those of you on the pit side of the racetrack, you're going to get an extra special whiff of the pop. The CH3NO2, the nitromethane coming out of those zoomy headers of the Chi-Town Hustler. As they get ready to take that legendary racing machine down the tower side of the racetrack. That is going to be Mike Minnick. He's a past winner in Nitro Chaos. And he's got Robbie Massey in the top alcohol car over on the spectator side of the racetrack. So when you start thinking about, well, where are these cars going to qualify? You don't look at the bottom when you look at these two cars. You start to think 374. Yeah, Mr. Drew just fired a shot in his Cobra Mustang down that right side lane, but there's two cars that come up right after him, and they could push him down the list if everything just goes right for them. Mike Minnick and Robbie Massey, a pair of racers that bring a lot of heritage with them. When you think the name Massey, you think Moats and Massey, pioneers in funny cars and some of the baddest top alcohol funny cars to ever run the class. That's the lineage Robbie Massey comes from. And, of course, the Chi-Town Hustler racing funny cars since the 60s, winning world champions and everything there was to win. It's going to be Chi-Town 391, 202.4 miles an hour. Another car over 200 miles an hour. Mike Minnick goes to number 8. 391, that's actually not number 8, that's number 6. We got those two numbers at the top of the board that don't belong there. So 391, Chi-Town Hustler in the A field, and Robbie Massey has to shut it off. Watch for that car of Robbie Massey through the rest of the weekend. He had to shut it off that time to a 5:52. However, next time you see that car come up to the racetrack, you just need to wonder how far under 4 seconds are they going to go. No pressure, guys, but that's what they're capable of. You can expect to see that. So Ray Drew, number 1, 374. Keith Zimmer, number 2 at 378. Dave Harada, 3rd at 378. Jesse Clark, 4th at 390. Chuck Lofton, 5th at 390. Mike Minnick, 6th at 391. So 6 cars under 4 seconds in this first qualification round on Friday night under the lights at the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. Brought to you by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel, and what an amazing group. Chicago Wise Guys. Chicago Wise Guys, lanes 8 and 9, please. Chicago Wise Guys, come onto the staging lanes, please. We want to see your hot rods go down this racetrack. Lanes 8 and 9, please. And just when you thought it couldn't get any cooler, these two cars come to the starting line. Jeff Krug, he's from Iowa. He's got an obsession, and that obsession changed from running a funny car on alcohol to running a funny car or a fuel altered on nitro. So he's got the nitro Chevy underneath that Monte Carlo body on the tower side. Over on the spectator side of the racetrack, that beautiful 1957 Chevrolet, that is Justin Malott. He switched over from fuel-injected supercharged Chevy power, and he went all the way to the dark side as he's got the Hemi underneath that Chevy body now. So they are ready to take on the racetrack, and we have already seen that this racetrack will take just about whatever you can throw at it. Whoa, Obsession off that left side wall as he had the back end swing out from under him. And Justin Malott goes 420, 174.48 miles an hour. All eyes were on the Obsession car as he was dirt tracking it out there. But Justin Malott, in the meantime, just made a straight, clean, true 420 at 174 miles an hour. That's got him number 9 right now, which, by the way, is number 1 in your Alky Digger B field. Of course, there's plenty of shuffling left to do, but the race crew going to ease out there and check out that left side lane to see what's happening out there, as Jeff Krug definitely had his hands full with the Nitro Chevy. They will survey the damage on the car in the shutdown area. They will survey the situation on the racetrack and see if there's any broom and drag action that needs to take place, or if a quick once-over will do it. We will find out very shortly, as we've got more funny cars yet to go down the racetrack, and it's going to be fun as we still have more out there. When you get a chance to see this many funny cars in one place at one time, you know it's a great event to be at. Once again, your friends are going to want to join you out here tomorrow, as we're going to be doing this all day long. We'll have another qualifying run tonight and then another one tomorrow at 3 p.m. at Eliminations, when we will hand out the trophies and the loot and the bragging rights, and it's going to be a blast. One of the things that the Crown Hearts are wanting to do this year is at the conclusion of the day's racing is, if you've ever wondered, you see them putting traction compound on the racetrack and rubbing it in with that sled on the back of the tractor out of Berkey's. What does it feel like on the racetrack? So maybe you'd like to come out and walk the track. Well, after the last car has gone down the racetrack, at the conclusion of the event, you get the chance to do that. Call it a track walk. So if you want to do that at the conclusion of the racing, then the Crown Hearts are going to invite you to do so. So keep that in mind, because as they say, when the racing is done, you know, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But you can stay here for a little while longer and do a track walk and figure out just exactly how sticky is that racetrack. I'll tell you, don't wear flip-flops. You'll leave them here. You'll be going home barefooted. Happy birthday, Deb Williams. The Williams Brothers Racing Team out of Glenwood, Iowa, 2022 Funny Car Chaos champions. And, oh, by the way, we talk about those cars that you start looking at the top of the list and think that's the end of the list that they're going to find themselves on. This beautiful Williams Brothers Racing 200 proof machine is one of those cars that you think, okay, that's where that one's going to go. So hide and watch. Rick Stockman, love this car. Super clean, well prepared. All right, Stockman does not record a time, but Kirk Williams does, 384 at 202.7 miles an hour. So 3 cars now over 200 miles an hour. And we're just getting warmed up, race fans. We got another round to go. Kirk Williams joins the 3-second club. That makes 7 cars under 4 seconds, and Kirk Williams in the number 4 spot, which for one reason is exactly where you want to be, and for another reason is not where you want to be. But they'll bring it back. They will adjust their tune-up. They've got plenty of speed at the top end of the racetrack. Maybe just a little extra ET, but they will do it. Man, oh man, this first round of qualifying is living up to top billing. And we continue to see the great performances, and don't be surprised if you see another one as your 2024 Funny Car Chaos champion, Fast Lane Shane, is about to bring his Mustang Funny Car, the Man of War, up to the starting line on the tower side of the racetrack. All right, so you see the blue light special on the way down the racetrack, and we are checking out a report of possibly some debris or fluid on the racetrack, and we really don't want to send anybody down on top of that, so we will verify that report if a cleanup is needed, and we will do that, but we're not sending anybody down there on top of debris or fluid, so we will take care of that momentarily. Man, so we have got the 3-second, 200-mile-per-hour performances. Not just a few, got a bunch of them. So just exactly what we would expect coming to Cordova Dragway. You can talk to the racers. And by the way, that's one of the things that you get to do here at Cordova, because every ticket is a pit pass. You get the opportunity to ease on over here to the pit side of the racetrack. And, of course, if you are an aspiring social media influencer, you just couldn't have a better backdrop than funny cars. The bodies and the supercharged engines, the backup girls, and all these teams that have come from all across the nation to be at this place of legend. So we invite you to come over to the pit side of the racetrack. If you've got kiddos, we've got the Chaos Kids. They are set up over there next to the fence by the staging lanes at the Giesland family racing operation. That red 69 Camaro that went 409 with Casey Giesland stepping on the pedal. Yeah, that's where it is. The Gambler team, Amy Smith, is heading up that Chaos Kids program, and they've got goodie bags. They've got the opportunity to win a good bit of loot. So if you are here with your family, you got some kiddos, Chaos Kids is something you want to be sure and check out on the pit side of the racetrack. Go by and see and let them introduce you to the world of drag racing and funny car racing with Chaos Kids. All right, getting close to being able to light up some more funny cars as I see Lee Lovell in the Chevy Nova funny car getting ready to go down that right side of the racetrack as we continue to put up incredible performances in this first qualification round. Second round coming up in about an hour from now. And, of course, we have got Chicago Wise Guys in the house. They are coming to lanes 8 and 9 right now. We have got, we've seen the Nostalgia Pro Stockers. We've got Nostalgia Super Stock. We, of course, have our Quick 32 shootout in our box and no box categories and Junior Dragster. So lots of cars yet to go down the racetrack here on Friday night under the lights. Day number 1 of Father's Day weekend at Cordova Dragway, the Summer Nationals. Friday Night Funny Cars at Cordova Dragway, your 2024 champion, Fast Lane Shane Lawson from the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. He's going to be on your tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. One of those guys that when you see him come up to the starting line, you're usually thinking Not are they going to run a 3, but how far under 4 seconds are they going to go? Mama Joe Singleton doing the backup girl duties for Fast Lane Shane, as their crew always show up ready. The tuning calls made by 3-time Funny Car Chaos champion Ken Singleton and High Risk Performance. Lee Lovell has got this 66 Chevy Nova funny car. It's quick, it's fast, it's old school cool. And they started racing Funny Car Chaos in 2025, so they're one of those teams that started this series in 2025. Racer number 213. Down that left side to a 374 at 202. Another 3.7 at 202 plus. Shane Lawson goes to number 1. Your champion from 2024 comes out and makes his statement early with a 374 at 202.15 miles an hour. Goes right to the top. Lee Lovell with a 419 down that right side lane at 169.44 miles an hour. They have established themselves as a quality race team in a hurry here in 2025. So that 419 places them number 11, I think, on the qualification list. It's kind of jumbled as the top as we haven't taken out the cars that took out the cones. But 419 down the right side in the Chevy Nova, and the Mustang, the Man of War, the champ. Fast Lane, Shane Lawson goes to number 1, 374 with a 5 at 202.1 miles an hour. So 4 cars over 200 miles an hour. All right, so we are ready to go with our final funny car in qualification. There are 2 funny cars back there, but one's going to make a single run. And in qualification, the next one will be a test run. So you're going to get a chance to see 2 of them. One of them is entered in Funny Car Chaos competition. That, of course, is Hot Rod Herbie. Justin Herbst from North Platte, Nebraska. He came here last year and went away with the trophy in the D field, as he's the last car down the racetrack. The first car down the racetrack in this round of qualifications was the guy he raced in last year's D field final. Justin Herbst has been to 5 final rounds in Funny Car Chaos competition, as he's Wile E. Coyote. He's a cagey racer, and he's got 4 victories in 5 attempts. So definitely knows how to get the car down the racetrack, and he is definitely a showman as well, as they bring the showmanship in spades with the Executioner Corvette. So we're looking for them to get down the racetrack. As you see Wayne Hoffman guiding his friend Herbie up to the starting line. Supercharged, fuel-injected, big block Chevy power underneath that Executioner's Corvette body. Wheels up and rolling. He eases towards that. Man, did you see that driving job? Herbst goes 451 at 153. The car was drifting towards the center stripe. Herbie wrenched it over so that it did not get on the center stripe. But did you hear? There was no change. His foot was still on the throttle. There was no pedal. There was no blip. He simply drove it out of there. 4:51, 153 miles an hour. That places him number 20, which is right smack in the middle of the Wolf Pump C field for now. So that's the final car in qualifications for Funny Car Chaos. Once again, they are coming back for a second qualifying round in roughly an hour, give or take just a little bit. And we've got another funny car that's going to make a test run for you. Luke Furr out of Rock Falls. Beautiful funny car. Over on the Berkey's side of the racetrack. Camaro-bodied machine. So after the burnout, he came to a screeching halt. You saw the tires locked up, so evidently a problem with the race car. So unfortunately, going to have to shut that baby off. So we'll hope to see more from Luke Furr a little bit later in the weekend. Race fans, you probably want to beat the rush. Right behind the pit side grandstand, you'll see some banners that say Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. That's where you get your official event shirts from Funny Car Chaos. And you want to make sure that you outfit all the gearheads in your life, all the dads and granddads that love the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. Go by and see Mel and let him fix you up with whatever size you and your family wear. They've got them from really small for the kids to 5X. They would be delighted to fix you up. So as you're heading back to Funny Car Alley, be sure and stop by the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer. Not only do they have the official Summer Nationals event T-shirts, they've got hoodies and they've got hats. They've even got $3 Hot Wheels there. Plus some other things that you didn't realize you might need, but very quickly could realize I should have brought sunscreen. I should have brought ear protection. Should have brought chapstick. Well, they have got it for you at the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos merchandise trailer. Once again, that is right behind the grandstands on the pit side of the racetrack.
So if you like fast drag racing, don't go anywhere. Up next, our Quick 8 qualifying round number 1 coming at you. Just as soon as track is cleared, they'll be coming around the bend. We got 10, 11, maybe 12 cars trying to get into an 8-car field. These guys are running to 8th mile today, but they are all capable of running 6-second runs at 200 mile an hour if they go quarter. I was told last night they're hoping for a 420 bump field to the 8th mile. So this is going to be some fast qualifying coming at you, folks, in our Quick 8 event. And the first 2 are coming around the bend. In the front engine dragster, sponsored by Chassis Concepts, that's Flying Brian Fern in his Red Digger. Two-time World Series champion in this very same race car. Taking him on in first round qualifying, Cody Hodel in the Chassis Concepts truck car over in that spectator side. Cody just put this car together not 2024 off-season, 2023 off-season, and he's been running it for just a little over a year now, so still getting his feet wet in a fast dragster. We're looking for twin 4-second runs out of these two right here on the line as we start off our Quick 8 qualifying event. And they do just that. Fern goes 425 with a 364 mile an hour. Zooms to number one qualifier. Hodel right behind him. 432 with a 9 at 161 mile an hour. And right now they are number one and number two in our qualifying grid. That will not last long because the man in the nuclear banana, that is Don Spear, the Chassis Concept blown machine in that spectator side. 600 cubic inches of blown big block Chevy. Taking on in this side, in the tower lane, the bad man himself, John Biaggi, who has done well in these Quick 8 events himself, and in past years has gone to final rounds with that same race car. So we got a good matchup right here, right now, looking for another low 4-second runs out of both of these competitors as Biaggi bumps his car forward, Spear waiting for him patiently with the lights on. Spear out now on a good run. He goes 437 with a 136 mile an hour. Biaggi at 453 right now. So Spear at number 3, Biaggi at number 4 in our qualifying grid. And if you like old school dragsters, take a look at what we have in that spectator side. Front engine, short wheelbase, burnout to half track. That is your man over there right here, right now. That is Dave Riccal, and he is here to give you guys a show as he tries to get into our Quick 8 qualifying event. Tower Lane, Bobby Ince Jr., usually coming out here in door cars, was a graduate of our Cordova Junior Drag Racing School, has somehow landed himself a Quick 8 ride a dragster and trying to get into the field over here in that Tower Lane. Going to have his work cut out for him as he takes on that little nostalgia machine of David Riccal in the spectator lane. Look at the spoked wheels on the front of that thing, the front engine right out, hanging out in front of him. That is as nostalgic as you get. Old school dragster right on the line right now. So he leaks forward the Parks Chaser. It's waiting for him with the pre-stage lit up, and Rackow just now getting it in. And we're about ready to go for our first qualifying run for both these competitors. Kyle leaves before the tree activates with the nostalgia machine, does not get a time, but Bobby Ince Jr., 456 with a 4 at 153 mile an hour. As there were issues with the little dragster when he launched it, wasn't able to hold the stripe. A lot of times that happens because the trans brake does not hold. I've had that happen to me before in a race car. You get it staged, you get it pre-staged, you bring up the RPMs and the car moves. And then you are red lighted right away and you are done for that particular route. And I gotta believe that might have been what happened to David there on that run. Ince in at number 5 right now, 456 with a 4. And we are top 5 qualifiers in order right now. Brian Fern, Cody Hodell, Don Spear, and John Biaggia, top 4. And we got more to come in qualifying for our Quick 8 event. You'll notice these guys do not have big sponsors on the side of their race cars. You do not see Pennzoil, you do not see Castrol, none of that kind of stuff on these cars. This is all BP Finance. And they could have that right on their racing machines. BP standing for back pocket, as these guys put these cars together oftentimes by themselves with a little help from their family, hopefully, but they come out and they run 6 seconds, 200 mile an hour here at this racetrack. Another front engine dragster for it. We've had 3 of them now. This is FED number 3. Talk about old school front engine dragster. You can see the rails exposed on the front of this thing with the spoke wires, spoked wheels and everything. That is nostalgia dragster as you are going to get, and that's Austin Rader piloting that beautiful machine out of Crestwood, Illinois. Mad Mark Purple over here in the Tower Lane. Front engine dragster nostalgia on one side, modern rear engine supercharged big block Chevy on the Tower side. And as they bump them in, we are about ready to hit it. Austin Rader in the nostalgia machine goes 437 with a 2 at 163 mile an hour. Mad Mark Prupa all the way to number 1 with that 408 at 174 mile an hour. I was talking to Mark last night. He was hoping to do just that, get in, high in, and he has done that as he is currently qualified number 1 in our Quick 8 event. Tony the Prize Fighter Frazier over here in the Tower Lane with his big block supercharged machine. Warp speed on the other side. That's Matt Wiedemeyer in the old polished aluminum machine. Side by side they go. We got a couple good laps going on, and Wiedemeyer goes 4:17 with a 5. He goes to number 2 on the qualifying grid as Tony Frazier, 4:24 with a 1, 169 mile an hour, tucks himself in at number 3 right now. Mad Mark still out in front in our qualifying for our Quick 8 race. I think this is our 4th front engine dragster coming to the line right now. We have quite a contingent of FED dragsters here this weekend trying to get into this Quick 8 field. No box to the lanes, no box, back to the lanes for next round action. No box, back to the lanes, next round action. Bradley Green piloting that beautiful front runner here in the Tower Lane with that beautiful blue machine. Running against Pat Swiasek in the front engine dragster. Wheels in the air for Green as he left the line. He goes 4:11 with a 0 with that car. Tucks him in at number 2 in qualifying. Pat at number 11 currently in our qualifying grid. One more qualifier coming out. One more hopeful qualifier coming out. So it looks like we got an even dozen cars vying for 8 spots in our program. No box back to the lanes. No box back to the lanes, please. Michael Murray and his yellow and black digger looking to get in the field. 006 light for Murray. He's ready for war. Ends up going 443 with an 8 in his hit. That puts him in at number 9, so that just leaves him out. The bump spot, Austin Rader right now, 437 with a 2. Number 1, Mad Mark Pruda, 408. Bradley Green, 411. Tony Frazier's in at number 4 at the 424 with a 1. Flying Brian Fern, 425 with a 3. Cody Hodel, 432 with a 9. Donnie Spear, 437 with a 1. And then Austin at number 8. With our nostalgia gassers. For all you nostalgia gasser fans, I bet you never thought you'd see a Volvo going down the track, but that's what Stephen Rice is piloting over there in the spectator side against Steve Bacon in his classic Willys. Or Willis, however you want to say it. I say it old school, Willys. Couple of 55 Chevys, shoeboxes as they are known, going side by side. The Hoochie Mama over there in that spectator lane.
That's a 56 on the back and a 55 on the front. Over here? Yeah. On our lane? And I think that one is a 55 on the back and a 56 on the front.
The Battle Axe, the gunmetal gray 55 over here in the tower lane. Out 619 with a 5 for Billy, 612 with a 3 for the gunmetal gray 55. Whoa, Brian Huffman Raisin got the Willys truck out this weekend. He has a blue Willys that he runs also. Had this Willys truck for sale for a while. I don't think he got any takers, so he's brought it back out drag racing. So Huffman pilots 2 of these Willys. He's brought the truck this weekend running against the Bad Medicine Machine, and that is Dustin Robertson. '55 Chevy station wagon. It looks like they've taken out the back doors. So that's a whole lot of race car over there in that spectator lane. As they tow them into the beams, and here we go. Both of them with the wheels in the air as they chase that 8th mile, and Dustin Robinson gets there first with a 608 with a 6. 109 mile an hour as Huffman goes 569. One of my favorite nostalgia gassers right here, right now. This Miller High Life machine, the High Life, is just outstanding. Everything that these gassers were designed to be, this car has it. Look at the shaded red windows. Look at the pipes exiting the front fenders. This is a Ford Falcon, believe it or not, and it is one of the coolest looking Falcons you are going to see. Piloted by Kip Galloway out of Melkawa. Can't say that. Melkanaw, Illinois. Whoa, her wheels, up he goes. He has to get off the gas because he was afraid he's going to put it on the bumper as she went up quickly. But he reined it in, ran it out the back end, 6:39 with a 3 at 113 mile an hour. If you like fast door cars, we got our Chicago Wise guys in the lanes ready to run. Our Pro Mod Act we have booked in this weekend. You are going to be pleased when you see these cars. There are a lot of nostalgia going on there, a lot of older models, Camaros, Plymouths, Fords, and a couple of newer Mustangs going on there too. But 57 Chevys, you name it, we got it. We got a Plymouth Superboard. We got a couple of Plymouth Superbirds. So if you like that style of Pro Mod racing, they are coming to the water box as we speak. Over here in the Tower Lane, we have the 1978 Toyota pickup, Team Wicked Racing, Dizzy Cesario piloting that machine. Looks an awful lot like a mid-80s Malibu, a blown wagon in that spectator lane. Josh Dunn out of Dayland, Illinois. And that is a Chicago Wise guy I have not seen before. He is new to the class. Box, we need you to the lanes. Box to the lanes, please.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, copy that. Call back to the lanes to get paired, please. Yeah, my car.
Dizzy with the wheels in the air as he launches that Toyota. 480 with a 5 at 150 mile an hour. I don't know of any other Toyota pickups that would look and sound like that as they go down the drag strip. Josh Dunn not far behind him, 477 at 147 with that Malibu station wagon. One cool ride that thing is, and looking forward to see that thing run next round.
Go ahead and call juniors too. Bring juniors up.
Juniors will take you back to the lanes, next round action. Juniors back to the lanes, next round action.
I'm also only missing one in Nova.
Tower. Number 81.
It's like Jeff Lumnus in the Boss Mustang, the Cobra Mustang, I should say, the newer Model 1 over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Taking on that second generation Camaro. Engine hanging out the hood. Little Ford on Chevy crime going on right on the line. Well, and he blows the tires off the Camaro right on the head. He's still trying to get on it. It's best just to leave it go at this point and coast it out. Save his machinery for another day. As the Mustang ends up running 456 with an 8 at 155 mile an hour. And that's Alex Cuccia in the Devil's Dust Dodge over here in the Tower Lane, the Duster. He has been running in the Chicago Wise Guys for many years now, and quite effectively, I might say, and that is one of the coolest Dodge Dusters you are going to see. Lights on, ready to go. Jesse began in the 1970 Chevelle, taking him on the blown big block machine out of Davenport, Iowa, in that spectator lane.
Mike, Fox guys aren't listening to you.
Box to 8 and 9, box to 8 and 9 now.
Thank you.
Alex Cuccia in the Dodge. Bessie began in the Chevrolet. Side by side they go. 430 with a 7 for Jesse began, 165 mile an hour. 431 with a 2 for the Dodge. Cuccia goes 164.51. Couple of nice side by side runs for our Chicago Wise Guys. And here we go with one of our Plymouth Superbirds. This is Keith Malik in the all-green machine. .521 cubic inches of Hemi motor piloting that Plymouth. The Mustang in the Tower Lane. And Clark in the tank, taking on the Superbird. Mustang looks like it's turbometric powered turbo aftermarket on that Mustang, where there's a blower hanging out the hood of the Plymouth. No doubt about what's powering that Mopar product. Pro Charger to Brian Clark. Whoa, a couple of nice runs. Brian Clark with that Pro Charge machine, 405 with a 1 at 180 mile an hour, 179 to be exact. Malik goes 417 with a 6 at 174.
That's pretty amazing.
Pretty good run. Yeah, you're right. And our second Plymouth Superbird we have running in our Chicago Wise Guys event. This is Joliet Joe Zoper in his purple machine. I think he has a silver one as well, but he's breaking out the purple for this particular event, our Summer Nationals here at Cordova Dragway. Billy Graziano in the 57 Chevy. 665 cubic inches of big block Chevy under the hood of that. I'll bet it's turbocharged. No, I'll bet it's nitrous assisted as well. So blower on the spectator lane, nitrous over here in the tower side. Graziano, a longtime veteran of these Chicago Wise Guys. He's been running with them for years. Zoper, I think, just joined up within the last year or two. He is the proprietor of our Builders Brawl race we run every year.
Yeah, we'll hit him one more time.
That's the Graziano car, but on the here it says Troy Congestion. I don't know.
Pretty sure that's Graziano. So I'm going to leave it until they tell me somebody else is driving. Zoper bumping it in. Graziano on the other side. We got Plymouth on Chevrolet. Zoper runs it out to a 426 with a 467 mile an hour. And Graziano's car just basically died around the line. The fire went out, and he isn't able to make a run. And it looks like Graziano going to give it another attempt as he lost fire right on the hit as he comes up to that starting line, and we'll see what he can do. '57 has run a best at 667 at 207 mile an hour and a quarter. Nice lap he's got going there, right straight down Broadway, and he goes 454 with a 7 at 154 mile an hour. Should be in the lanes box. You should be in the lanes for third round action. Juniors, you should be in the lanes box. You should be in the lanes for next round action. As we get back to our 32-car shootout we have in box, no box in juniors today. We are down to 8 cars in each class, third round action. That's Nate Schrader in the S Dime, the B wrenching machine over in the spectator side. Tyler Brooks in the orange Monte Carlo, the car that he calls and we call the Tangerine Dream. These two are friends off track, but they are not friends right now. They both want to tear each other's lungs out and have bragging rights when they get back to the pits. Brooks in at 685, Schrader 584. Red light start for Nader, and Tyler Brooks is going to get the win with an 015 light. Ends up going 687 with a 9 on his 85. Good little run for Tyler, as Schrader lost it on the hit.
Before letting his partner go up in line.
Joe Clemmy on the scooter over here in the Freedom Motorsports side. And that's Brad Weeks in the classic Dodge. I like to call the multicolored Mopar out of Morrison, Illinois. Sweet little 45 light for Wheats. He's got him covered, and at the end it's 669 with a 6 for Brad Wheats. He's got the win on his 667 dial. Had 500s in his back pocket on the hit and made it work at the line. Got a good drag race coming up here right now. Scotty Ziegenhorn in the Corvette. Drew Beal, the Pontiac Le Mans.
I'm still missing one, but we,
674.
These are two veterans of bracket racing here at Cordova. Scotty Ziegenhorn's got the old age and treachery going for him, as in Drew is youth and exuberism. So let's see who comes out on top. Identical reaction times. This ought to be a race at the stripe. Win goes to Scotty Ziegenhorn, 567 with a 3 on his 67. 036 light. That gives him a nice little 039 package, and that'll advance him on to fourth round. Couple of race cars you could have driven to the racetrack. That's Matthew Wiedemeyer in the red Mustang. Danny Rankin in the Pontiac Trans Am. Mike Murray, you got 1 minute to get up here in the lanes, or we will run without you.
First round qualifying for Funny Cars in the books. Second round coming your way here in just a little while. You can hear the Funny Cars coming to life as they get the cars serviced and fire them up to make sure there's no leaks. Everything is put back together the way it's supposed to be for their second runs of the weekend, as we have seen some amazing performances already. As we go under the lights, it's going to get even cooler, if you can imagine that, with Funny Cars coming your way in half an hour roughly. Again, welcome to Cordova Dragway. Happy to have you here for the 4th annual Funny Car Chaos at the Summer Nationals. Funny Car Chaos race number 59 in its history, brought to you by the good folks in Fulton, Illinois at Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Got a house full of great people and race cars from all across the nation coming to Cordova Dragway to rock your world on a Friday night.
Third round action in our box category. These guys use box electronics to help them launch the car, but they still have to release the button at the right time, otherwise they will not get a reaction time that will win them the race. That's Brian Barton in the Oldsmobile in that spectator lane. Chrissy Deers in the Pontiac Le Mans. Beautiful lights by both of them. 007 for Barton. He gets the win. 611 on his 600. It's actually a 6011 on his 600. So he's right there. 018 package for Barton wins him the round. This is Brian Thomas in the digger over here in the tower side. Jet cars, we need you in the lanes. Jet cars to the lanes, please. Jet cars to the lanes. Jeff Wheats in the Barracuda. Wheats out of Morrison. Thomas out of Milan, Illinois. This dragster new to Brian Thomas, new to him anyway, as he purchased this thing as a roller in the off-season and installed his own engine and transmission, and he is going racing. Red light start for Wheats. There was a problem there with this car. As soon as he started bringing up the RPMs, it moved on him, and he turned on the red light. So trans brake obviously did not hold for Jeffrey, and it cost him the race.
I'm going to be just a second for the rest of my box class.
And here we go, a little bit more action in our box class. Bobby Ince, senior in the multicolored 67 Chevelle over there in that Berkey's lane.
Well, you told me to call them, and I called them. They are used to having it, telling you when to do it.
Right. Copy that. Bye in the water.
Michael Murray in the Dixer.
I don't think it would be a problem to make a suggestion that makes sense.
Dragster with the black flames on it, the orange side. Senior been doing well in his Chevelle the last few weeks. Going a lot of rounds. He was on his way to semifinal round action last week in our bracket race when he broke a Heim joint in the rear of this thing. And boy, when you do that, you're driving a dirt car down the racetrack. She sashayed from side to side all the way through the 8th mile, but he's got her fixed now. He's out in front of Murray, but Murray reels him in. Michael Murray with the win, 4:53 the 3 on his 52.043 light.
I do have room for them, and they are after Fred.
in this Camaro is our by run.
Attention in the pits. Funny cars, lanes 8 and 9, please. Funny cars, second round qualifying. Lanes 8 and 9, please. Funny cars to the staging lanes, lanes 8 and 9.
Next round of juniors on the line. That's Taylor Crownhart over in the spectator lane. Cammy Verkler taking her on in the tower side. Down to 8 in our junior 32 shootout. So one of these young ladies going to advance on to semifinal round action. Almost identical green light starts by both of them. Win goes to Cameron Verkler, 8:04 on her 8:02. Margin of victory only 0.02 of a second at the stripe, and that's between a couple of juniors. Wow. Marley Clark in the Marmaid. Berkey's Lane gets Gavin Adams in this tower side. Marley's got about 200s in her back pocket as Gavin tries to chase her down. Breakout run for Marley Clark, and so Gavin Adams going to get the win, 790 with a 7 on his 790 dial.
This goes to the ladies.
Can you hit the button for me, Madison McGlynn over there in that spectator side. PJ McGlynn, Tower Lane. PJ with the advantage on the hit. PJ's going to get the win, 914 with a 6 on his 904 dial. And I believe our last two in our round of 8. Frankie McGlynn over in the pink and black machine in the Berkey's lane. Taking on Chase Peachy. Peachy in the red, white, and blue VIP machine. Identical green light stars for both of the McGlyns. And the race is going to go. It's a breakout run for Chase. Frankie McGlynn is going to get the win. 798 with a 7 on her 798 dial. And I was wrong. We got a couple more. I guess I got to learn how to count. That's Alexa Burlett in the purple striped machine over in that Berkey side. Jillian Full in the tower lane. A couple young ladies doing battle. This time run we have on the line right now is actually going to decide last week's race. We got rain within about about a half hour to go in the race. We got some rain. Weren't able to run our final rounds in junior, and this is it right here, right now. Jill against Frankie, and they're deciding who wins Super Junior. Double breakout win for Jillian Full, and I think that's 2 wins for her this year in Super Junior. So nice run for Jill as she takes the win.
All right, racer peoples, we have got Nostalgia Superstar coming back to the line. They are smoking them, and they are ready to put on a show for you. We are under the lights now. Day number 1 of our Father's Day weekend spectacular, the Summer Nationals. Casey Walker from Mapleton, Illinois. The Kansas Tornado. It is all Oldsmobile. No GM corporate block or Chevy engine under the hood of that Oldsmobile. No, it is all Oldsmobile. And it's all Bowtie, the big red wagon, in the Berkey's lane. As they get ready to head them down to the racetrack, it's going to be the Oldsmobile across the finish line first to 6:43 at 105.3 miles an hour. The wagon with a 793, 85.4 miles an hour. Down that Berkey's side of the track. Funny cars, lanes 8 and 9. Funny car, lanes 8 and 9, please. As we continue, a little more nostalgia super stock action. Mike Redman from Danville, Illinois, is over on the pit side of the racetrack. And on the spectator side, I should say, and Sam Chumley's on the pit side, which is your tower side. Pontiac down the right side of the racetrack with a 96.6 mile per hour pass in 6.95 seconds. Chumley, 803, 85.3 miles an hour down the Freedom Motorsports lane. As they head for the exits, the next pair comes to the starting line. Dustin Christensen takes the tower lane in the Dodge Dart. Bob Dylan out of Dalton City, Illinois. Up next on the pit side of the racetrack in the Biscayne. Red light tower side and a 7:65 elapsed time. The Biscayne of Bob Dylan, 8:17, 84.28 miles an hour. So we got another pair of Mopar coming at you. Johnny Schmid on the left side in the silver streak, and Chris Zupanzi in the Dodge Dart over on the spectator side. Both drivers with green lights on their side of that CompuLink Christmas tree. Tower side gets it done. Johnny Schmid, 737, 94 miles an hour, takes out Chris Zupanzi. 863 at 78 miles an hour. Dartzilla and the Barracuda coming your way. Scott Robinson and Dennis Spurgeon. Dennis has got Dartzilla over on the right side of the racetrack, and Robinson has got the Barracuda set to go down the tower side. Red light for Robinson's Barracuda, so Dartzilla takes a win light. Stops the clocks with a 6:30 at 111 miles an hour. Robinson 7:04 with 98.59 miles an hour, but left the starting line too quick, turns on the red light. Spurgeon gets the win light in Dartzilla. The Black Max coming your way next down that right side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. Clyde Dunphy from Pleasant Plains, Illinois. 72 Mach 1 Mustang tower side, and Brian Haberberger, Union, Mississippi, 1964 Dodge Polara, the Black Max. Super Stockers on the way down the racetrack. Green lights on both sides this time. Oh, Dunphy. 004 reaction time and a 6:65 gets to the finish line first with 103 miles an hour. And Haberberger's Black Max goes 7:22 at 94.3 miles an hour. Not quite enough on that rope go. I think we're running for time on this category right now. Anywho, Dan Beal lines up on the... All right, over on the right side of the racetrack, that is not Dan Beal. And Ty Pittenlater on the tower side. Race fans, when the sun goes down and you're at the drag strip, one of the coolest things that can possibly happen to you is to witness jet funny cars. Don't look now, but we got a couple of them making their way to the starting line as the tow vehicles bring these cars up for a jet ride down the racetrack. It's going to be one more good time. It's going to be, what's that song? Going to be a hot time in the old town tonight as we light the candles on these jet dragsters. They know a lot about jet dragsters in the Crown Heart family. And, of course, that's to our benefit here at Cordova Dragway because we get to see them on a regular basis. So it's Father's Day weekend. We're celebrating that with the Summer Nationals here. Of course, on Father's Day weekend, it wouldn't be a good Father's Day weekend without a dad joke, would it? So what do you call a dad that's left out in the cold of the wintertime? That would be a popsicle.
Wow.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah.
So we're going to bring them to life here in just a minute. We've got the Captain America Dodge Charger.
Wonder Woman Pontiac.
And the Wonder Woman Firebird. So we're going Josh Kruder from Savannah, Illinois. And April Crownheart on the tower side. They put a whole lot of fun into their racing. They put the fun in funny car racing as they have definitely got some cool cars and they're ready to bring them. They won't look so cool with the flames shooting out the back, but it is absolutely a wild time and you're going to love it. If you have never seen jet funny cars before, you are absolutely in for a treat as you're going to get a little experience here. Sounds a little bit like you're out on the deck of an aircraft carrier or maybe like you're at the airport when they fire up these jet engines because the jet engines actually are ones that have powered jet aircraft, amongst them the General Electric J85, powered the T-38 jet fighter trainer. And so they've got plenty of punch to get these cars down the racetrack. And it is all kinds of fun to watch it happen.
If you got in our 50-50 raffle, if you bought a 50-50 raffle ticket, now is the time to pull it out of your pocket as I have the winner of $412 in my hand right now. So pull your ticket out. You got a second. As these jets start to fire up, the number is 118250. Head on back down to where you bought the ticket. 118250 is the winner, $412. At the base of the tower is where you pick up your prize.
So here's that sound, and there's that sensation. You're going to start to get that smell of kerosene, jet fuel. Jet fuel A. And once the chase vehicles are on the way down the racetrack, they will get themselves set up, and they will await their pilots. And on this end of the racetrack, let the flame show begin. Red, white, and blue funny cars with jet engines, with that jet fuel A being injected directly into the afterburners. It makes a rumble. It puts a light in the night sky, and we are ready to send them down the racetrack. You'll notice the wheels on these cars, they are different from the wheel-driven cars that have the big tires on the back. With this, there's nothing sending it down the racetrack except the thrust and the thousands of horsepower that come from these jet engines. So these two racers, they've been going at it for a day or two now. Always wanting to see who gets the better of the other, Wonder Woman or Captain America. So we got the superheroes of Cordova Dragway on their way to the starting line, and they are getting ready to rock your world. If you have not seen this, I got to tell you, this is an amazing Kodak moment. Now, it's not good for still shots. You want to get the video to get the full effect. This is where it comes in handy if you have ear protection, because the revs go up on the jet engines. Oh, Cruder's got a big head start, and he's going to cross the finish line first. The Captain America Charger gets a big starting line advantage and turns on the win light in the first match of our Jet Funny Cars. Josh goes across the finish line at 182 miles an hour. Something happened to the Wonder Woman Pontiac as April had to shut off and the chute came out early. So score one for Cruder, and Captain America gets the win. How you like that, race fans? No matter how many times I come to the racetrack and I see those Jet Funny Cars or the Jet Dragsters, it's always a rush. Trust me, I've been doing it for a day or two, and it never changes. Whew. All right, Funny Cars are in lanes 8 and 9, and their second round of qualification is going to come up here in just a few minutes. Hey, I want to thank all of you for coming out and joining us for this first day of the Father's Day Spectacular. The 4th annual Funny Car Chaos at the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. We've got this thing live streaming on the YouTube page of Cordova Dragway, so if you're plugging in and watching us on the live stream, thanks for doing that. We're glad to have you here. We'd rather have you here in person, but since you're probably far, far away, happy to have you on the live stream. Race crew on their way down to check out the track. Evidently, there's a little something that came off of one of those jets. They got to make sure they pick up that debris off the racetrack, and they won't rest until the debris is picked up and removed. Hey, we want to let you know after that first round of qualifying for Funny Cars, we've got 8 cars in the 3-second zone, had 4 cars over 200 miles an hour, and those were the initial tune-ups for these teams. What happens in the world of funny car racing is you go down the racetrack, and maybe you're familiar with the racetrack and maybe you're not. And there's several teams that we've not seen in Funny Car Chaos competition before, and they may or may not have ever been to Cordova Dragway before. So after that first round run, qualification run, then they get the opportunity to go back to the pits. They will adjust their tune-up. They will adjust the chassis setup. They will work on making everything exactly as it needs to be based on the data that they recorded on those first round qualification runs. So when we tell you to expect good things in this second round of qualifying, not only that have they had a chance to tune on them, but the sun's gone down. It's a little cooler. We will continue to apply the traction compound and do all that amazing work that the track staff does to make sure there's plenty of bite on the racetrack. Of course, you've seen all those front wheels in the air, regardless of what class it is. So you know there's plenty of grip out there. And these funny car racers, they have adjusted their setup and their tune-up. They will be bringing those cars up for another run to glory here at Cordova Dragway. So we had 31 cars make an attempt in that first round of qualification. 3 came away with no time. One because of a brush with the wall, which is a DQ. And then 2 were eliminated because one of them crossed the center stripe. That's a disqualification offense. When he crossed the center stripe, he took out the timing block, which eliminated the time for the racer in the other lane. So Jamison Griffin, Brian Lewis, and Mike Buchanan are coming into this second round of qualifying, needing to get a number on the board, and you can surely expect that they will do just that as they will take the necessary steps to have their car calm down as they need to or hopped up as they need to. But the Rodak Custom Coffee, that is the quick 8 in Funny Car. Right now, they go from 374 to 391. So all 8 cars under 4 seconds. It just happens to be 8. And so you move from that quick 8 there down to the Alky Digger B field. Casey Giesland is in the number 1 spot right now, just ahead of Jim Chase, Lee Lovall, and Justin Malott. Bobby Martin, Dana Kleinhofer, Jordan Ballou, and Chris Schneider round out the B field. And in the C field for the moment, Bob Alberti Jr., Colin Thomas, Jeff Krug, and Justin Herbst. And there's another, so some of this is going to be changed. But I do know at the top of the list, it's all good. Low qualifier and 2024 champion, Fast Lane Shane Lawson in the Man O' War Mustang 374 with a 5 at 202 miles an hour. Ray Drew second in another Mustang that went 374, this one with a 7 and 205 miles an hour. Keith Zimmer third with a 378, and Dave Harada in the Drastic Plastic, the first of the Nitro cars. Number 4, 378 at 188 miles an hour. Kirk Williams out of Iowa in the 200 proof car. Number 5, Jesse Clark, also out of Iowa. Number 6, and Chuck Lofton out of Texas, 7. And the Chi-Town Hustler, Mike Minnick, number 8. 2 374s, 2 378s, a 384, a 390, 2 390s, and a 391 at the top. So you're going to get a chance to see more of that incredible performance as the race crew doing what they do, getting the wrong stuff off the racetrack and getting the right stuff on the racetrack. Race fans, we do invite you to follow us at funnycarchaos.com. The website has got all the information on points, on rules. It's a very short rule book. And history of the events, if you want to go by and see all of the winners in the past, as the previous 3 years of Funny Car Chaos action at Cordova Dragway, you can certainly do that on your smart device or on your computer once you get home. And it's funnycarchaos.com. Every event that we've had here at Cordova Dragway has been a Funny Car Chaos event. And we've qualified anywhere from 24 to 32 qualifiers each of the 4 years that we've been here. As the funny car crowd loves to come to Cordova Dragway, and we give them an outstanding opportunity to do so. We love the way they respond, and of course, you'll love the way they respond after that first round of qualifying. You saw some great runs. You saw several racers also that didn't have it go like they wanted it to. So look for that 3-second zone to become even more crowded. We were talking at the driver meeting about how many cars on the property have the performance potential to go under 4 seconds. And so having an all 3-second field in the A field is already a done deal. But having quite a few cars under 4 seconds in the B field as well, that is certainly not outside the realm of possibility, as we have got some bad bone hot rods here at Cordova Dragway, and we will be ready to have them take the track coming up here in just a few minutes. The race crew making sure that the traction compound has been properly applied, that it's been put in place with the proper amount of grooming. And once that's all done, it's going to be time for it to get loud in here, and you're going to get a chance to see the funny cars under the lights. And, of course, the nitro cars, for the uninitiated, you hear the different sounds of the cars, and you'll hear us make a comment about the nitro-burning cars as opposed to the methanol-fueled cars. Well, under the lights, it's a really different experience. The nitro cars, when they hit the throttle, not only will you hear a thunderous sound like nothing else makes a sound like those nitro-burning fuel-injected race car engines, but you're going to see it literally when the flames come up out of the headers of those funny cars as they are under power all the way down to the finish line. As soon as they get off the throttle, you'll be able to tell because the lights go out. And it's not even Georgia.
Nothing, I must say, quite like the header flame of a funny car, a nitro funny car, as it lights up the night going down this racetrack. I have seen it many, many times in all the years I've come here to Cordova Dragway, and I love it. And I'm totally entertained by it every single time I see it. It is just something to behold as it lights up the night when they thunder on by you and shaking the ground while they go.
Yeah, it is a blast. There is nothing like it. Now, this is not your first time to Cordova Dragway? How many years have you been coming here?
I have, in one way or another, I have been coming to Cordova Dragway for 54 years, either as a fan, an employee, or a racer. So I've seen this racetrack transform itself several different times. And I must say that the current ownership, the Crown Hearts, got this place going the right direction. It is getting better every single year. We have better races every single year. The times are better. The track is better. This track has been on kill all year long, and the racers have done nothing but brag about it. So everything going the proper direction here at Cordova Dragway, that's for sure and for certain.
Yeah, there's quite a few racers in the Funny Car Chaos world that make a once-a-year trip here. But they leave here talking about it, and they just don't stop because it's always one of those things. It's a bucket list type item simply because of the history that was written here. And to get a chance, I tell you, there's more than one time that the racers have made the comments about getting to race on the same track where Don Garlitz and Shirley Muldowney and all the big names that ever have been in drag racing used to race, and some of them still do. Then getting a chance to race here, it's one of those things that you really want to do if you're a serious racer. And, of course, we've got plenty of those serious racers. And, of course, the history here, we've got
If you're still in our 32-car shootout, and that means box, no box juniors, you are on a short standby. So be ready if you're still in our 32-car shootout. You are on a standby, let's put it that way, whether you're in box, no box, or junior, standby. mentioned Don Garlitz. He was coming here when he was a young pup. He was barely famous when he came to this racetrack, all the way up from Florida. There were so few quality drag strips back then when he first started racing that he made the trip all the way up here from Florida just to run at Cordova. I've seen pictures of that run. I've seen pictures of the run and pictures of Garlitz when he was here. He was 20-some years old at best, early 20s, I'm going to say. It is a marvel to see just how young he looked at one time. And to have him come all the way up here from Florida just bespeaks of what a quality facility this is.
Yeah, and it was also at this track where he learned how to tune a nitro car, because his main competitor, the top dog in the world of nitro racing at that time, was here, and Garlitz was so frustrated, and he just went and he asked the guy, he says, how do you do it? Well, it doesn't always happen in racing, but his opponent said, well, you do this, you do this, and you do this, and you do this. And so Garlitz winds up beating the guy that told him the combination in the final round. And so that was one of those days that Don Garlitz really began to write history, because he was given help by the top dog in the world of Top Fuel at that time. So it is time to go funny car qualifying. This is the second qualifying round for our funny car competitors, and it looks like it's going to be our buddy Chris Snyder and Team Brutus. Chris Snyder came out, put a good number on the board, a 431 on his first time down the racetrack. Of course, a bunch of other racers came out and put a good number on the board. And so Chris Snyder finds himself qualified number 16 at the moment. He's at the bottom of the Alky Digger B field. Now, that's not a bad place to be, but it may or may not be where they wanted to be. So they would like to see if they can get this Mach 1 Mustang down that Berkey's lane a little quicker, a little faster. And it is going to be Colin Thomas in the Twisted Sister Nitro Mustang on the tower side of the racetrack. Colin went down the racetrack, put a good number on the board, but it is good enough to be number 18, as he had a 444 on his first qualifying run. So a pair of racers in Mustang funny cars, one burning nitro. That's on the tower side, the Twisted Sister. They are out of Colorado. And over on the spectator side of the racetrack, burning methanol, that is the Mach 1 Mustang of the Flying Butcher, Chris Snyder from the Show Me State, capital city of Jefferson City. They are ready to bring those cars up, and we are just about ready to send them. Brutus is staged, Twisted Sister's staged. See those header flames on the Mustang, the Twisted Sister of Colin Thomas, and he picks up the pace, goes 441 at 178.9 miles an hour. So they will move up. So Chris Snyder stays 431 and Colin Thomas goes 441. Colin moves up a little bit. So first pair down the racetrack, and the Brutus team, they were looking for a little improvement, didn't get it on that run. As Schneider has to shut it off as he got out of shape in a hurry, as the car wasn't aiming for the Christmas tree, but it wasn't too far from it, and so he wisely got out of the throttle. Still goes 154 miles an hour down that right side lane, but he lost fully a second and a half at the starting line. Colin Thomas with a 441. His first down the racetrack was a 444, so you saw he pedaled. Now, we were talking about the nitro cars. That was Colin Thomas. You could see those header flames coming from the Zoomies. And, of course, he pedaled it right there about 60 feet, 80 feet. after a 102 60-foot, so he didn't pedal it until after that 60-foot point. But you heard that and you saw that. Then he got back in the throttle, and it hooked and cooked all the way down that left side Freedom Motorsports lane, and he improves by 3/100ths. Next pair coming to life, Jordan Ballou and Chris Batty. A pair of young racers with their big block Chevy-powered funny cars. The Batmobile is on the tower side from Stockton, Missouri. And the Ballou Thunder Chevrolet Camaro out of Bartlesville, Oklahoma is on the spectator side in the Berkey's lane. Jordan Ballou, after trouble at the Texas Motorplex, got the car put back together, and you talk about good as new. I'm not sure it wasn't better than new because he ran a record performance, career best laps time and speed at our last event. So they're coming to this kind of tall in the saddle. Jordan Ballou with a 428, 167 on his first run down the racetrack. They're on the right side. Chris Batty with a 487, 158 on their first run. The Batmobile Corvette on your tower side. Friday night funny cars under the lights at the Summer Nationals, brought to you by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Ready for some of this supercharged thunder of the funny cars. Camaro right side, Corvette left side. Pair of young drivers. I tell you, with the young crop of funny car drivers, these two guys are any indication, then funny car racing is in good shape. Both drivers in the pre-stage. 3 bulbs lit, now 4. Here we go. Chris Batty once again pedals it right there at the start. Ballou down that right side to a 457 as he gets off of the throttle. 119 miles an hour, so he'll stick with a 428 from the first go. And Chris Batty, 487. He ran a 498 that time. Chris has been experiencing this little situation at the starting line. When he hits the throttle, he'll spin, he'll quickly get off the throttle and deck it again, and the car responds, hooks up, and goes down the racetrack. But when that happens, when you realize that a half a second could be the difference between qualifying and not qualifying, then that's one of those issues that they really want to take care of. So he's staying there. He is qualified with a 487, 158.9 miles an hour in the Batmobile. As the top end clears, we have fire in the pipes for another funny car. Coming your way, looks like it's going to be the Bedrock Bruiser. Jamison Griffin brings that first-generation Camaro-bodied funny car with a supercharged big block Chevy power plant underneath the body. See all the crew bedecked in the Fred Flintstone apparel, adding that prehistoric effect. They got one cool funny car that they're going to take down the racetrack. Experienced some trouble on their first run down the track as the car got out of shape in a hurry, and Jamison really had his hands full. Solo shot down the Freedom Motorsports lane for Jamison Griffin. Tower side of the racetrack. Unfortunate experience on their first time down the racetrack. Let's watch this supercharged car. Head down the track. Quick step. They're going to like this a lot better. A 525 at 134.69 miles an hour. Not exactly what they were hoping for, but way closer to it for a fact. 124 to the half-track point as he was pedaling it. He winds up with a 525, 134.69 miles an hour. So the Camaro heads towards the exits in the shutdown area. Got a long racetrack here at Cordova Dragway. Sometimes you'll see the racers pop the parachutes and sometimes not so much. But there's a lot of shutdown area here at this racetrack as they've been racing at high speed for a long, long time. One of the most picturesque spots to do a drag race. Lots of grandstands, lots of trees. It's got the effect of being at the park. And, of course, as Mike was telling you, the improvements to this racetrack are ongoing, and they just keep happening as the Crown Hearts continue to invest in the racing community and the Cordova community, the Quad Cities community, adding to the quality of life that you experience by living in this part of the world. And, man, are we glad that that is happening. So you can see that they are on the way down the racetrack, making sure we're clean, safe, dry, and debris-free. Hey, when you're going to go racing, you want to make sure you've got the right stuff in the crankcase. The official oil and lubricant for the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour is Driven Racing Oils, and you'll go through the Funny Car Alley, and you'll check out and see what kind of oil these guys and gals are running, and you're going to find a lot of them have made the switch to Driven Racing Oil. Headquartered in Memphis, Tennessee. The brand was developed exclusively for racing engines. However, they didn't stop there. They just continued to add to their product line, and they have a full line of racing oil and lubricants for every application on the street or on the track. Driven Racing Oils, your official oil and lubricant for the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. While you're strolling down Funny Car Alley, we've got several teams that run Driven, and we have Michael Neal that represents Driven Racing Oil. You might want to stop and talk to him about how to improve your racing operation with the finest lubricant known to man. Driven Racing Oils. Don't forget, race fans, we've got dinner and a show for you here at Cordova Dragway, but we've got dinner at several quality vendors on both sides of the racetrack, and they are turning out those lip smack and taste treats. So I know you're probably not anxious to get up out of your seat and go to get something to eat right now, but here in a little bit, you're probably going to want to do that. And they've got barbecue. They've got that's over there between the grandstands on the spectator side. They've got those jumbo corn dogs and lemonade and funnel cakes, all that over here closer to the starting line. And, of course, we've got the cafe set up over near the pavilion. We've got the track concession stand on the tower side of the racetrack in the pit area. And we invite you and encourage you to go by Pat's Perks and get you something warm or cold to eat, to drink, either one at Pat's Perks, as they've got great beverages there, and they are located right next to the tower. So plenty of choices for dinner, the dinner part of Dinner and a Show. As you can see, the hardest working people in show business out there on the starting line, or out there just past the starting line, working on the racetrack, making sure that whatever's on the racing surface is picked up so that the teams that are going down the racetrack next don't have to contend with anything other than full traction. Race number 59 in the history of the Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour, as we started the season early, unfortunately, due to Mother Nature's intervention. So we are winding up cramming a whole lot of all of our races into a shorter time span, as we have race number 60 coming up in 2 weeks down at Tulsa Raceway Park. And that is proving to be a very popular event, as we've got funny cars from all over the land that are going to be joining us for race number 60 in the history of Funny Car Chaos down there at Tulsa Raceway Park coming up in 2 weeks. We invite you to come down and join us for that particular event. Now, next weekend, we've got Nitro Chaos with their third race of the 2025 season. They are going to be over at Cincinnati, Ohio at Edgewater Sports Park. That's going to be a good time. Over in the Cincinnati area. We'll be racing all the way into November, as the inaugural fuel-altered chaos is going to take place at Tucson Dragway in Tucson, Arizona, the second weekend of November. So not only are we cramming a whole lot into the middle part of the year, we're going to be racing through to November. So lots of great action coming your way. We'll live stream them when we get the opportunity to do so, but always the best place to be when you're looking to go to a drag race is in the stands or on the fence at the track, where you're taking it all in. Hey, we want to say thanks to the media personnel who have made their way to Cordova Dragway. The work that they do, taking pictures and video and documenting the event with copy online, in print, every other way imaginable. Got a short list of people that I have recorded. Bob Snyder, Lynn Garland, and Lee Kraft. Thank you all for your work, the quality work that you do. And I know that's not all of you photographers here, but even if I didn't call your name, we greatly appreciate you at Funny Car Chaos for what you do.
We got a quiet moment, mostly for our racers out there. We are serving breakfast tomorrow morning in the concessions area. 7:30 a.m. it begins. Biscuits and gravy, breakfast sandwiches. 7:30 in the morning tomorrow, we are serving breakfast in our concessions area. So if that's something to get your motor started for the day, go over and see Janet and her crew at 7:30, or maybe an hour or two later, and get your breakfast situation squared away.
So the race crew is taking care of the situation on the racetrack. Unfortunately, a little bit of spillage out there, but they'll take care of that as quickly as they possibly can, and it'll be time to go back to Funny Car qualifying as we are under the lights of the Spring Summer Nationals, 4th annual Funny Car Chaos visit to Cordova Dragway, brought to you by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Don't forget, race fans, we're going to open up early tomorrow. We're going to have a breakfast at 7:30. If you want to come by and get some breakfast, we'll have chapel at 9 o'clock. For adults, it's going to be at the Pavilion. And for kiddos, it's going to be over at the Burnin' Love pit on Funny Car Alley. So a couple of chapel services for you in the morning to get your day kicked off right. And then we'll have cars down the racetrack roughly 10 o'clock, as we've got a lot of qualifying, a lot of racing to do. Funny Cars take the track at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon for their third and final qualification run. Last opportunity for those Funny Car racers to shuffle the deck yet again. So we get the all clear, or so it sounds, since we've got Funny Cars coming to life over there at the ready stripe. So let's do this. Don't forget, race fans, after you, when you get a chance, you want to Get yourself some of those official event shirts from the Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos trailer. It is located behind the pitside grandstands. You'll see the banners that say Funny Car Chaos Nitro Chaos. You'll know you're there. Gonna be Neil Giroux in the Twist and Shout Chevy Beretta Funny Car. Taking that spectator side in the Berkey's lane. And the Tremor. Dana Kleinhofer going to be on the tower side in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Kleinhofer went down the racetrack in 4.27 seconds on his first run down the racetrack. Giroux had a 4.90 as he hopped that car all the way down the racetrack as the front wheels wouldn't stay on the ground. So he's hoping they've got their setup adjusted so he can keep it on the ground, keep that baby planted, and accelerating all the way down the racetrack here at Cordova Dragway. Chevy Beretta on the right side of the racetrack. Pontiac Trans Am on the tower side. The Tremor and the Twist and Shout bringing the race at action to you on Father's Day weekend. Into the pre-stage they go, looking to change things up. 427 and 490. Oh my, Twist and Shout gets over against the wall, and that's going to be no fun. Dana Kleinhofer ran a 427 the first time, runs a 424 that time, as that was a plenty pretty run on the tower side of the racetrack. But the Twist and Shout, my goodness, Neil Giroux was riding down that right side wall for a while. And so that number won't count. Giroux's 436 will be disallowed. He'll stick with the 490 from the first time down the track. And they'll have some work to do on that Beretta Funny Car as they gave us a spark show in the Berkey's lane. Hate to see that for anybody, but what a spectacular run there for Neil Giroux. All right, so these teams are creating a lot of work for the computer operators in the tower. They're going to be busy. They'll be out here eventually. Maybe they'll be out by the time the sun comes up tomorrow. Just playing. Please don't leave. Looking in the shutdown area, I think we're clear down there. However, we've got to clean up on aisle 2 as we've got the broom and drag unit headed out there. As going to want to make sure that there's no debris on the racetrack. Going to broom it off, make sure that we are good to go down that side. Sometimes you get little pieces of carbon fiber or fiberglass off of those bodies whenever they come in contact with the wall that way, and that was a pretty good contact there, as you could tell. It wasn't just a tap. That was more of a long hug. And we hate to see that for the Twist and Shout crew. But that's the way it goes sometimes, and not much you can do about it except ride it out, and Neil Giroux did a good job of keeping the car under control. So hat tip to Neil for doing a good job down there. I know the adrenaline is extremely high for them right now. And a lot of folks are going to stroll down Funny Car Alley and see what the right side of that body looks like. They will be working hard tonight to hopefully be able to be back to racing tomorrow, as they put a good number on the board with a 436. However, when you come in contact with a wall or a timing block, that does disallow the run. So they will be looking at that third and final qualification run tomorrow as their last shot to make the show. Right now, 487 is the bump spot for the Wolf Pump C field. So they're not far out, but there are quite a few cars that didn't qualify in the first round that could move that bump spot from 487 up significantly. So this is mostly a no-drama zone as Cordova Dragway, but sometimes the drama on the racetrack is fairly intense. Don't forget, race fans, every ticket is a pit pass, and that once we conclude this second round of qualifying, we've got more cars to go down the racetrack, so lots more to see before the night comes to a conclusion here at Cordova Dragway. And you'll get a chance to take pictures, visit with the crews, check out all the action that takes place as some of them are going to be working harder than others as they get ready for race day tomorrow. And again, we will open early. If you want to come as early as 7:30 and get some breakfast, well, they might let you in the gate. I bet Miss Marty could be persuaded to let you in, but we've got chapel at 9 o'clock. Everybody is invited. And the kids' chapel is over at the Burn and Love pit. The adult chapel is at the pavilion next to the eatery on the pit side of the racetrack. We invite you to do that. And of course, racers, you can't do it right now, but if you're needing some help with your race tire situation, you're going to want to see Mark Lively and the team from Carter Maxwell set up on the vendor midway. Go by and see my buddy Taz with Slick Willie Radio and tune in to what they've got going on over there. And, of course, no trip to a Funny Car Chaos event is complete without a stop at Car Chicks. Go by and see Jeanette. I'm sure she's holding court all weekend down there. Would love to visit with you and tell you the story of Car Chicks as they promote the future opportunities for ladies in the world of motorsports. Jeanette, always a fun time to visit with her, and she's got some really cool merchandise down there. I don't know if she still has Best of Texas barbecue sauce or if she's sold out, but sometimes you can find that she's got some of that. We'll have to see. Well, a tough break right there for the Twist and Shout team. As the race crew being pressed into duty, they continue to bring out the heavy equipment. And, of course, you'll notice that our power equipment brought to you by the good folks at Berkey's, the quality Case IH equipment. Taylor Motorsports Products, the official safety equipment supplier of the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos Championship Tours. From fire suits to fire suppression equipment to blower bags and fluid containment systems, they've got it all, plus much more, with quality American-made products shipped directly from their factory in Oregon. TaylorMotorsports.com is the website. If you're wanting to go racing and do it seriously, you want to make sure that you are safe and that your loved ones in the racing business are safe. The best way to make sure that you are safe is to have the best in safety equipment. That comes from Dennis Taylor at Taylor Motorsports Products, a longtime racer himself, so he understands the difference between quality products and something else. So make sure you get the best in the business, Taylor Motorsports Products. Be sure and tell them that Funny Car Chaos gave you their name. TaylorMotorsports.com is the website.
Well, I believe we've had 3 funny cars put on a spark show for us here so far in our first 2 qualifying hits. For their benefit, we don't want any more of that. As entertaining as it is not healthy for the funny cars, because that is actually the headers brushing up against the wall. That's the sparks that you are seeing. It's not anything off the body, anything off the wheels, or anything like that. It's the headers that are hitting the wall. So what they will find when they get to the end of the racetrack is that side of the header is folded up nicely against the side of the race car, and they're going to have to break out a new header set, at least for the right side of the car, so that they can continue to make runs tomorrow, because they folded them up, I'm going to say, very nicely, at least on that run alone.
Neil Giroux on that particular run, he had a 102 to 60 feet and a 278 to half track. So on the opposite side of the racetrack, Dana Kleinhofer had a run right down the middle, no issues, no problems. His numbers, 101 to 60 feet, 277 to the half track. So those 2 cars were side by side. And then at the half track point, Neil Giroux began to have the car get away from him over towards the right side. He had it mostly under control, and he did a great job of keeping control and keeping his car on his side of the stripe, but rode along the guard wall for quite a while. But he finished the race in 4.36 seconds, even against the wall with a spark show going on. So the car was performing almost identically to the car in the opposite lane, and Kleinhofer ran a 424 at 167. So the twist and shout car was definitely showing its stuff, strutting its stuff, if you will. But just got a little too loose in the back, and the car drifted over towards the wall, and that's going to create a lot of work for that team. We'll see if they're able to get everything put back together and ready to go for the 3rd and final qualifying round coming up tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. So the staff here at Cordova Dragway take care of getting that right lane good to go once again. And we're going to see the Nebraska funny car of Hot Rod Herbie, Justin Herbst, the Executioner Corvette. Went down the racetrack in 4.45 seconds on his first run. So that car is generally a 430 to 450 performer. So he had a good run in the first round. The question becomes, is it going to be enough to be playing on race day? Now, knowing this team, I would say, yeah, it probably is. Now, the car that had the disappointing run in the first go is that mile-high crankshafts grinder Mustang of Bill Bernard, the newest member of the Nitro Club. Had that car go down the racetrack, and he had to get off the throttle. It was still a 491, but that's nowhere near qualifying. This is a car that is usually closer to 380 than to 490. So let's see if they're able to hook that Mustang up and get it down that right side Berkey's lane and get themselves into a better position. Nebraska and Colorado, home states for these 2 cars. Bernard giving it everything as he goes down that right side. 421, as he was doing a lot of driving down there. His 421 is going to move him up as he goes 421 at 142. So the 142 mile per hour gives you an indication of how much he was having to pedal the car, as that car will usually be going down the racetrack at something over 180 miles an hour. But Bernard does get enough of a lapse time to get him in the Alky Digger B field for the moment, and he'll see if tomorrow they have the performance to get a little quicker, maybe a little bit faster. Hot Rod Herbie, his 448 is going to keep him in contention for the Wolf Pump C field. Yeah, Herbie goes 451 the first time, knocks 300s off of it. So Hot Rod Herbie with a quicker performance and a 4:48 elapsed time. Has himself, looks like number 22, so he's in that Wolf Pump C field, at least for the moment. Bill Bernard, 4:21, knocks 7/10 off of his previous best run. And he could knock about half a second off of that, 4/10 off of that, if they can get it to hook all the way down the racetrack. Is that a strong running car, that Grinder Mustang out of Colorado? So we continue to shuffle things and mix things up as we have our next set of funny cars getting ready to fire up as they await the all clear from the shutdown area. I see some tail lights up there that are moving left towards the exit, and we should be good to go momentarily. Race crew gives them the all clear. The race director says, fire them up. The Thundering Okie, Bob Alberti. And the Wicked Quick 57 Chevy of Jim Chase. Runner-up last year in the Alky Digger B field, the Thundering Okie Dodge-bodied machine. Alberti ran 4:33 as he was having to do a lot of driving. He was on the left side of the racetrack as these two drivers swap lanes from what they did on the first time down the track. Jim Chase put a nice 4:10 on the board in the Wicked Quick 57 Chevy from Bismarck, North Dakota. Swaps it over to this side. You're going to see how the car likes it. I got to tell you, that trimmer machine of Dana Kleinhofer definitely liked the tower lane. So we'll see if the 57 can improve on that 4:10 from earlier in the day. Once again, both of these cars are 3-second performers if they can hook it up and get it all the way down the racetrack, and we anticipate that that's what's about to happen. Both drivers into the pre-stage. Now the Wicked Quick car moves up. Bob Alberti goes 387, 186 down the Berkey's lane with a beautiful run, and he moves himself way up into the A field with a righteous 387. Righteous, man, because it's an 80, you know. 387, 186.15 miles an hour. The Thundering Okie gets her done, and Jim Chase is going to be sticking with the 410 from his previous run as he was doing a lot of flirting with that center stripe. So he will stick with a 410 from his previous run. But Bob Alberti, check this out. 9.62 to the 60 foot. That, my friends, is stronger than dirt. 2.56 seconds to the half track point and 387 across the finish line. 186 miles an hour. Give him some love, race fans. So we were anticipating that there would be plenty of changes on the qualifying list when this session was over, and you can just see that playing out right before your very eyes. Now, one of the things that you want to look at is all the work that the track staff has done, whether it was on the left lane or the right lane. Then right after that, the car down the lane that they just worked on was definitely getting it done. So great work by our staff here at Cordova Dragway, making sure that there's a good surface to run on for both of these teams. After that first qualifying round, when so many cars went under 4 seconds, there's a lot of tuners that were like, well, let's just see how much it'll take. The sun's gone down. Track conditions should be excellent, and they are, but you can throw too much at some of these things and have your setup off just a little bit. And while somebody can get down the racetrack in 3.87 seconds, it doesn't mean that a little bit of change on somebody's tune-up could cause them to get out of shape, and you saw that happen with the Wicked Quick. But good running there for Bob Alberti Jr. He is continuing to pursue the points in Funny Car Chaos competition, would love to take home the title, and he's certainly keeping himself in contention for that as he's chasing the series all around the country. And, of course, he was in the final round last year in that Thundering Okie machine as he wound up kicking it red. Otherwise, he would have been in the winner's circle at last year's event. So he's hoping to take it all the way to the winner's circle here in 2025. As we have our Summer Nationals presented by Twisted Shifters in 360 Steel, and the funny cars coming out of the woodwork and coming all across the country to be here to race, just like the best racers in the known universe have done for decades. Since this place was opened in 1956, very few places have the mystique, the reputation, and the history of this track. And the Crown Heart family and their incredible staff continue to raise the bar year in, year out, month in, month out, race in, race out. And we're excited to be a part of it once again here in 2025 at Funny Car Chaos. All right, so when the flashing lights are out, I think that indicates that maybe we're getting pretty close, and I hope it does. Because once we get the all clear and the race director says it's okay to fire them up, then it looks like we're going to have the Detroit Tiger on one side. And I can't quite see it from here, but maybe, is that Drastic Plastic? Ooh.
Remind folks that after our funny car qualifying session number 2, we still got racing to go here at Cordova. The wise guys are going to make another lap. Our quick 8 has got to make another qualifying run. So we got some fast cars to run here at Cordova even after funny car qualifying session number 2 is over.
All right, we've got the all clear, and it's time for some more funny cars. Oh, yeah, the Detroit Tiger. Bellevue, Michigan, home for Steve Tomozik and his team. You will definitely notice the difference in the sounds and the smells that come off of these cars. As the Drastic Plastic, one of the things that we talked about was the header flames. Now, this Drastic Plastic car is what you call a big pump car. And if that doesn't make sense to you, it just means that it's got a fuel pump on it that puts a lot of fuel into the cylinders. When you put that much fuel in, as much fuel in as they do, then the header flames, they go from being about a foot or two long to being about 6 feet long, and they're over the roof. And there is just nothing quite like it. So you can anticipate seeing that flame show off the Drastic Plastic Mustang on the tower side. Dave Harada came out and went to number 1 on the qualifying list, but when it was all said and done, they finished number 4. So knowing Mr. Motri as I do, don't be surprised if you see something a little quicker, a little faster, a little more radical in the Drastic Plastic. Same way for Tomozik. His 483 was off their normal pace. 3 bulbs lit, nitro cart, turns on that 4th bulb, and off we go. There we go, header flames at a 367. Take that, smack, smack, 218.7 miles an hour, low ET and top speed. And Mr. Harada and Mr. Motri go to number 1, 367, 218.7 miles an hour, as they just take that number 1 back with that beautiful run down the left side of the racetrack. Steve Tomozik in the Detroit Tiger. No improvement with a 509, 116.03 miles an hour. So you kind of get a sense of the thunder of one of these nitro cars, particularly a car like the Drastic Plastic, as you hear these car alarms going off all over the place. Yep, that's what happens, and it's nothing but the sound and the earth-moving horsepower of these nitro cars. When you experience it once, it's one of those things that you go, oh my gosh, I've got to do that again. So your lifetime addiction to being at Cordova Dragway is just about official, as you're getting to experience it up close and personal on a Friday night under the lights with Funny Car Chaos in the house. Mr. Darren Foster and his staff bringing you the quality racing action of Funny Car Chaos as we continue to be thrilled to represent them race by race as the season goes on. Man, 968 to 60 feet, 251 to the half-track point for Harada in the Drastic Plastic. And top speed of the event, 218.7 miles an hour. They're just getting it down the racetrack in a hurry, don't you think? Man. So they go to number 1 at 367. As the top end clears and it is time to go back to racing. Here comes one of those guys that was at number 1 on the qualifying list for a little bit. His 374 had him number 1 for a little bit. He got knocked out by a couple of thousandths with Fast Lane Shane. But the first time we had a race in which Ray Drew appeared, I happened to be sitting with a bunch of racers, and they looked at each other and they went, Ray Drew. And I'm not sure that meant ultimate respect or if it meant, should we even go? But this Cobra car on the tower side is one bad Mohican. And you can tell as they went down the racetrack in 3.74 seconds, they will be a force. Mike Buchanan had the unfortunate. He was unfortunate that he was on the other side of the racetrack when his opponent took out the timing blocks at the finish line, so he did not record a time. He was on a good run as he and his crew, Gary Rouskolb and Jamie Hahn and all the bunch, have really been getting this Hombre Vega flying. Man, Ray Drew goes 371 at 206.16 miles an hour. Not quite number 1, but definitely number 2. So Harada number 1, Drew number 2, as they are both way over 200 miles an hour. 206.1 miles an hour in that Cobra Mustang. And Mike Buchanan cooking with gas down that right side of the racetrack, a 110 60-foot, 293 to the half track, and started to get a little bit out of shape as he got close to the finish line. Still puts a 468 on the board, and he was not under power as he crossed the finish line. So the Hombre Vega is doing some good stuff out there. It's just a little too much power to the ground. He didn't get it to hook up there at the finish line and had to lift a little bit. But Buchanan puts a 468 on the board. They'll be feeling good about that. Ray Drew goes to number 2, 371 at 206 miles an hour. So they are loving the track prep here at Cordova Dragway. These funny car racers are.
If you are still in our 32-car shootout, if you're one in box, no box, or junior, if you're still in our 32-car shootout, it's time to come to the lanes for fourth round action. 32-car shootout cars, back to the lanes, fourth round action.
Fire's lit on our next pair of funny cars, and it's going to be a couple of red bow ties. Casey Giesland from Senatobia, Mississippi, put a 409 on the board in the Gambler Camaro. That's the car you see on the tower side of the racetrack. Casey Giesland. And Jesse Clark. Jesse ran a 390 on his first run in that red Monte Carlo that you see on the pit side of the racetrack. Casey ran 409. So both of these cars put up good numbers on their first runs down the racetrack. We'll see what the tuners have got in store for us as they get ready. Jesse Clark from Iowa, Casey Giesland from Mississippi. Both teams doing a good job putting their cars through their paces. Qualified strong. Cooking and booking. Check it out. 377.203. Jesse Clark puts up another beautiful elapsed time. 377. He quickens it quite a bit. 203.89 miles an hour. And that's going to take him all the way to number 4 on your qualifying list. And Casey Giesland runs another 409. So they will stay where they were. That is going to be number 10, which is number 2 in the Alky Digger B field. So they've got 409s on both sides of the Christmas tree. That's a good situation to be in, where you can make your car do the same thing on both sides of the racetrack and have it be close to the top of the qualifying list in the field that you're currently running. So, by the way, you don't pick your class. It's done by elapsed time. All cars qualify in the same field. We just take the quick 8, and that's the Rodak A field. 9 through 16 is the Alky Digger B field. And 17 through 24 is your Wolf Pump C field. That's how that plays out. All right, so the setup and the tune-up for these funny car teams has been altered, and you can see that they are getting it ready. Getting them ready for race day tomorrow, but they have got this qualifying run, and then everybody has the opportunity for that last chance. And they're going to want to do that tomorrow in the afternoon, because racing with under the sun is slightly different than racing at night. And, of course, you got to do both if you're going to get to the winner's circle. They're getting a chance to experience what it's like racing here at night tonight, but they want to get that run down the racetrack underneath the sun at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. His first round kicks off at 6:30 tomorrow afternoon. Full day of racing at the Summer Nationals. It's going to be one more good time. I hope you've already got your plans made to be here with a whole bunch of people that you know, love, and care about. It's going to be a blast. Brian Lewis comes to us from the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. Beautiful Mustang funny car. Went down the racetrack with a beautiful run, but the car got out of shape at the finish line. He took out the timing blocks Therefore, the run was disallowed, so Brian Lewis presently amongst the non-qualified. I suspect he's about to take care of that, and if I know Brian, then the people at the top of the list are looking to see which one he's going to bump back. We'll find out very shortly. Brian Lewis came out. His very first Funny Car Chaos race was this year. It was at the Texas Motorplex, and he qualified in the A field, went all the way to the final round, almost closed the deal. He wound up runner-up, but that's a pretty good way to start your Funny Car Chaos career. The Lewis Racing family from the Tulsa area, his brother raced Funny Car back in 2018, 19, or maybe it was 1920. Had a beautiful 69 Camaro and won a couple events in Funny Car Chaos competition. Brian Lewis right down the lane to a 374, 199.11 miles an hour. I knew it was going to be good, and he definitely does not fail to deliver. 374 with 199.11 miles an hour. And that's going to put him, like I said, he's going to be up there in the top half of the Rodak Custom Coffee A field with that 374, almost 200 miles an hour, almost joins the 200 mile per hour club as he goes 199.11. And so they are feeling good about going into that third and final qualification round tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. But we talked about all the cars that were at the bottom of the qualifying list because they were disqualified on from their first run down the racetrack. And of course, the effect that has is that the bump spot for number 24, which is the last car that qualifies and gets to race tomorrow, that number gets progressively quicker. And so it's going to be extremely interesting after this round of qualifications to see what the bump spot is in the Wolf Pump C field. Now, there is the possibility of breakage and somebody gets in as an alternate, but you can tell it is going to be extremely competitive in the world of funny car racing here at the Summer Nationals at Cordova Dragway. Race fans want to make sure you get something good to eat before you hit the exits. Make sure you get those official event shirts over at the Nitro Chaos Funny Car Chaos merchandise trailer behind the pit side grandstands. And, of course, stop by and see Jeanette at the Car Chicks trailer, also in the same general vicinity. But you get a chance to experience the Summer Nationals presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Every ticket is a pit pass, so we want you to enjoy all the racing, all the excitement, all the enthusiastic effort that's put into putting on a show like this. And we are so glad that you are here. Race crew.
If you are in our 32-car shootout, whether it be box, no box, or juniors, we need you back to the lanes. If you're still in, I think we're down to 4 in each class. So if you're still in our no box, or junior shootout, 32-car shootout, we need you back to the lanes. Chicago Wise Guys, you can start getting mobilized. 8 and 9 has still got quite a few funny cars in it. Why don't you come on up in 6 and 7, if you will. But Chicago Wise Guys, you will be up after our 32-car shootout semi-final round. So let's start moving, Chicago Wise Guys. Quick H, you're on deck.
Race crew says we are good to go, and they give them the signal at the ready stripe, and you hear the next pair of funny cars firing up and getting ready to try on the racetrack as we continue to see improvements in performance for most of the cars going down the racetrack as they have got their tune-up and setup figured out. The racetrack prep on point, actually from early in the day. Man, get your cameras out, your smart device out, and get some shots of these two beautiful funny cars the 57 Chevrolet from the state of Indiana, Valparaiso. That is Justin Malott. The Must Be Nice car switches from big block Chevy power to Hemi power and gets the assist from High Risk Performance in the tuning.
Chicago Wise Guys, lane correction, 8 and 9. Come in behind the funny car. Chicago Wise Guys, lane 8 and 9. You have been called. Chicago Wise Guys, 8 and 9.
Justin went down the racetrack in 4.20 seconds on his first run, and he's going to try the tower side lane this time. Kirk Williams put a 384 on the board at over 202 miles an hour on his first run down the racetrack, as that brand new for 2025 car that they built in their shop, because why not? That's what they do, and they're champion racers with their cars that they build. Williams down the right side to a 375 at 203. You knew it was coming. They go from 384 to 375 at 203 miles an hour, and they put themselves right in the thick of the hunt, as they are just behind Fast Lane Shane Lawson in that Rodak Custom Coffee A field. Kirk presently sits number 4 on your qualifying list. At 375 at 203 elevates them to the top half of the Rodak Custom Coffee A field. Justin Malott's 420 at 174 was from the previous round. He'll stick with that as he goes down the racetrack. Close to that, runs a 423 at 156.2 miles an hour. So they have got their setup and their car tuned to a certain level of performance as they go 420 the first time and 420 the second time. And so they are in a zone, and they may or may not choose to stay there, but they certainly know that they've got the 420s in a lock. Kirk Williams, 384 down the track the first time, knocks about 900s off, and they put that incredible 200 proof Chevrolet down the racetrack in 3.75 seconds at 203. Racetrack's ready, and so are the funny car crews. Lee Lovell is going to be over on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. And Rick Stockman is going to be on the tower side. Stockman's car left before the tree activated, so did not record a time on his first opportunity a couple of hours ago. So we're going to watch this Monte Carlo on the tower side, see if they can put a number on the board and add their name to the distinguished list of the qualified. Lee Lovell put a 419 on the board, so he is well into the qualified field, as he is right now in the Alky Digger B field, as that 419 at 169 in that Chevy Nova-bodied funny car with the Hemi power plant put up a good number. He goes into the pre-stage. Both drivers in the stage position. Lovell down the right side stops the clock to the 423 at 168.5 miles an hour. And Stockman looks like a 491 at 120.6 miles an hour, so he does get a time, as he was pedaling it pretty quickly, but he did get the car down the racetrack off the throttle at 120.6 miles an hour, but he was going faster than that at the half-track point, Just had to get out of the throttle to make sure he didn't take out a timing block. So Lee Lovall's 419 from the first qualifier keeps him right where he was. And that is in the middle of the Alky Digger B field. Once again, the race crew on the way down the racetrack, seeing to it that there's nothing on the racetrack that shouldn't be there. Lovall's been down the racetrack a couple of times, both times putting up good numbers. So they're feeling pretty good about their setup going into that final runs tomorrow before eliminations begin. Looks like we are good to go, so our next set of funny cars is going to be coming your way here shortly. They're quick, they're fast, they're exciting, and the 3 seconds are coming pretty often, and we're seeing quite a few cars over 200 miles an hour and a lot of other cars knocking on the door. So once it gets to first round of eliminations, it is going to be amazing to see how the ladders shake out. And the points chase could certainly be a little different coming out of this race from how it was when we showed up here. As we say in the South, we finna find out. Fast lane, Shane Lawson, your 2024 Funny Car Chaos champion, is going to switch over to that right side Berkey's lane in the Man of War Mustang. As they put a plenty good number on the board with a 374, that number has been bumped back a bit as they are no longer number one as the Drastic Plastic car is. Now on the tower side of the racetrack, it's looking like the Camaro Funny Car of Robbie Massey appears to be dead in the water. If he is unable to get that car in the reverse gear, then the Man of War Mustang is going to have to shut off by rule. If a car is stopped past the Christmas tree, then we will shut off the other car. So you can anticipate the Man of War Mustang being shut off. And that's what just happened. So a tough break right there as Robbie Massey continues to have the struggles with that late model Camaro Funny Car. One of those cars that we look to and anticipate those 3-second performances at over 200 miles an hour. But so far this weekend, just not to be. So they will assess the situation on that Camaro Funny Car. And I'm not sure if they're going to push it back this direction or tow it off the top end. We'll find out very shortly. But the Man of War Mustang crew is going to make sure that they've got everything good to go, and they should light it up once the track is cleared. All right, taking the short way back to the pits, which is a good move. And they will push the Camaro back. Now, the opportunity exists that if they feel like they can get the car started and it will go in the reverse gear, then they could, as long as they are able to get that done before this qualifying session comes to a conclusion, they could restart and make a run. We'll see if that's in the cards for the Massey team. This is points race number 3 of the 2025 Funny Car Chaos Championship Tour. We've had 4 races. One of them was an invitational, not for points. So the first points race of the season was down at the Texas Motorplex the first weekend of May. The second points race was Memorial Day weekend down the road at Eddyville Raceway Park. We had the invitational event out in West Texas at Penwell Knights Raceway. So this, our third points race of the 2025 season. From here we go to Tulsa, and we've got races on the schedule at Byron, Great Lakes, Mocan, to finish the points chase in 2025. Everybody on the Man of War crew is doing their job as they've all got their assigned duties, and they know them well. You don't get into the class of being a champion if you don't have everybody knowing what they're doing, and they certainly have got a good system there with the Man of War team. So once everybody is signed off that we're good to go, then they will light that baby back up, and Fast Lane Shane will take it down the right side. Fast Lane Shane Lawson brings that Mustang funny car, the Man of War, up, working hard to defend their title from 2024. So far, so good, as they have been to the winner's circle and runner-up, so they are at the top of the points list so far in 2025. 373, 201.19 miles an hour goes Fast Lane Shane. So 373, that's got him number 3 on the qualifying list. Harada number 1 in the Drastic Plastic at 367. Ray Drew number 2 at 371. And Fast Lane Shane number 3 at 373.201. All right, we got one more pair of funny car to go down the racetrack in qualifying, and then we have a test run with a funny car, and that will do it for funny cars for the night, and we'll get that qualification list updated and hopefully be able to announce something to you this afternoon. If we don't happen to get that done tonight, you will be able to see it on the Funny Car Chaos page on Facebook, as we will have that posted for you sometime before midnight, probably way before midnight, but we'll see. From Sarah, Mississippi, Michael Neal. His day job, he works for Driven Racing Oil. And he put $500 in his pocket from Steve Stamps of Stamps Family Farms for Best Appearing Car. in that 1970 Chevrolet Nova with the backup lights. Got tail lights, got backup lights. I love it. All those added touches that Ricky Neal, his wife Teresa, Michael Neal, and his wife Chelsea put on those cars. They bring the whole show. Bill Naves, the shooting star, they're from Salisbury, North Carolina. And their first run down the racetrack netted them a 4:52 at only 117 miles an hour, so Bill was obviously off the throttle early. Michael Neal ran down the racetrack. He was pedaling that car as it wanted to pick up the front end multiple times. He put a 489 on the board. So both teams looking for some improvement, get their funny cars down the racetrack a little quicker, a little faster. A little faster to kind of be a bonus, but a little quicker is the name of the game. We qualify based on elapsed time. So Mississippi on the right, North Carolina on the left. The Burnin' Love with Pelvis Possum over there on the side of that race car. Gotta go by and see that when you get a chance to do so. Once again, Burnin' Love sits on the wheelie bars, but Bill Naves goes 420, 172 miles an hour. They will be fired up in North Carolina as Bill Naves moves that car way on up the list, finds himself in the Alky Digger B field, puts a beautiful 420 on the board at 172.14 miles an hour. Looks like Michael Neal is going to stick where he was with a 489 with no performance improvement. As they have got that car hooking up, but the front end wants to go towards the sky, not exactly this procedure that they would like to see. So they get down the racetrack, and they are still keeping that 489 for the first time down the racetrack. But Bill Naves and his family out of North Carolina put the shooting star into the Alky Digger B field as they go right down the middle with authority and put a 420 on the board. So we got a test run here for the funny car. Luke Furr had some trouble with the car on the first run and had to shut it off out there past the Christmas tree. So hopefully they've got that situation sorted out, and this run will net some better results. Beautiful funny car. Looking good, sounding good. They've got the burnout done with the smoke coming out from underneath the race car, and Luke Furr switches that car over to the tower side, and that's the lane that just gave up a 420 for the Shooting Star Mustang. Late model Camaro machine, beautiful car. Luke Furr sorting out the details, working on getting this baby right for future competition. From the Quad Cities over at Rock Island, let's take a ride with Luke Furr down this Freedom Motorsports lane. Everything about this car says quality. Let's watch See how our driver does as he's in the pre-stage, now staged. Ruh-roh. Well, goes quiet just a little too quickly, and we hate to see that for the Rock Island and Illinois team. Part of it, though. Learning all about them. So, race fans, we have got Chicago Wise Guys coming your way. We've got the quick 32 shootout for our box and no box competitors, as well as junior dragsters. And we've got that amazing class of quick 8. So hang with us. We got a lot of great racing yet to do. And if you want to ease on down and get those official event shirts from the Funny Car Chaos merchandise trailer, feel free to do so. Hey, we're out there here to have a good time, and I hope you are doing just that, as we've got Funny Car Chaos in the house at the Summer Nationals. 4th annual Summer Nationals with Funny Car Chaos, presented by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel of Fulton, Illinois. Glad to have you here enjoying the racing action with us. We've got a little more racing yet to do tonight, and, of course, a full day of it tomorrow. I hope you and your friends will be here early, get your spot staked out, whether it's in the grandstands or whether it's along the fence, whatever your favorite vantage point is. There's going to be lots to see, and it should be some incredible competition as we are through with the second round of qualifying, and we will get that updated list put out here in just a little while.
You are on standby for your second qualifying hit. So be ready. Quick 8, you're on standby for your second qualifying hit. Dave has reminded you of our schedule tomorrow morning a couple times. I want to reiterate what is going on while we have a quiet moment. 7:30 a.m., we will start serving breakfast here at Cordova over in our concessions area, and it is an outstanding one, I must say. Biscuits and gravy, breakfast sandwiches. They have what you need for liquids if you need coffee. If you need that to get your motor started, they got it over there. Starting at 7:30 a.m. until the supplies run out. That's what Janet will tell you. Our pit gates, racer pit gate opens at 8 a.m. The spectator gates at 9. We will have a church service over in the pavilion, 9 a.m. So that preludes when we start running. 10 a.m., the sportsman time runs will begin at 10 a.m. And we're not limited to 32 cars tomorrow. Everybody races at once to tomorrow in our sportsman category. So and that kicks off at 10 a.m. with a final hit of Funny Car qualifying at 3 p.m. So don't miss the event tomorrow. We got a lot more racing to go tonight, even more of it yet. Tomorrow's supposed to be a beautiful day, and come on out for the second day of the Summer Nationals here at Cordova Dragway, featuring Funny Car Chaos, sponsored by Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Out next will be the semifinals in our 32-car shootout. Our box cars, our no box cars, and our juniors. They are all down to 4 cars apiece. So we are rounding down to it. And after that, the Chicago Wise Guys, our pro mods, will hit the track again for their second timed run here this evening at Cordova Dragway. So stay in your seats. And do not miss out. We have a lot of action here on tap here at the racetrack yet tonight. What an exciting day of racing we had here at Cordova Dragway. 2 full passes of Funny Car Chaos as they did their first qualifying runs on this racing surface. They got 1 more to go tomorrow, and then they go to Eliminations, and you don't want to miss it as they pair up and head down the track with meaning for real. Funny Car Chaos here tomorrow for the Summer Nationals here at Cordova Dragway. You do not want to miss it. Coming to the water first, our final 4 in our no box class. First 2. That's Brad Weeks in his multicolored Mopar. He's been over in that spectator lane all day long with great success. And I got to believe that's his preferred lane because I know Danny Rankin likes the tower side. And he's a guy piloting that silver Pontiac Trans Am. Going to be quite the handicap head start for Rankin as he's basically running a street car against a race car in Brad Wheats's Mopar. Wheats with a superior reaction time, and as they chase to the 8th, breakout run for Denny Rankin, and Brad Wheats is going to get the win. He'll advance on to final round action in our no-box class with a 672 with a 5 on his 667 dial. And here come our next 2 in our no-box class, seeing who advances on to final round action in our 32-car shootout for no box.
So basically, I match the 3 that from.
Tyler Brooks in the Tangerine Dream, the Monte Carlo over here in the tower lane. Scott Zingenhorn in his Corvette. Another flying farmer here at Cordova Dragway. That's what Scott does for a living. And he's taking a break away from the cows and the pigs to come out racing with us this weekend with his Chevrolet. Red light start for Tyler Brooks, and Zingenhorn is going to go to the final. So it'll be Scotty Zingenhorn in the final round of our no-box class. Next down our box category, down to 4 cars in them also. First pair, Brian Thomas in his dragster. Quick 8 to the lanes. Quick 8 to the lanes. This is your second timed run, your second qualifying run, excuse me. Quick 8 to the lanes for your second qualifying run, please.
And 510A is,
Thomas's opponent over there, Brian Barton in the door car, in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. As we do just a little touch up on the racetrack before Brian gets up there and makes his hit.
374.1.
Okay, yep. Okay,
So 5380.
Behind the show.
sorry.
You're okay.
Will that still put him in line here? Will that still put Neil in line here? If he's at 490.
So Barton does his burnout as Thomas patiently waits for him.
It'll put him somewhere he won't qualify because you take 24, you go 26. So
As these 2 are going to be patient with each other and make sure they are in and ready to go as this round decides who goes to the final and races for the money.
this one goes to the bottom, and this one goes to wherever it goes. That is right here.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. I see what you're, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
002 light for Thomas. He just nailed the tree.
Do you need this?
But the win goes to Brian Barton. He runs 600 with a 6 on his 599 dial. As Thomas fell off to a 543 on the 40. Cost him the drag race. Thomas with 0.02 of a second in his back pocket, and he left the line and could not make it work at the stripe.
Any cooler than it needs to.
And here we go with our second pair in our box category. Siobhan Warner in his venerable Camaro, and I say that because, He has been down the racetrack with this car hundreds and hundreds of times, and Siobhan is not an old man. He's only late 20s, maybe 30-some years old. Yeah, late 20s. Michael Murray in the digger. Double breakout win for Michael Murray, 450 with a 1 on the 51. He's a little closer to his ET than Siobhan was. Siobhan goes 677 on his 679 dial, and that cost him the drag race. The door car had an advantage on the hit, but he couldn't make it work all the way to that 8th mile mark. Quick eight, we need you to the lanes. Quick eight for your second qualifying run to the lanes, please. Down to 4 in our junior drag race. This is a junior all run. We got super juniors in here with novice juniors. We usually break them up 2 categories on bracket race day. The novice juniors being the ones just getting their feet wet in this sport. The super juniors can go all the way up till 18 years old. They can run one of these race cars, but when they graduate high school, they're pretty much all done. They have aged out of the class then. Gavin Adams in the tower lane. And it's Frankie McGlynn coming up in the spectator side. So young lady over there in that Berkey's lane, and in the Freedom Motorsports side, a young man. They're both in pre-stage, and we're about ready to run. 040 light for Gavin, and he owns the reaction time. I hear somebody popping the throttle. That's Gavin. He had enough of an advantage on the tree. He was able to chuck up at the line, and Gavin Adams is your winner. 796 on his 790 dial as he advances on to final round action. Cami Verkler in the tower lane.
Will you hit quick 8 again? I know you just did, but please try to get him up here.
Quick 8, we need you to the lanes. Quick 8, need you to the lanes for your second qualifying run. Quick 8. PJ McGlynn over in that spectator side. Always love the colors on Cammie's dragster. She's got this thing girdled up nice. Pretty similar reaction times. This ought to be a race at the stripe as they chase to the 8th. Breakout run for Cameron Verkler, and the win's going to go to PJ McGlynn, 9:17 with a 7 on his 09. And we are down to final rounds is all we need for our 32 car shootout. We're going to have our Chicago Wise Guys, our pro mods here at Cordova for this Summer Nationals event. As they come out and test this track for the second time today, some of the coolest pro mods you are going to see are coming out for their second timed hit. All different kinds of power adders going on here. We got a pro charged car. We got supercharged cars all over the place. We got a nitrous car. So they all go a different direction when it comes to the power adders, but in the end, it's all about making horsepower and getting it to the racing surface, and we'll see who does it the best here for the second qualifying run for the Chicago Wise Guys.
All right, we're going to turn up the wick just a bit. The Chicago Wise Guys bringing you some pro mod action from the Windy City, some of the coolest hot rods in captivity. Second generation Chevrolet Camaro on the right side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. And we've got Dizzy Cesario. Big block Chevy powered Toyota pickup. Team Wicked 1978 pickup. Dominic Ambrosini, your crew chief. Luke Bartusiak, allegedly. You know how these wise guys are, because that's their real name? I'm not sure. No telling. Dizzy and Luke. Whoa! So Dizzy in the truck down that left lane to a beautiful 514, 139 miles an hour. And not sure about the Camaro as they will back up and reset that baby. Chicago Wise Guys bringing a great bevy of great pro mods. And we were looking to see them go side by side, but I tell you what, the Toyota pickup, Team Wicked, better bring your A game if you're going to race that truck. All right, here goes Luke. spools that baby up and takes it down the racetrack. That's a lot of speed for 96, 149 miles an hour. Looking good. Oh man, you just do the coolest stuff these Chicago wise guys do. Check out this Cobra Mustang on the tower side of the racetrack in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Of course, we have got the wagon over on the spectator side of the racetrack in the Berkey's lane. Josh Dunn, the Dunn and Gone racing team with support from Mosier Engineering and Overdone Services. I like that play on words there. Josh Dunn has the blue wagon set to go down the Berkey's lane. Jeff Lomness has got the Mustang set to go down this tower side Freedom Motorsports lane as these two hot rods from the Chicagoland area bringing the action to Cordova. Supercharged combination on the wagon, and the nitrous boosted Mustang takes the tower side as they're quick, they're fast, they're loud, they're outrageously fun to watch. Wheels up on the Mustang, and they are cooking with gas, and the left side gets to the finish line first. 461 to a 470, 155 miles an hour to 149.3. Done and gone, 470, 149.3 miles an hour. Loudness in the Mustang, 461. Man, bring us a smoke show, won't you? Jesse Begin has got that red G-body on that right side of the racetrack with a long burnout, and the showmanship is unbelievable. The 1970 model Plymouth Duster on the tower side. I tell you what, I've seen these cars that race at this track a few times, and got to tell you, this Duster is one of my favorites as he's purging the nitrous on the tower side, as they've got that power glide with a Neil Chance converter. And Elvis Cuccia, the crew chief, the family operation. Jim Cuccia, the owner. Alex Cuccia, the driver. Alex Cuccia and Jesse Begin. Jesse from Iowa, from Davenport, not too far from here, as you're well aware. Into the stage position, flash of amber, and off they go with a 4/10 Pro Tree. Man, oh man, flying across the finish line, 4:27 and 4:28. Talk about your close matchups right there. Jesse goes 4:27, and Alex goes 4:28, 167 miles an hour. Jesse, holding racing for the Iowa team, gets the 167 mile per hour top end charge, a little quicker, a little faster, but not much, as that was a beautiful match with the supercharged car taking on the nitrous boosted machine. And the Chicago wise guys, always a good card to draw to.
32 car shootout finalists, 32 car shootout finalists. Box, no box. Juniors, we need you back to the lanes immediately. 32 car shootout finalists. Back to the lanes immediately for your final round.
Keith Malik has got this amazing Superbird on the tower side of the racetrack. Getting you a big dose of Mopar right there. And the Graziano 57 Chevrolet takes that spectator side as we get ready for some rock and rolling on a Friday night under the lights at Cordova Dragway at the Summer Nationals. Got the bow tie and the Pentastar and a couple of amazing hot rods. It is a Tim McCamus race car with a carbon fiber body, and they get down the racetrack in a hurry with that 665 cubic inch engine. Y'all ready for some of this pro mod action? These are two quick, fast bad boys, and let them eat. Let these babies eat when they take the green light. Into the pre-stage, staged up on both sides. Oh, the Mopar off the starting line first, but pedals. And it's going to be Graziano across the finish line first with a 422 at 160.5 miles an hour. Malik doing all kinds of moving around out there, using up all the real estate on the left side of the center stripe. Still manages a 483. But Graziano at 101, 60 foot, 275 to the half-track point. A beautiful 422 at 160.5 miles an hour as the 57 gets her done in the Berkey's lane.
In our 32-car shootout, back to the lanes, our 32-car shootout, box, no box, and juniors. If you're still in our 32-car shootout final round, back to the lanes, please.
Race fans, remember we've got a full day for you. We're going to open up early and going to stay open late as we've got a lot of action for you with the Father's Day Weekend Spectacular. Hey, this just in. If you're here tomorrow, we're going to have Miss SES. Beauty pageant winner is going to be on the Funny Car Alley, and you want to go by and see Miss Sally Smith as she has freshly been crowned as Miss SES, and she is in the house this weekend.
line. We're going to polish today's program, put a bow on it with a couple of jet cars that are coming to the line yet, and they got to make their lap. So they will put a bow on today's event when they go down this racetrack, lighten up the sky as they do. There's nothing quite as entertaining as a jet funny car after dark, because talk about providing a little sunlight on its own. They do just that, and you got them side by side all the way down the racetrack.
Nothing quite as exciting as set two of them.
And it looks to me like we are going to our second and final, not final, our second qualifying run for our Quick 8 event. Couple of old school diggers on the line, and back then they did call them diggers. The dragster term came along later. So they were called diggers pretty much exclusively for several years, and these two certainly qualify. Front engines, low slung, chassis bars hanging out the front end without any kind of coverings on them, with the spoke wheels. They are cool from end to end. We got David Rickon over there in the Freedom Motorsports side, and the KTBF dragster running against Pat Swyasek over here in the Parts Chaser machine. Jets, we need you to the lanes. Jet cars to the lanes, please, to put a bow on today's event. So here we go. Right now, Davin Rickon is in. He's not in the show right now. He did not make a run the first time out. He must have had to abort mission. Pat Swyasek in at number 12, and that is not good enough. We're only taking 8 cars in the field in our Quick 8 event. .009 for Rico. He goes 451 with the 1 on a 009 light with a 468.5 with an 8 for Swyasek. He's in at 13. Recon's on the outside looking in right now at number 10 with that 451 with the 1 at 153 mile an hour. Over in that spectator side, that is the fighter, the prize fighter himself, Tony Frazier in his big block blown machine. Running against Bobby Ince Jr. Grew up at this racetrack, and I mean grew up at this racetrack. I knew Bobby since he was about up to my knee, and here he is piloting a dragster trying to get into our Quick 8 event. Not his car, but I'll bet he can wheel it none the same. Bobby at number 12 in the ladder right now. Frazier in the show at number 4 with the Frazier Motorsports machine. Ince goes 452 with a 3, and Frazier 418 with a 6. So Tony stays at number 4. Bobby bumps up to number 11. But he's got to improve that, as we are only taking 8. Matt Wiedemeyer in the nice and shiny aluminum skinned digger, warp speed racing over here in the tower side. And opposing him, that's flying Brian Fern in the Chassis Concepts front engine dragster. Jet cars to the lanes. Jet cars to the lanes, please. Fern has qualified at number 5. Wiedemeyer at number 3. Let's see if they can improve their status on the qualifying tree. Side by side they go, and they end up Fern at a 420 with a 5 at 165 mile an hour. Wiedemeyer 415 with an 8. He's at number 3. Fern at number 5. They stayed exactly where they were when they came out here. We still have one more run yet tomorrow for the Quick 8 event. One more qualifying run.
It's almost like they're
go, final round action in our 32-car shootout. We started out with 32 cars in our no box class. We are down to 2. This is final round action. That's Brad Wheats over in that spectator side. Bradley been there all day long, and I'll bet he won lane choice because Scott Ziegenhorn in the Corvette was over there last time in the round before too, so he would prefer spectator side, but he didn't get it. So we got the Corvette against the Mopar here, final round action in our no box category. Superior light for Wheats, and I think he's going to own Ziegenhorn. Sure enough, breakout run for Scotty. He tries to make up the difference for what was not his best reaction time. Brad Wheats, well, our winner in no box here in the 32-car shootout. Congratulations to Brad. He goes 669 with a 7 on his 669 dial 026 light. That's a sweet little 033 package for Wheats. Not bad for a no-box car, and he is our winner here tonight in this 32-car shootout, no-box style. But we still got a couple more of them to go yet. The box car is going to come out yet, run their final round, and our juniors, our kids, we can't forget about them. They'll be out for their final round action as well. Here we go, box final, coming at you. Started today, like I said, with 32 of these cars, down to 2, and we got a door car against a dragster in our final. Door car is the Oldsmobile Cutlass, belongs to Brian Barton. Barton, a long-time runner here at Cordova Dragway. He's got probably thousands of laps down the racetrack with this same race car. Does quite well with it, as you can see, going to final round action. Michael Murray taking him on in the dragster. Not hard to see Michael's car coming with that big yellow stripe on the side. So Murray in at 449, Barton at 599. So the door car going to get about a 1.5 second handicap head start. Pretty similar reaction times. We got a race. Win goes to Brian Barton in the door car, 600 with a 7 on his 599. Congratulations to Brian on his box 32 car shootout win here tonight at Cordova Dragway. Nice 019 light for Brian. Went a long ways to helping him out of that race. Here we go with our junior dragster all-run final. Long day for these kids as we're approaching at 11:30. But I guarantee you, out of everybody here, they are probably the most awake of anybody walking the premises. These kids are serious about their drag racing. That's Gavin Adams over here in the Tower Lane. Young man out of Prophetstown, Illinois, running against P.J. McGlynn. Young man out of Long Grove, Iowa. So a little Illinois on Iowa matchup right here. Illinois in the Tower Lane, the Freedom Motorsports side. Iowa in the Berkey's lane, the Spectator lane, and the winner going to get the money here in our junior all-run 32-car shootout. Adams in at 790, PJ at 915. Almost identical reaction times. Breakout run for Gavin Adams. The win's going to go to PJ McGlynn, 916 with a 2 on his 915 dial. Congratulations to the McGlynn family, Pete and the rest of the bunch, for PJ's win here in our junior all-run 32-car shootout. We're going to wrap this thing up properly with a bow with a couple of Jet Funny cars who are currently in the staging lanes getting ready to come out, dust the track for us, and we'll call it a night. A couple of junior starters in the staging lanes, so come on up and get them. I don't think you want to leave them there all night long. It's hard to say if they'll be there in the morning, so if you're running a junior and you don't have your starter, I'll bet I know where it is, so come on up here and pick them up.
And so we are getting towards the end of the night, and we have got our Jet Funny cars that are making their way up to the ready stripe. You'll be seeing them closing out the show here in just a few minutes. And, of course, those of you that are still in the stands and still watching, hey, you're my kind of people. As we stay until it's over. That's just what we do. So thanks for sticking around. We are glad to have you and glad to have a great show for you into the late hours of the night on Father's Day weekend. And, of course, out there on the live stream, we appreciate all of you tuning in to us. And, of course, this part of the show is what Jet Car George sticks around for up at Great Lakes Dragaway, as he loves him some jets. And, George, hang in there, buddy, as we've got a pair of jet funny cars that are just about to close the show. Should put a smile on your face like it will the rest of us.
I want to remind everybody the strip bar here at Cordova is currently open, all lit up. At the credenza outside the front door. You can't miss it. It's right next to it. It's got a big sign next to it that says Pit Cafe, but that's not entirely accurate. They serve all kinds of cold drinks over there. You're going to need a barley pop. You need a mixed drink. They can help you out. They also have outstanding pizza. I'm not sure exactly what is put on the top of this pizza that makes it so good. They got some kind of witch's brew that they're using, and some of the best pizza you're going to have served over at the strip bar Cordova. Wings are available from time to time also. I'm not sure if they got any in the house right now, but it's worth an ask if that's the direction you want to go. But if barley pop or some other form of alcoholic beverage is in your future, the strip bar at Cordova will surely help you out. And I tell you, folks, if you need to just check out some Cordova lineage, some history, the strip bar Cordova is a great place to go. Even if you don't get a drink, they got history hung all over the walls and decoupaged into the bar. It's a great place to go and check out if you're a drag racing fan. The strip bar here at Cordova.
The score so far is Captain America 1, Wonder Woman nada. And so we're going to see if Wonder Woman can even the score.
Time where Wonder Woman was undefeated against Captain America, and they like to give the pilot of the Captain America a lot of guff over that, but he has stepped up here in the last year or so, made his presence be known, and put April on the trailer himself a couple of times. That way he feels like he can sit up next to her in the pits and still hold his head high, shall we say.
You probably remember at the first one of these Funny Car Chaos events we did back in 2022 when the Jets were running against the wheel-driven funny cars.
Yes.
I think Captain America was pretty successful